Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
We are there today. No matter what we face, we'll fight on.
Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory.
Predik
16 sih. Nah.
16.
Oh, nosotros.
Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
За өмнө жил яг эцэд цумаа алдсан. Тэгээд нэг юм бодоогүй. Тэгж ямартцсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл.
Halo, aku Rosemary.
Halo, aku Alfa.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Falcons Force багийн тоглогч Top байна.
East байна.
Merhabalar, ben Wolf.
Ben de Frozen Enix.
Hola, soy Milo
Hola, soy colega.
y somos de Team Queso y hoy haremos la predicción del grupo rojo de la PMGC.
Mungkin yang pertama dari tim kita Predik
16 sih. Nah.
16.
Karena kita lolos lewat PMGC Race Point.
Altrигого орлоо тавьчихлаа.
Altrego bizim ilk üçümüze girmiyor. O yüzden 4. sıraya atacağım. Çok sağlam takımlar ama ilk üçe almadık Altrago'yu.
Roy мэдгүй баг байна. 14 дээр гоцлаа.
Groy geçiyor. Valla bence kalamazlar diyorum ben. Yani hiç elenirler diyorum giderler. O yüzden onları da 15 atalım hadi.
15 attım.
Untuk face clan mungkin aku taruh di survival stage. Karena dia lumayan bagus di PMSLC.
Face, un equipo que vengo viendo un poco en su región. Se me hace un equipo un poco irregular, pero tiene muy buen roster, así que yo le daría un top.
Nigma Galaxy aku taruh di survival stage. Mungkin karena itu dia lebih sering ketemu kita juga sih di game.
Энэ дэлтрээд алдчихлаа гэсэн.
Ivin RX biz geldik. Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
Apa nih tim apa nih? NRX. Kayaknya sini deh. 13, nggak lolos. Karena gua nggak tahu tim ini, gua baru tahu.
Virtus Pro bizim arkadaşlarımız. Onları biz direkt... Bizi oradan çeksene. Bizi 14'e koy.
Gel.
Virtus Pro'yu direkt biz 16'ya ters şekilde yapıştıralım.
Team Falcon Force.
Falcon Force.
За тийм мэдээж уусаа өөрсдийгөө нэг дээр хэлсэн шүү дээ.
Falcon aku taruh di Grand Final. Karena mereka punya tim yang power kuat, jadi bisa lolos ke Grand Final.
Falcon, muy buen equipo, tiene jugadores de mucho nivel. Yo la verdad le daría un top 4.
Ай нэмээд.
Яа,
Долоод дээр
хэлээрээ.
Долоод дээр усчих та.
Arabistan takımı.
Hayır, Pakistan.
Pakistan mı? Pakistan takımı ama bence iyi değiller. Bence bizi bir yöne daha atalım.
Yavaş
Hep kaydıracağız Allah. Biraz sonra bire kayacağız.
Kayaknya sini deh. Mereka sering ketemu kita juga.
Oh, nosotros.
Top 3, top 3, top 3.
Сайн мэдгүй баг. Тэгээд 15 дээр ослаа.
Ini deh, survival deh. Aduh, ini bisa tukar nggak sih? Dendam gua. Ya, ini yang terakhir, IAC, champion kemarin di PMGC
2023.
2023, kita taruh di 1. Awas gua anjing.
Саяцыг 2 дээр тавьчаа.
Монгол хүн байд.
Монгол манай улсын бас өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аваргууд отхон дэлхийн аварга.
Da bir şey diyeyim mi? Şöyle yapak bekle dur. Bak 10 numara sıralama yaptık ha. Bende diye HC kaldı buraya. Bence 10 numara oldu.
Bence 10 numara oldu.
Vallahi gene kaldılar ha bu arada. Beni normalde eleyecektik ama
Zorla kaldırdık.
kaldılar.
Karena dari hasil yang kemarin kita dapatkan di PMSLC belum terlalu ada pembuktian lah, karena kita juga nggak tahu hasil di PMGC itu seperti apa. Jadi makanya kita taruh di hashtag 16 karena mungkin saja kita bisa juga lolos di survival stage atau enggak kalau di bisa langsung lolos di Grand Final.
Нэгт өөрсдөө тавьсан байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл энэ жил ер нь өөрсөндөө итгэлтэй байгаа. Аварга авна гэсэн зорилгоор орж ирсэн байгаа ер нь.
Одоо би бол яг өөрийнхөө бүсийг бол ерөнхийдөө чанга гэж хэлж байна. Одоо тэгээ бусад бүсүүдтэй ч гэсэн ерөнхийдөө үзгийг бол үзэхэд бэлэн байна.
Aksir olarak da bizi neden sonunculuktan yukarı çıkarttık? Çünkü
Kendimize yakıştıramadık.
yani evet bu takımlar arasında da inşallah kalamamazlık olmaz tabii her şey olabilir ama
Al final los resultados saldrán y bueno, esperemos que salgan.
Oke guys, jadi inilah hasil prediction kita di grup Red.
Манайхыг дэмжээрэй. Үзсэнд баярлалаа. Баярлалаа. Өмнө жил бид авраг авахад маш ойрхон байсан.
PMGC Champions!
geçen sene PMGC'de hiç ismimiz yoktu.
La temporada pasada, mi equipo estuvo a un paso de llegar a las finales.
Season kemarin kita pernah menjadi harapan Indonesia. But this time,
We're here
For the glory.
За, өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аварга гэх юм бол ерөнхийдөө яг авраг авахар хэмжээнд бид нар бэлтгэлээ хийсэн. Тэгээд яг сүүлчийн мөчөд, яг сүүлчийн матч дээр жижигхэн асуудлаас болоод тэгээд ерөнхийдөө хоорондоо ойлголцоогүй улмаас тэгээд арай болоогүй байхдаа ер нь elimination болсон. Тэгээд яг тэгээ болох хэвээр юм болдгоор болоод хоёрт орсон баг. Аврагынхаа яг цомыг атгаад алдахад тэгэл санал санагдсан байл. Яг тэрэндээ тэгэл бочроод байсан баг.
kalau mau ditanya titik terendah sih yang pasti kita waktu gagal lolos ke EWC kemarin. Di situ kita benar-benar sedih banget dengan apa performa kita yang lakuin waktu saat itu benar-benar parah banget. Itu kita udah semua tuh udah nggak bisa ngomong apa-apa lagi sih. Semuanya udah sedih. Intinya itu benar-benar titik terendah kita. Sampai benar-benar kita udah nggak mau main PUBG lagi.
За, улаан группийнхээ бүх багуудад амжилт хүсье. Тэгээд бид нар юу ч хийж магадгүй шүү. Би ялагдлыг мэдэрч үзсэн. Одоо ялагдлаа ялалт олох гэж энд ирсэн байна.
Geçmişte sorunlar yaşasak da biz bu turnuvaya hazırız ve bu turnuvayı domine edeceğiz. Yani bize hazır olsunlar. Görüşmek üzere.
Los verdaderos jugadores no se rinden, se adaptan, mejoran y regresan más fuertes. De ganar y pues cuidado con Team Queso.
Ke IHC sih. Gua nggak tahu nanti di Sanhok dia nabrak atau gimana. Lebih ke arah hati-hati aja sih sama alter ego bro. Walaupun lu juara PMGC nggak ngaruh kita.
Never give up! Together we rise as champions!
Don't even try, you are already in my shadow.
Stand, fight, in the right!
PUBG Mobile Venom, The Last Dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
After a week of intense battles, have you felt the thrill of the competition? Hope you're still with us, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PMGC Group Stage is heating up as Group Red takes the spotlight on November 7th. They've had moments of glory and times of defeat, but they didn't give up. They regrouped and returned to PMGC stage, ready to make a run for the finals. 16 elite teams are set up to clash in Group Red, each with a legacy, each with a story of resilience and never give up spirit. Only the top 3 will secure their place in the Grand Finals, while those from 4th to 11th must fight on survival stage, and 5 teams will face elimination. They have come too far to turn back now. First up, Falcons Force, a powerhouse 14 heartbreak, runner-up in both the 2024 PMSL CSA Spring and Fall seasons. They faced bitter disappointment when they were eliminated on the PMWC stage, missing advancement by only a few points. Every setback has made this team hungrier, making them relentless and more driven than ever. Falcons Force embodies the essence of never give up. Is this finally their moment to soar? Next, Alter Ego Aries. In 2023, they inspire an entire region, dominating Southeast Asia and bringing hope to their homeland, Indonesia. But their journey in 2023 PMGC was cut short in the fear group of death. Yet their spirit remained unbroken. They returned stronger with a fierce determination after toppling rivals like Boom Esports. They have proven that resilience is their greatest strength. Will Alter Ego carve their names into PUBG Mobile history this time? Then, Team Queso, one of PUBG Mobile's original legends. Since 2019, they have battled their way to the top, dominating the Latin American region by 2022. But they faced a crushing setback in 2023 with the departure of a key player, Ayala. Unshaken, they have regrouped, bringing in a young fragger Colgoat, a rising star with the hunger to become the best in the world. Team Queso is here to prove that their legacy endures. Will they reclaim their place in history? And ASIA Esports, a team hardened by countless battles. They have won title after title in their region, but the global stage has tested them. Every fall only fuels their drive. They bring fresh energy and a tougher spirit. With multiple award holders and the renowned grenade master Falak fighting alongside ASI 8, this week is about more than just a spot in the finals. They are fighting for the pride of their regions, their fans, and their legacies, knowing that defeat is only a stepping stone to greatness. Will they rise above this time? The 2024 PMGC Group Stage will push these teams to the limit. Every moment their journey stands as a testament to grit, resilience, and an undying power to never give up. Catch all the action on the PUBG Mobile Esports channel from November 7th to November 10th at 10:45 UTC. You don't want to miss a single moment.
PUBG Mobile fans, welcome to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage. Broadcasting live over the next 4 weeks, let's take a look at the intense journeys of the top teams in Week 1, Group Yellow Showdown. Week 1 kicked off with the highly competitive Group Yellow, where many rising teams made impressive debuts in this group of death. Despite the challenges, the experienced contenders Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7 Esports secured their slots to PMGC London Grand Finals. Team Spirit opened strong on day 1, racking up 59 points to secure a top 2 position. Despite rising competition from teams like Miramar and DRX on day 2 and 3, they steadily increased their score, reclaiming a top 3 position with a crucial chicken dinner on day 3. By day 4, they demonstrated resilience and consistency gameplay, closing the league stage with a decisive chicken dinner that solidified their position and proved their strengths in the competition. DRX, the rising star from South Korea, started slow on day 1 but steadily gained momentum throughout the following days. Their persistence ultimately secured them 2nd place in the group of death and a ticket to PMGC London Grand Finals. As one of the most anticipated teams, Alpha 7 Esports, the 2024 PMWC champions, brought a formidable presence through the tournament. Their entry alone turned Group Yellow into the infamous Group of Death, reinforcing their reputation as a PMGC powerhouse. Despite a slow start from day 1, 2, 3, Alpha 7 Esports managed to stay in the fight, keeping their position close to qualifying spot for the Grand Finals. In day 4, they secure a crucial chicken dinner, solidifying their place in the top 3 overall rankings. In a thrilling battle for 3rd place against Major Pride in the final match of the league, they emerged victorious with decisive points, securing their spot in the Grand Finals and reinforcing their status as a top dog in PMGC. A tough break for Major Pride, who held strong in the top 3 overall rankings from day 1 to day 3, only to fall short on the league's final day. Now they face the challenge of battling for their slot through survival stage. The Indonesian powerhouse Bigatron Knights had a strong start on day 1, however they struggled to maintain their gameplay in the following matches, placing them dangerously close to elimination. Although facing early setbacks, Bigatron Knights secured a chicken dinner in day 4, which locked their spot to survival stage, preserving their hopes of making it to London. Despite the hard efforts of DXavier, Vampire Esports, and Susi Esports, they were unable to secure a direct ticket to the Grand Finals. However, they will have another opportunity to prove themselves in the survival stage. Hora and Twisted Minds made their first appearance in PMGC this year. Although their journey concluded in the group stage, we hope they make a strong comeback next time, equipped with new experiences and determination.
цели банальные, как у всех других команд, выиграть титул чемпиона мира.
저희가 런던에서 원하는 등수는 당연히 우승인 것 같습니다.
Bom, nosso objetivo é um só, é ser campeão. E a gente vai se preparar muito. E se for da vontade de Deus, a gente vai sair de lá campeão. E eu creio que dessa vez chegou a nossa hora.
PUBG Mobile fans, this marks the conclusion of Group Yellow League stage. Stay tuned for the upcoming league matches where each team will battle for a spot in the Grand Finals. Who will be the one?
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field. We need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. There, even at the lowest, and nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our world shadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Welcome back from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for another thrilling week of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. Last week, Group Yellow set an incredible high bar early in the competition, sending 3 teams directly to the Grand Finals in London. Now, the stage is set for Group Red. Let's welcome the teams. FaZe Clan of Thailand. Alter Ego Aries representing Indonesia. From Vietnam, Jetso Roy Esports. ASIA Esports from Pakistan. Virtus Pro representing Serbia. Incilio of Kazakhstan.
From China, Tianba Esports. TJP Esports from China. Nigma Galaxy representing Algeria. IWNRX from Turkey. Navi representing Tunisia. Vengeance of Japan. From Chile, Team Queso. Furia from Brazil. Falcons Force representing Mongolia. The reigning champions of 2023 PMGC IHC Esports of Mongolia. Now, with everyone ready to go, I want to know from you at home, who will go directly to the Grand Finals in London and join Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7? And who will get eliminated? Let us know in the comments. And same question to our desk. Over to you, Jason.
Oh man, thank you so much, Seven. So nice to see you there. And what teams do we expect to make it out of this group as top 3? Well, we have to get into that in a little bit of time. We have to do some housekeeping before we get into there, but there's definitely some spicy picks between all of us. Though I think all 3 of us do agree that we don't expect IHC to be in top 3. Is that right, Hot Jukes?
Oh, dude, that hurts. I hope so. I mean, these guys were doing so good before. They have been the champions here of PMGC, and then just lately as of late. So hopefully we see them kind of come back here sooner than later.
Yeah, Max, man, we had a front row seat to that one, covering CSA with the watch parties. But you know what? They have a chance, and as we're hearing, they just play better at PMGC.
That's the most copium I've ever heard from fans of a team. Like, okay, you know what? PMGC, we're going to play well. Rest of the year, I know it doesn't really matter that much. But don't worry, Jason. We're going to have an Everest circle finish. And they're going to make it. It's going to happen.
No. Please don't tell me that's going to happen again where they got into PMWC and then off of just basically one game. But gentlemen, I mean, we did obviously Group Yellow finish off. We did have, I think, a major surprise. I actually want to go straight back to you, Max, really quickly here, because you were one of the people talking about Miran Sejong as being a really strong contender, even though there wasn't a lot of information about them and we haven't seen them play internationally. I'm kind of curious in your eyes, do you see another Miran Sejong here in Group Red?
Ooh. I mean, I did pick FaZe, but it's because I didn't want to pick TJB and Tianba. I wanted to pick another region. But really, in this group, another Miran Sejong. Really, as a surprise team, I'd have to say IWNRX from EMEA could be a really big surprise. I mean, looking at some of the players here, they could be absolutely incredible. I mean, you got Frozen, Jason. I know you loved him back in PMGC back then, but Z-Wolf in particular, this man is an absolute menace when it comes down to Turkey players. So, you know what? For that case, I would say IWNRX could be a team to push in the top 3.
Okay, what about you, Hot Chicks? Is there any team that you're expecting to potentially have a really dominant performance that maybe we don't expect?
Honestly, I kind of want to see something out of Team Kessel here soon. You know, I was just talking to Seven a little about it earlier, and you know, it is an America squad. I got to go ahead and show love to at least one of those teams here, and we saw some really good things out of them. They did end up qualifying here through those PMGC points, but we saw some signs of life, especially in Miramar for this squad. So I hope we continue to see that here today.
I can't believe you would say that, because Papi Potro renamed to Potro, and that's my biggest disappointment.
That's what I was gonna mention.
Why? Papi Potro was such a good name. Why do you have to take it away from us? That's my analysis.
Dude.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe he's just gonna go ahead and just go straight Potro on all the rest of these guys. I mean, it could happen. I mean, especially here on day one, I think they really need to start off strong.
And honestly, there's quite a few teams that are looking to see a strong start out of. I know you didn't really want to put, 2 PEL teams in your list here, but TJB and Tianba having fairly good results when it came to PMWC. probably I don't want to say the best results we've seen out of China in a while. I mean, obviously comparing them to Reagan's Gaming over in Group Yellow didn't work out too well for them, but they have the international experience. They have the luxury of being able to play in a lobby like this just a few months back. So in my eyes, those are two teams that we should almost expect to be contesting for top 3.
Yeah, I mean, we already see players like Longs and Flower play globally, and they're so impressive. But when we're looking at their PL season in full, Jason in particular, they're so consistent when it comes to eliminations. Sometimes they would go out a bit early, but they would still rack up 3, 4, 5 eliminations. It was really close between me putting or Chiamba or TJB in my top 3 teams here. But realistically, the pure fragging power of the entire squad, Hotchukes, is an absolute threat in this lobby. So I feel like at least one of these 2 PL teams have to qualify. And in terms of elims alone, it would have to be TJB.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, TJB, these guys have already won $1 million in PUBG Mobile prize pool here in 2024. That's
like a day rate for Max.
Yeah, that is insane, you know? And I was watching some of their PEL play on the last day, and that was so really interesting because, you know, they were in 9th place going into the final day with 75 points, right? Game 1, they win the chicken in Sanhok. Game number 2, they get another back-to-back chicken dinner, and with 13 eliminations, these guys absolutely crushed it. So starting off so strong right at the end of a major tournament like that is going to be a good sign coming into PMGC.
It all comes down to that prep. As you did see a couple of surprise teams like your major prize in Group Yellow. But here's the schedule, what's going to be coming up throughout the rest of this month. And of course, the Grand Finals kicking off on the 6th of December. So we're in the middle of this. We're in Group Red with Group Green to follow. And then, of course, all of our eyes looking towards that survival stage with the last chance to follow up to find who our last 6 teams will be remaining. But looking at some of the other teams here in this group as well that we're going to have to point out, I'm looking towards kind of like Nigma Galaxy. Obviously, the split off we have between them and Twisted Minds. I'm also looking towards, I mean, I cannot go through this entire segment without saying it, Max. Alter Ego.
Rosemary. Oh, I don't know. I had to do a.
I'm imagining MJ in chat right now, just reporting in chat to you every time they have a match like we did in our watch parties. But I mean, Alter Ego, I think it's going to be interesting for them because we had such high expectations for them as a team this year, Max, looking at the season play in PMSL back in spring, since SEA has 3 different PMSLs. But then they didn't qualify for PMWC. They were on the brink, on the cusp of doing that. Yeah, and then they look towards the fall season and they finished 15th place. Like, the team qualified off PMGC points to get into this. So Alter Ego, I just don't know how I feel about them. But one thing I know is they're a very strong team, but the results haven't shown that this year.
They're a very strong team when they're not in 15th. So that's it's kind of odd for them. If I could
the hard-hitting analysis I look for out of you, Max.
Exactly. If I could put Rosemary and Hands in my top 3, I would, okay? But unfortunately, the squad as a whole, there's a little bit of disconnect, especially in the full season. That was, so far, I would say, one of the worst performances I have seen from Alter Ego. But I think after taking a massive L like that, Jason in particular, going into PMGC, you're going to try and change everything. Like, the base of your gameplay has to be changed. And especially, they did like to play Edge going into SEA. We have seen Edge not be super relevant in the Group Yellow plays. So I would say they have to completely change their playstyle. So I would say going into day 1 for Alter Ego, we'll know if they have the chops to maybe go the entire way or if it's going to be an early plane home.
I mean, Hotchukes, I'm having flashback to PMG. I think it was last year, PMGC, where we saw him swimming on Erangel from mainland to military in the blue and died in the water. And hopefully we're not going to see that happen yet again here in this week. But a couple of other teams out there, like Hotchukes, who are you kind of focusing on? I don't remember hearing your top 3 earlier on, but why don't you hit us with your top 3 and maybe tell us why you went for that route?
For sure. I mean, we got a couple of names. I mean, right off the rip, I'm going to go with Team Falcons. I mean, this squad, I mean, we saw them, I mean, second in PMGC during 2023, but 17th place during the World Cup. And that was by far, I think, the biggest disappointment like that. I literally saw Maxman cry tears all day long when he saw that happen.
He's still crying, man.
Yeah, he's still crying to this day, which is wild, but it makes sense. It makes sense. So hopefully we see them bounce back in this tournament. Of course, TJB, after watching their PEL performance, their prize pool that they won, I gotta go with them. And last but not least, I'm gonna go with Navi as well. You know, Navi, when it comes to their EMEA performance, right, they did really, really strong in week 1. And I think that's going to help pay off here when it comes to PMGC, because in such a short form tournament, you got to really just start off strong. So with a 236 performance at EMEA on week 1, I think they can hopefully replicate that here today.
All right, well, as you saw there, the schedule as well, we're starting things off on Sanhok. Like every single week, we'll be here with 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. But I want to jump into the Navi topic really quickly with you, Max. because you kind of called this back in the spring, the summer season of CSA Fall, right?
Yeah.
Or CSA Fall. The summer season of CSA Fall, it makes no sense. The summer season of CSA, you talked about Lemon in particular and how good of a player he was, and you were just waiting for the time to see a bigger team pick him up, and it was Na'Vi.
He was like the CSA version of a Shifu from Dagestan 77 back then, right? You would just knew this player had so much potential. All he needed is or to get picked up by a big team or to join a team where he can build some really strong synergy. And I gotta say, the synergy of Na'Vi this EMEA season was absolutely incredible. Lemon, I think I've never seen Lemon be set up so successfully for specific engages on all the battlegrounds, really. So Lemon, MVP might be a bit rough, Jason, but I'd say he is definitely a contender because his playstyle is so aggressive and I absolutely love it.
I mean, he's definitely going to be MVP of trash talking if he does any of that when he gets to PMGC. But for you guys at home who are wondering, what's this device that all the players are using? Well, it's the Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can pick one up yourselves and play like the Pro. And Max, I mean, we're trying to get him to stop playing during the games, but you know what? The device is too good, it's hard to. And obviously, he wants to be a pro with his Ultima Royale play, which I don't know if it's working out too well for you. I mean, I don't even have enough rank to get into it, so.
Yeah. Those going great.
Dude, Max and I played all this week. We didn't lose one game.
Well, you have to play a game to not lose a game. Also, while you guys are using your brand new phone, make sure to check out PMGC 2024 over on TikTok to see some behind-the-scenes content, not to mention some dances. If you guys haven't noticed, the TikTok admin for PUBG Mobile Esports does some dances with the teams. They are hilarious, and I hope she doesn't come to us at PMGC because I am not a good dancer. But also check out PUBG Mobile Esports over on all the socials, your YouTubes, your Instagrams, your Facebooks, and of course your TikToks. And not to mention, the last but not least, we still have tickets available for you guys to pick up and attend PMGC Live in the UK. Not only are you going to get some amazing PUBG Mobile action, you get to meet the talent, meet some of the players, have some great activities to participate in, and of course, experience London, man. I've been there once, but I haven't really been able to enjoy the scenes, and I hope I get to go there this year to see.
Good job, Jason. So many segments, right? Good job. You know what?
And now our teams to focus here as we're going to wrap it up. No, I'm just kidding. we kind of talked about our teams to focus. You know, Max, you said FaZe Clan was, you wanted to pick a different team from another region, but I want to hop on one pick all three of us do have. Falcons. You talked about a little bit earlier on, Hot Jukes. I want to throw this over to Max now to discuss. Falcons have been so up and down. I don't know what Falcons we're going to have here, but we do have East coming in over Nerzet, I believe, as the starting roster, which has been the biggest change for Falcons in this year.
And I feel like they've definitely assimilated East a lot more going into the CSA fall season, right, Jason? We were looking at it. There's a lot more synergy on that front. I still feel bad for Nerzet, I'm not going to lie, and I wonder how involved he's really going to be in this tournament. Is he going to be subbed in and out every once in a while? I think the main roster is going to be top, Action, IC, East. That's what they were training in the full season of CSA. The main thing is, as you said, what Falcons are we going to get? Are we going to get the super aggressive Falcons that are going for impactful breaches in game-winning positions, or the Falcons that is a little bit hesitant and still lacks a little bit of synergy? I think that synergy is going to be there, and I believe Falcons here are going to make a big comeback after PMWC.
Welcome back to another quick report with the 7WG. I just want to let you guys know that Na'Vi did end up telling me that Axer, the player, is actually going to be taking a bit of a coaching role, at least for day one, but there's a chance that he could still play at some point this week. Back to you guys.
Oh, we know Axer being such a staple when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports for sure. One of the veterans on so many different teams, having so much success over the course of his career. I mean, I don't hate him in a coaching role, to be honest. I feel like he can provide a lot to the team, a lot of knowledge.
I'm not gonna lie, when I came to picking Na'Vi, I actually picked them because I had such an Axer bias. I love this dude. I mean, his energy is always at the top no matter how they perform. So when it comes to a coaching role, I think he's gonna definitely be that guy, Max, for the squad. If they have a bad game, to just cheer him up, you know, just be like, hey, you know what, let's just shake this off, boys, and get it going. So when it comes to a coaching role, I think he's gonna just be perfect for it. But I do want to see him on the battlegrounds, at least at some point here.
I think it's very important, the fact you've got the background as a player too. You know how success and also bad matches are going to be affecting your players mentally, so you can just be the right type of person for your players to back them up in the good or the bad times. So no, I think that's a good addition to the team here for Na'Vi. And again, Lemon, we're looking at him, we think he's going to do well, so I'm sure they're going to have a good start here this PMGC.
Oh, for sure. A good coach cannot be overstated. Just like having good commentators to bring you all the action. It's going to be the same duo we've had back in Group Yellow. Join us once again for Group Red as we dive on into Sanhok with John Allen and Blake.
One step further on the road to London. Now we turn our attention to Group Red, as Jason so rightfully said, as we head into the jungle for the first time around today. We're heading over from the west side, going over towards Kampong, but Sanhok's nice and compact, so everybody, of course, getting where they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Sanhok at least, it is a nice map to start off of. And honestly, for Red Group, I am happy to be here. We finished off a yellow. It was an absolute banger of a lobby that we had over there. With an incredible ending with Team Spirit actually being able to take themselves the win on those side of things. So let's see what this group can come out with. IHC, obviously a name that a lot of people have in their minds, but we're not sure. And neither is the analyst desk of how they're going to place here. But there is a lot of hopes for our PAL teams, including Tiamba as well as TJB, who have done fantastically over in their own respective regions. And we'll see how their playstyle translates here on the international stage.
That is the question. As teams find their footing here, we're potentially looking at hot drops over towards Camp Bravo. At the start of this one, Team Queso seemed to have given up on that. I say given up, more taken a better approach to it. Furia may be embroiled with them. They'll be familiar with each other's positions, though, having played alongside each other in their regions. A little bit of an adjustment on the southeast side and a move over towards that west. It's getting dangerous on the south flank. That's really where the majority of this has taken place. And challenging Virtus Pro in Painan, we saw it back in the EMEA. It's a dangerous business. And TJB, they've already been taken down by one player, but maybe they're going to take their turn up to the plate and find one in response.
Yeah, Triple S looking out over towards QBZ. Medkit actually already invested this early in the game, and the fact that he's even got one on board is somewhat surprising. In comes the rest of the squad, and it should be a quick, easy pickup there. So even losing Flower, they were able to turn things around a little bit early on in the game. And this is some of the questions I have about TJB, and it's something I was talking to you about before, John, is that the reason they're not in my top 3 is that I don't know how well their playstyle and PL translates to an international stage, where these teams are usually much more focused towards that mid to late game, whereas TJB much more focused towards getting a lot of eliminations in the early game, pushing it further through there. But I'm excited to find out, because I do think that both Tiamba as well as TJB are strong teams, but Tiamba has always developed and adapted much quicker to these international lobbies in the past.
Something I'm liking, Black, a new graphical addition to the show is those white lines on the table tower graphic on the right-hand side. That will show you, of course, where our top 3 who would qualify directly to the Grand Finals will be, as well as down towards the bottom where you need to get in order to qualify for the survival stages. I feel like that's a nice little addition, so you guys at home can pay attention to that as well.
Yeah, it's been quite mean. Right now, we're cutting out Furia, Team Queso, Tiamba, Ven, and IHC as well.
It's a dead draw. It's probably like alphabetical at this point.
They've not even had a choice. They've just been thrown down here. Really cruel. But that can change. And it will change in the future. Alter Ego on our screens. Actually playing far off towards the western side, which is typical for Alter Ego. I think they usually go for this kind of drop spot anyway in Calp Alpha, and they'll continue to play from this spot. A lot of times they make these southern rotates down towards Ruins and then back past over towards that eastern side. A bit more clumped up with Falcons, FaZe, Virtus Pro, and Na'Vi all playing down towards that side. I'd say all of those teams are pretty fearsome in their own right.
Vengeance right now close by to get so Roy. Nade goes in. Both teams are aware of each other's presence here on the southeast side of Cave. Oh, sorry, on the northeast side of Cave, but Vengeance looking pretty reluctant to go in for this one, off having lost a player already. Playing as 3 on an assault here, not going to be super powerful for them, and I think they may have lent into that. No helmet as well for Nioz, so wanting to figure that one out. As we hop on over to Sami, Nick the Galaxy, expect to see them here for a little bit longer. They like to stick around and play quite late into the circles in this sort of scenario. Although they're grabbing the vehicles, they're getting them in position. They may take an earlier rotate, but I'm not expecting it from them. He's rotating further out of the circle. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, I think they have made some early rotates towards that northern side in the past. They're not a quiet team on Sanhok, which is nice. I think previously Enigma Galaxy has always been known as the team that just sits down towards the south side of the map. There's a shot going through once again. A little bit of extra damage. Then hit over towards from Virtus Pro. If Enigma Galaxy, I think they had a real step up in performance at the end of PMSL EMEA, which was exciting to watch. And they're certainly a team that we should keep watching because they can provide a whole lot of performance for us here in the standings. But equally, it's a question of whether that confidence has remained since PMSL EMEA, where they were so close to taking the title. I think it was down to that last game. If they'd actually got the chicken dinner and all the elims from that last lobby, it would have been the finals for Enigma Galaxy going into PMGC. But not to be the case. Now they have to prove themselves once again, getting towards the top 3, or from 4th to 11th to head through to the survival stage.
I think that I mean, they were talking about on the desk in terms of teams that may be the Miran Sejong of this lobby. I feel like Enigma Galaxy may be also in that conversation. They were talking about IWNRX, and I think rightly so. They have had an excellent performance at times. The issue is consistency for me with IWNRX, and I think it will continue to be until they can show something here into this one. And obviously, these are two of the teams that we've covered back over in EMEA. But definitely, I think both of them are rightly in that conversation. Furia as well, they've got some real firepower behind them. But I think that they may have a little bit more to go to prove it once more. But I think this is the group to do it, right? We talked about Group Yellow as the group of death. This group is a massive test for these teams and a gauntlet to prove yourself against some of the other best teams in the world, right? And I think there's quite a lot of teams in this group that are all looking to do that very thing.
Yeah, it's quite funny because when you look at Group Red, there's a lot of names that you should recognize here. But it's all teams who have had this relative lull in performance over the year, but they're all backed up by quite a few awesome accolades in their past as well. So it's kind of an interesting one to watch all these players from Group Red in the sense of, we know you've been on the top of the mountain in the past, but you're back down to base camp 1 and it's time to make that climb once again. I mean, I'm specifically looking at IWNRX, IHC, Tiamba, Falcons as well. Falcons is a big one. Yeah, we'll see what they can get done here in Group Red, because there's potential for a few of these teams to just go absolutely loco in these matches and take everyone by storm.
Ooh, IWNRX finding vengeance here, but could be a little bit of a third party going on there. Getso Roy taking this scrap here. Vengeance rolling up, but there's only one player left for them. Close by to Getso Roy, but neither team having a great time of it. 2 players for Vengeance. Actually, the res onto Noise might be really quite important for them. Getting back up to 3 would be great news. They've got 3 eliminations already, Bling.
Yeah, they're doing well. I mean, they have just kind of rotated around, and it's been fortuitous for them where they've been actually been able to pick up a lot of these eliminations, purely because of where they've been forced to rotate to. So when lucky they did go into Getso Roy to pick up some of the elims on that side. Didn't start off great for Vengeance. Why am I going down early on to TJB?
Holding their nerve on the door frames here, but it's going to be an onslaught coming very soon. Around the corner they go. And it's an easy put down with a DBS there for Lily. And that will be Vengeance wiping out Getso Roy in our first match of Group Red. But in comes Na'Vi across the road. This southeast side, the east edge of Quarry, all looking to try and play around it, navigate their way up that east edge. But there are a lot of teams looking to do the same.
So right now between Na'Vi as well as Vengeance, you got TJB in the back lines here. Just chilling on this area. But for Na'Vi, they currently have the high ground. I think they'd be remiss to give up this position. think you can find a couple of shots down towards Vengers, but you don't really want to push too far out here. Lemon's playing hyper-aggressive position on the front line. I mean, that is an unexpected angle on the rock, but there is those sight lines that sit either side of the road there, which can get tricky. So I do think that Na'Vi maybe has to think about that in the future, but right now they're fairly comfortable on their hold.
Nigma Galaxy making the rotate and continuing to sweep out this southeast side, trying to play with their backs to the blue. They like to do that on Sanhok. TJB closer to it as the next circle going to start to cut teams out, going to make entrenchments a little bit easier. That northwest side looking jam-packed right now. You've got Alter Ego there, you've got ASA8, you've got Furia moving in from Paradise Resort. And in their way, there's plenty of teams looking to stop their progress towards the middle of the map as well. I think that at the moment, Incilio is really positioned to have an impact on that northwest side. And we'll see if they're able to get that done. Next circle going to pop in, and let's see where it takes us. It does go up north, so that gives them a little bit more strength and a lack of necessity to push them all the way through that blockade.
Chance for Tiamba, chance for Furia. Quick western rotate or southern rotate for Furia here, and either of those squads could be in a very crucial position towards the end of the game. Always a difficult one playing that compound because it is on the crossroads, so it's not always the easiest thing in the world to hold all three positions there, but you can certainly take up one side at least. For the time being, Tiamba is going to sit pretty on that high ground off towards that eastern side, rather let other teams get in and kind of play from this edge side. I respect it. Vengeance gets torn to pieces, down to just the one player now, but they do get away from this game with the 4 eliminations, and it's Team Queso to look to finish off the last player. Great zigzags to get him out of dodge.
Fancy freak from Lily. And a whiff on the spray there from Team Queso. That gives away the position, puts him on notice, and backs them off somewhat. I mean, this is a crazy dash from Vengeance. I mean, that was a short time coming, that nade. But either way, nice to see a little bit of life in the team from Japan. 4 eliminations on their first match. It's not a complete loss for them, but still not as far as they'd like to go. A big send into the middle to close things off for them.
Yeah, it's not a flop. I mean, with 4 elims on Sanhok, sometimes that's all you can really ask for when the circle does go elsewhere. I mean, Vengeance did make a pretty wild push towards the center. I think they were like, look, we are not going to survive on the edge down here on the south, so let's just try and get as far as possible. It's TJP. They've lost 3 players. Nigma Galaxy, they took a knock there. That should be a re-knock. It's a little bit too far forward, but Nade heads on in. Just needs a little tag over towards him, but he does get the first aid kit off, which still will seem a little bit more healthy. But those shots should do the trick. Yeah. It's interesting. Again, for TJP, hyper-aggressive team in the early game. They get taken out in 9th place and will be one of the first to leave the lobby. Falcons up against Virtus Pro. Action is down as Virtus Pro just sends away.
Virtus Pro have already lost 2 of their players, and so with Action down, sure, that takes a couple of sightlines out of the mix, but that's still a pretty crazy roll-up that Virtus Pro have been able to do on the southwest side. You got FaZe a little bit to that south edge as well, so they just made that rotation through the middle of a valley, and that was really quite strange that they were able to get through looking, well, I would like to say unscathed, but I don't think that's quite true. IHC, spot Nigma Galaxy. Okay. Managing to get some shots out on the southeast side as we are seeing them suppress out towards the blue. IHC actually lagging behind to take these shots out towards Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy on this wide wrap, actually. And I think because they realized they were quite late, they had to go for this. Look, man, this is where you got to pull the trigger. You got to pull the trigger on the rotate. For Nigma Galaxy, there's not... you could potentially play that northeast side, but you're likely to get crushed by the teams playing in Paris Resort. I think you just try and crash on the Crossroads compound, honestly. That might be a smart maneuver. Head towards that north side, play the hilltop, scout out that compound down towards the south, potentially make that move a little bit later on. FaZe currently held outside the blue by Falcon's force.
They could potentially give them the slip around the east side of this hold, but Falcons now have them on lockdown. Nigma Galaxy, they're moving towards the middle here. They're not taking that crossroads compound. They're taking the buildings in the middle of the stretch between the two compounds in the middle as FaZe do get cut out there on the outside. They will fall. A potential rotate coming on through for Tianba on the east side, but nobody's moved to that crossroads compound yet, Blank. Everybody seems to be entrenched in their current positions. Is it time for Team Queso to make that shift up?
Yeah, it's an amusing one. I think it's purely because I think a lot of teams are worried to take this compound a little bit too early, where it is quite crashable, and they'd rather play the edge side of things. So very interesting there. IHC attempted to come through this eastern side, but again, Tianba has held this high ground for quite a while, waiting for the teams to make their way through Barn. Already picked themselves up 2, possibly 3 eliminations for this fact, which is fair enough.
IHC slowly being whittled away by Tianba, who have managed to extract 3 points from this lobby so far. I think one of them was over towards Nigma Galaxy, the other 2 over to IHC now. Team Queso trying to hold Na'Vi, but the push from Na'Vi seems to be going okay. They have taken a knock, however, and looks like they will get that healed up and get back into action fairly quickly. He's still called Papi Potro in game blank. He might have changed his name out again, but I can still see it. It's still in there. And he's going for it. The spray over towards Na'Vi. Not going to connect. Not crossing the ridge quite in time. Icy with a mad dash for Virtus Pro as he leaves Malloy in the dust. Team Queso looking to hold this south edge, but Icy's managed to make his way through. I don't think that's going to last too much longer.
No, most likely not. I mean, it was a good dash, well played, but on this southern side, this is why so many teams did make that wide wrap up towards the northern edge. It's very dangerous on this south side of the map. A lot of people trying to take control of that ridge side that sits on the southern edge here, but it's Na'Vi, as well as IWNRX and Team Queso all packed together tight in a tin can.
That is a real tough spot on the south side, and a hard north shift to go with it. Fury are now happy that they didn't make the rotate to the crossroads compound. The position that they hold now so much stronger. The littered small shack buildings around this area blank make snaking a little bit easier, or rather solo survival a little bit easier. But let's hop in with Na'Vi, because they are right up and against it in the fight with Team Queso. Taking one down, moving around the edge, but both teams taking casualties, and a nade over towards them leaves Lemon the last to stand, and he crashes straight into the center against Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy lose another, but they hold an important building for the crossing for the teams on the south.
I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, yeah, the move has been pretty good. I mean, they've only got 2 players, but the fact they're able to get over towards here does keep them set in place for quite a while into the rest of the game. Falcons just spent a little bit too long on that south side, then got caught up, and it's not really their fault because it has been a huge glut of teams down towards the south side. Great nade from Zedwolf over towards Papi Potro. Now Falcons are trying to create some space. Great nade again over the top side. Blast Encilio out of position.
And the push-up comes through from East, trying to be the forward front runner, allowing the team to insert from the outside of the circle as well, as they can send it on through, but it's not going to happen. Falcons having a real rough time of things, but still fighting strong. It's such a difficult maneuver to make, though, and with IWNRX pushing this fight together, I don't think the Falcons get out of this. I don't even think that Encilio make their way through, especially with a big nade from East. Okay, hang on a minute. Falcons have managed to find an opening, maybe playing the hillside, but the spray down from Zedwolf, this guy is an absolute terror. Such a powerful player on the side of IWNRX. East goes down first, top next up, but he's going to take the shots over towards Frozen, get the flush as well. Out in the blue zone, he will fall, but IWNRX crunch that fight together and force 2 teams out of the mix.
IWNRX 10 eliminations, guys, already at this stage of the game. I mean, Zedwolf is down, but still technically a couple of players up and kicking. What a way to start this one off for IWNRX in this game. It's likely they're not going to get too much further with the shift on the circle heading over towards that western side. But wow, wow, wow. Really, really well played from them. Zedwolf looks like he's coming into his own again. They had a lull. All right, they looked, let's be honest, they look sleepy in PMSL EMEA, but they are wide awake now over here in Sanhok, which typically isn't their most marvelous of maps. Like, usually they play very well on a Miramar and Erangel, but it's great to see. This has always been a team filled with star players. It's just been unfortunate they have been very, very dim, those stars, over the past few months.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the teams how they finished in EMEA, IWNRX is the team from EMEA that performed the worst out of the qualified teams coming into this tournament. So the fact that they're able to stand up, have a performance like this in their first game is a great indicator of potential great things to come for them. But they need to convert. 11 eliminations now. They are just going to leave Kain alone and out towards the blue zone with ASIA on this western side. This looks like the map might be a little bit locked up, depending on the conclusion of the fight from the northeast side. Furia and Tianba. It's going to change things. Kain, give it a good go at getting that crossing, but look at the lack of cover there. It's just going to go down. Picking up the point, though, it's Enigma Galaxy, who, again, they've managed to get 6 points here, Blank, and a 4th place.
That's not what I thought. I mean, that rotate they made was really good, honestly, over on that eastern side. It was a dangerous call, but one that had to be made in the moment to get them this far in. Tianba on that northeast side, though, 4 eliminations. They have a strong position to play. Main opposition right now is Furia towards their northwest. I'm curious to see how they will deal with this.
Redox trapped on the inside now, but ASA8 slowly navigating the low ground here. On the north side, Furia are going to have to try and sweep through. As Tianba sit in their way. There is no way they can't take this fight. Tianba know that. Well, they're a very controlling squad. You said that they were a little bit more passive, but they're going to have to try and find some fight in them now. As up to the rock, Furia rolling immediately. A big nade over the top. A shutdown with the DBS. A breakout wide. Everybody running for the hills. Furia torn in half here as they try and turn the corner, but Tianba shut the door. Slap in their face.
Yeah, I didn't say they were a passive squad. I said they play way better going into those internationals because they have much more control of that mid to late game, which is where a lot of our global teams play their best at. This is the best thing about Tianba is you get the best of both worlds, is you get that PAL powerhouse. Now it's I8 over towards the western side. They do get the circle, and they will get rid of the Lone Ranger down towards the south of Enigma Galaxy. So Enigma Galaxy picking themselves up 3rd place, but this is likely done for Tianba. It's a good initial pick-off, but with just 1 player remaining, it's going to be hard to deal with. Now will be I8 picking themselves up the first win here in Group Red.
An excellent way to close that down. They held that western side, and it was... I mean, it was all done and dusted. Like I said before, right, it's that northeast fight. If anyone can come out clean of it, maybe there's a chance. But as the circle shifted away, ASIA were there to pick up the pieces, and the team from Pakistan kick us off for our first chicken dinner of the tournament. But there's some big stories coming out of this game already with the big game from IWNRX with Enigma Galaxy fighting on through. There's a lot to talk about, so let's send it to the desk.
I mean, gentlemen, you can't forget about the Pakistan supremacy. They're here to play. Our boy Phallic and I8 in total with the roster swap they had, taking Crypto out, bringing Naki in. We got to see how well of a team they could be when it came to PMSL CSA Max, and I am so happy to see them have such great success in the first match of the day.
I was scared for any team to go on a 50-meter radius of Phallic because if he has nades, you're done. You're sent right back to the lobby.
That was clean.
It was such a good play because especially the thing that really set them up for success this game, Hot Troops in particular for IA, is quick rotates. They leave Hatim the moment they're done looting all of that area, get in the cars, go scouting north of boot camp for about like 30 seconds to a minute. Next circle pops in, see a compound on the road trifecta available, and just send it in there and wait the entire match. There are a few northern circles that was lucky for them, but they just knew we don't have to fight. Other teams are going to do the dirty work for us. We just wait and we start fragging out towards the end to get those elements in the end of the match and get the win. It's a textbook game, and IA showed up big in the first match already.
Man, what a beautiful game from them. You know, it was so crazy. I'm going to call this Sanhok the map of the forgotten compound, dude. It was so wild to just watch that compound, right? And it just so open and ready, and nobody wanted to touch it. That's like the worst feeling, especially as like a coach or an IGL, because you're just like, no, there's got to be a team there. Let's just avoid it completely, you know? And all of a sudden, you look back at the map feed, and you're like, it was wide open the whole time.
Look at these stats, though. Phallic and IQ, the other players asking, please Please, sir, can I have some elims? No. They're all for me. But yeah, Phallic and IQ were just completely shredding it. And every time they would see a team nearby, they would start taking some early shots, creating so much space for them over to the west. I mean, towards the end of the match, realistically, they were the only team in that area, and they especially had the 2 rocks southwest of Paradise Resort, which in terms of a defensive position is fantastic. So the rotate was on point, but I think you highlighted at some point, Jason, in this match, the southern side at one point, because we kept having northern circle after northern circle after northern circle. The southern teams were struggling, but one team that actually did decent because of it was IWNRX. They just started sweeping most of those southern teams and get to double-digit sell-ins this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was such... I really want to say a certain phrase there, but I caught myself. It was really a bloodbath there. But to see IWNRX, which is a team you talked about, at the start of the day, Max, that you have high hopes for, especially with the likes of like Z-Wolf on the team. And of course, you can't forget about Blue Kane. This team was able to put up so many eliminations. I think they finished off at about 10. I think that's a really good sign for this team, especially when we know the firepower they have. Hot Jukes, thinking back to PMWC where Frozen, he was in our top 10 players at the event, even though his team finished 14th place. To see them start off strong in terms of just the frag department really gives me hope from this team from Turkey.
It was not easy at all. I mean, these guys just held it down on the south side and destroyed everybody. I mean, and to be able to do that while holding all 4 players up for so long is just going to be a really, really great start for them. So, I mean, Sanhok is always that map, right, Max, that you just kind of don't know what's going to happen. If you're able to pull off just so many eliminations off the rip, I mean, these guys got to be pumped going in for the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 11 eliminations here. I like the change of mentality from IWNRX. They were trying to play edge, not really get involved in too many fights, but the moment they had 3 northern circles in a row, they had a click in their mind. Just, okay, we're killing you. We're sending it. Yeah. We see points on the board. We're just going to confirm as many people as possible, because I think to some extent, Hot Jukes, they knew we're not going to be winning this game. These circle transitions are just too rough. We got to go for the next best thing, and that's going to be getting double-digit elims. And they did that so quickly, especially third-partying teams like Insidious versus Falcons. It just made it so easy for them to get that surprise factor on those engagements and get the elims. So, man, if they keep up these kind of eliminations, even in quote-unquote bad matches, IWNRX are going to be looking super clean going into this group.
I mean,
for sure, especially, yeah, go ahead.
I was just say, what about Enigma Galaxy, man? Like, we haven't really touched on them. This team, I'm so happy to see. Like, they were able to take down TJB, and they like full sent it to the west side of that compound we were talking about. I was hoping they maybe crash on the triple compound that we talked about, the trifecta compound there, but instead they still took a decent position and got a ton of eliminations. And for another team who's kind of struggled in the past when it's come to PMGC, that's another team that I'm surprised to see have a very good start.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to Novalo a little bit earlier, and he said, "Oh yeah, last year we came in as complete tourists." But we're prepared this year, don't worry, trust me, it'll work out. But yeah, again, back to the big northern circles, we got 3 times in a row, pretty much almost 4 times in a row. They were able to sweep a team, as you said already, TJB, but then they understood it's all we have to fight teams on the edge, or we try and go for Hail Mary play and send it center and survive, which actually got them a decent amount of points off the back of that. They didn't know, unfortunately, Hot Jukes, that compound to the east of them was free. They would have loved it, but you know what? Just survive when you lost players is a good way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Every single time you see a hard shift like that, you're going to see some of the top teams just always just hug that edge and try to go to that hard shift side because, 99% of the time it's wide open. And it actually was. But, TJB, they tried to go for that exact strategy, and Enigma Galaxy was just right there waiting for him. So when I see that, and especially to see Enigma Galaxy stay there for so long, in my eyes, that's a set play. I think Enigma Galaxy realized, like, hey, there's going to be some teams trying to hug this edge. They're going to think it's safe, but no, we're going to be waiting for them and take them out. And to be able to take out a team like TJB in that kind of play style, I think that's just a great start for them.
But do you think, Jason, Ralph just fell at home in the blue? He's like, this
I mean, I
like 2021 again.
just for context here, we think back to Aruf, Enigma Galaxy, and before the changes to the zones and how much damage the blue does, especially on Sanhok, we used to see Aruf just get every first aid and we heal off on the blue as long as possible and get consistently second place finishes. And then Max comes in while we're watching the game like, yeah, I talked to Navarro, and he said, they're feeling kind of confident, and Roof's changed up his leading style. And then I see them in the blue, and I'm like, have they, Max? Have they?
Have they changed it?
I can't really knock them because they made a great rotation. I also wanted to quickly touch on Tiamba as well, kind of pushing the pressure towards the north side of the map once they rotated into Alter Ego, really pinstering them between Furia and themselves.
In barn area, really, when you play barn, Hodrix, that high ground position, the compound that was taken over by Tiamba, not only is a good scouting position, it's a good defensive position if you're making sure to clear your backside, which they did versus IHC. They knew IHC would come in their way. They instantly cleared all of the eastern edge, and that makes the further transition into the northern eastern side way easier. And actually, after that, Juice, they go for a clean third party up there that really makes them have an easy access to the late game.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was home for them. You got Bag Bond on the roof in Bond. You know what I'm saying? It just everything just worked out for them.
Okay, Dr.
So, I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Hey, if it rhymes, you know it's got to be good, right? So hopefully we see them, you know, be able to make it happen here. We got 3 Erangels coming up, right? As far as Erangel high performance squads, Max, right? Who do you think has a good chance of just kind of starting off strong here?
TJB, really. I'd have to say
Right.
Tanjai. These circles were kind of rough on the first game on Sanhok, but really, if you're looking at their performance over in PL, I'd have to say them. Tiamba also, I'm going for the 2 PL teams because they were just so scary over on Erangel. They know it like the back of their hand because it's the OG map, right? So yeah, I'd have to go for that. How about you, Jukes?
I'm gonna have to I was actually thinking the same exact teams, to be honest, because just watching how they performed at PEL was ridiculous for TJB. I mean, I always love to see teams that have that clutch factor, because in my opinion, there's so many different things you can teach. That's the hardest one though, right? So to see them in PEL on day number 3, back-to-back chicken dinners off the rep, it just set the tone from them, and that's what won them the whole thing. So, I mean, they didn't start off strong here in Sanhok because they got caught, you know, by Enigma Galaxy, but you know what? There's still plenty of tournament left to be played.
Yeah, and it's Sanhok at the end of the day, right? We're not going to put too much focus on that in particular. Obviously, we did see Major Pride win 2 out of the 4, or at least 2 in a row on the first day. It was quite surprising, but I think the real meat of this meal here today is going to be, of course, our Erangels, and of course, the dessert of Miramars. I don't want to take too much in context of those results just yet. I want to see how the likes of like IA, Tianba, Enigma Galaxy, more importantly, do when we get to Erangels here. But also Ultra Ego, man, they kind of got pincered. I know we talk about them a lot. They have one of the best players in the world that we can't deny of Rosemary, but we haven't seen them, albeit just one match, be able to get off the ground running yet.
It was a good rotation too. The way they were playing their edge northern side, they understood the value of a southern position of Paradise Resort, which you have 2 good playable positions. You got the warehouse southeast, and you got the high ground that was played by Furia. We didn't even talk about Furia. They had a great position to play this match. But yeah, Ultra Ego saw the position was taken over by Furia. Go into the warehouse. They do have a little bit of a clash with Furia here and there, but unfortunately, when you have bad circles and you are fighting in the circle, teams that are desperate to go for these wide wraps are going to be super willing to third party you, right, Duke? So here, Ultra Ego were fighting Furia, and then big third party off Chumba, which I think that was the best play of Chumba this game, and Ultra Ego just couldn't weather the storm, unfortunately. So no,
It's just one of those situations. Yeah, it just happens. I mean, they made the right play, and just sometimes when you get third party, it is what it is, you know. And if they do end up winning that fight, then we could have definitely seen them win the game, you know. But that's PUBG Mobile in general. But what I love to see is when you get those bad circles, being able to put points on the board regardless of the situation. You know, that's why I'm so impressed with seeing just some of these teams and just how they performed. I mean, Tiamba on that third party, really done well. And with Erangel coming up, I expect more big things from them.
I'm just looking at Furious sleeping here. Like, come on, guys, wake up. We got more matches to play. You can't be resting just yet. But as we do head to Erangel, I think also something I'm focused on, how many times are we going to see a Quarry finish or a zone finish over in that direction? Because we had it so many times last week.
I want to forget about it.
Especially at the start, right? I mean, it was like non-stop, just Western Circle, Western Circle, Western Circle. So why don't we start off with military, boys, off the rip?
Oh, I mean, can we just do like more of a normal circle?
Okay.
Yesnaya area. Give me Yesnaya area.
Yeah, I could go for some
Yesnaya
Yazzie.
Fields.
Some Yazzie.
Or Pachonkers. I mean, I'm a big fan of both.
Oh, no.
I know Max isn't a fan of me saying Pachonkers. But as we do head to Erangel, is there also any possibility of hot drops in your guys' eyes? Because we did have the BTR versus your boys, Inko, when it came to Group Yellow. I'm not sure if we're going to see any necessarily here in Group Red.
You got some hot drops that could be happening, but they're in such big areas that I don't think they're going to clash directly. You got Yasnai Poliana, you got Virtus Pro and Furia. Furia also dropped Northern George with FaZe, so they got 2 drop locations, but it's big enough where you don't really have to clash. One that I'm actually really interested about, Jason, is going to be maybe Na'Vi versus I8 on Military Island. That's interesting to see how the whole dynamic is going to go. As we know, Jukes, 2 teams can live there, but if they don't want to be friendly to each other, which they might not be, they might want to try and just clear that space early on.
That's exactly why I wanted to see that, you know, because I wanted to see just exactly how that's going to go. You know, they're going to land military. Military is so huge. There's plenty of time to be able to just loot and share it. But at the same time, I mean, if we get that zone, they're going to be in a good spot. If we don't, they're going to be in a tough one. Couple teams. I want to see what's going to happen in Gatka. Are we going to see a little bit of a battle between Team Kessel and Falcons? That'd be
Actually, one thing that's interesting, and Jason, we saw it back in CSA, Falcons sometimes did this split where they'd have 2 players in Gatka, 2 players in Nova, and they would drop there, and we were so confused back in CSA. I don't expect them to do it now, but yeah, it's PMGC. There's a big question mark. Are they going to pull off that massive split, or are they just going to drop together? We'll have to see how Team Falcons kick it off on Erangel.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised to see hot drops when it comes to day 1 here to kind of lock down your position and force the other teams out, but we'll see what's going to happen as we do dive into our first Erangel of 3 in the day. Let's head back to our casters of Blank and John Allen.
We had a couple of ragtag rumbles at the start of Sanhok, losing a couple of players early on. Not quite full hot drops, but still a couple of players losing their lives early. Let's see if the same is true for our first of Group Red's Erangels. From the northeast side down to the southwest, the plane path cuts a cool, calm, collected path through the map.
Yeah, easily done for a lot of teams to make their way to where they want to play on this map of Erangel. We did see last week, if you're here with us for Group Yellow, a lot of southwest shifts down towards Primors and Quarry, which did... I wouldn't say it made it boring. It just made it quite exciting in terms of teams being like, right, how can we play Quarry better? So if we get any Quarry runs for some of our top 3 in the Grand Finals, or even the survival stage for those who made it through, I imagine the Group Yellow might do quite well in those games. But we'll see how it works here, because we were talking before, John, just about how it was much more edge orientated for that last game, potentially due to the context of the circle of where it was playing, and really wanted to take that central compound too early. A lot of them want to play on the edge side. We could see a completely different meta here in Group Red of how these teams are playing. And we know from experience of watching a lot of these teams, a lot of them are more edge focused. For this though, TJB might be able to make up for past mistakes with a circle that heads over towards that north side of Severny.
Definitely a hard north shift up here. Keeps a lot of that northern water in, cutting out a little bit of land. The question, as always with a circle like this, is when do you get across that river? Because it's very likely to end up there. However, there is always that possibility that it swings back down to the south side, right? However, I always feel like getting back down south, for some reason, feels easier than heading up north later on. So it's a difficult crossing nonetheless, and teams will have to pick their moment nice and carefully. Down on the south side, IWNRX have already dropped around this ferry pier split, but it looks like ASI8 going to try and keep it on going over towards that military base. Na'Vi, they're not going to be dropping over there, and Falcons as well, not going to be in Novo, certainly not yet. Ooh. But an early knock comes through from Zedwolf, and this is the danger of dropping around this IWNRX area. They are ready for this fight.
Zedwolf simply just has ferocity on his side, and that is something that has always been a big problem for teams coming up against IWNRX, is that they have a player on their team who is just unlike the rest. I think in terms of mechanical ability throughout the years, I don't think we've produced a talent quite like Zedwolf. He is simply the protagonist of IWNRX.
He is him. That's all it is, man. I mean, he's just taken down 2 players on his own from ASI. To be fair, they dropped on a location that's not too heavily lootable, and the team already went across the bridge. With 3 rounds left, he's still on Overwatch, and you see he's going to be pretty vigilant in that duty. But ASI8, they're just committed to this is a duos game, guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, the distance at which he hit those shots as well, I believe the first shot was onto a parachute dropping as well. It is incredible what Zedwolf's able to do. And I think some of the bite had been taken out of him in the past, but it feels like it's less bark this time around from Zedwolf, and more of those fangs coming through, which is great to see, because it did feel like that was the missing piece for IWNRX before, is they just didn't have Zedwolf on side. And certainly he got much better towards the ending of PMSL EMEA. I think it took a little bit of time for him to find himself again, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really great to see them starting to be a little bit stronger as you take a look. Okay, these are the first knocks, I think, on the replay. Oh, that's the we saw that one. Oh, no, wait. That was the first one. It's the same crossing? Are you kidding? Okay. I mean, a little bit on ASI8 there, then I guess. That's unfortunate, especially coming off of a win, off a chicken dinner. In the meantime, Alter Ego finding picks. 2 already for Rosemary over towards Team Queso. That is a bad time.
It is. Yeah, absolutely is. Everyone knows that Rosemary is a fantastic player. And I think a lot of Alter Ego fans were very happy to see him get picked up. Very much a developing talent in his region. And slowly but surely became one of the emerging talents from that region as well. And Alter Ego was very fortunate to be able to get him on side, and he's played very well with that team since. I think that the difficulty coming through from Rosemary when you watch a lot of his games in the past, especially international tournaments, is just a bit of shakiness, I would say, from that player. Not quite as stalwart as some of the players in the past that we've seen just completely carry PMGCs. I mean, Alex is one of the first players that comes to mind for me on IHC, who really did kind of put the team on his back a lot of times and make a lot of these plays happen, but made them happen game to game. And I think that's the difference between him and Rosemary. Is Rosemary can perform to that same level of just greatness, but it doesn't happen all the time. And sometimes he will fall flat on his face. Similar almost to last week with Nomi. You have that give and take, right? That sometimes he makes mistakes, but other times he just wins you the game.
And it is just sort of widening that the error bars on the expected value of your games, right? Which is sometimes a little bit dangerous, but in short form tournaments will relatively frequently, depending on the skill of the individual player, net you a top 3 pretty consistently overall. And certainly you're going to be looking safe in a survival stage when you get that sort of high expected value, but high variance as well that goes along with that. So danger, but a little bit of security at the same time, which sounds like a little bit of an oxymoron, but there we are.
I'm not going to do it. That would have been real mean.
What were you going to say? No, I have to know what you're going to say now.
No,
you're going to call me a
no,
moron. Is that what you're going to say?
I was going to call you an ox. Of course.
Uh-huh.
Of course.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, if I'm the ox, that makes you the moron, so.
It does, yeah, I guess so. You teed yourself up for a swing drive into a hole-in-one, and I just completely missed the mark and handed you the driver.
It's fine. Yeah, no, you were very gracious in it. You were very gracious in that.
It had to happen.
You called your shot, and then I unloaded your magazine there. I just pressed the mag release switch.
I'm missing a bullet casing, unfortunately. In the meantime, though, we are having a lot of our teams move over towards that northern side of the map. And you're right, sometimes it can be a little bit easier. Head over towards that north side early and come down south, especially for hard shift like this, where you want to get into some of the limited areas that are on that north side. There isn't a huge amount of compounds, whereas if you look down towards the south, if you come back across that bridge crossing, you've got Rozok. Plenty of other places to go. Na'Vi, though, rocking up onto Alter Ego in what I would call an incredibly messy fight.
I think I'd call it that too, Black. I think that's fairly accurate right now, but Na'Vi on the roll-up seems to be going well. It's veritable pantry over on the roadside there with Lemon and Rosemary both going down. But at the moment, neither team really looking too good and having a real tough time of it. It's all up to Puncher now for Na'Vi. The player at the back suppressed. Oh my goodness me. I thought he was going to get the knock and maybe turn around for a second, but no, it's going to be Alter Ego to handle business here on the eastern side, but they've lost one of their players. They will be playing on with 3, though. The zone will allow this res.
I like that from Na'Vi, honestly. I like that from Puncher. It doesn't happen enough in our PMSLs where teams are able to make the hard decision in the moment. And having Puncher realizes that players behind the tree likely first aiding or pulling the pin on a grenade, instantly makes that run towards the top side. It knows he has to try and save a player, but he's unable to do it. Quick reactions coming through from Alter Ego, and that will sit them with 6 eliminations so far. So nice start from them. Vengeance is not having a good time so far. They are very much living on those 4 eliminations. They're able to pick up a less match. Good nade, a little bit off target though.
Not going to quite connect. Incilio still wrapping around this fight like a boa constrictor, trying to choke the life out of it. It looks like they're doing well. breaths getting shorter and shorter here for Vengeance as Incilio continue to move around. It looks like they may leave that fourth and final player, and I feel like that's probably the right that you do need to get ahead and up to the north, get that rundown, leave one player alive. Hopefully not going to come back to bite them, but they can now get north of the river because everybody's looking for it. Just about gets over the rock.
Yeah, it's a criminal rotate you have to make anyway over towards the north side now. With so many players taking precedent on that area of the map, there's not going to be a huge amount of positions available for teams. We've seen already plenty of squads rotating over this very same bridge. So there is tons of teams already over towards this western side and east side of the map. You see even a couple of teams actually biding their time down towards that south side. That is an unbelievably lucky res.
Wait, Incilio are coming back. They turned around. They were like, oh, there's actually so much going on over there. Let's finish off this fight. An immediate re-knock at Incilio. Goodness me. They give them the old 1-2. Switcheroo. A knock over towards their backline, but they'll pick that up. That has got to be the most comical wraparound I've ever seen. A swift 180 from Incilio.
Oh, think you're safe, are you?
It was all my plan all along. Bait him out.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it did bait him out, right?
I think as soon as they didn't get the notification that Lily had been eliminated, I think that's fair enough to make the turnaround because they know that he was out in open space. Therefore, a wrap back actually was the best decision they could have made for 2-3 eliminations, essentially. It's a smart play from Incilio. It does somewhat cut out their rotates going forward, but with the circle still having a little bit of ground down towards that south side, they can certainly play over towards the western edge of Yasnaya and then plot their course through into the next circle. I don't think they can make any break for the center just yet. I think they'll have to wait for teams to be moving out from those positions that sit around the edges of the bridges.
That is going to be the opening they're looking for, but I don't know how likely it is to present itself. Next circle popping in soon, and Incilio very likely to be cut out here. IWNRX, they've left a player, at least Swain, on that south side. I think there may be, yeah, they've got two of IWNRX on the south side in Rosok, but they've got that foothold that Incilio just doesn't have right now. The circle pops, does keep a little bit of that south side in, but we're definitely going up north of it, so teams are going to have to make their way across. And by teams, I'm talking about Incilio.
It's a pretty evil position on the map to play as well. I don't think a lot of teams like playing around this area, purely because over towards the eastern side, you just have a lot of that open, flat ground that right now you got Team Kato rotating over the back of. Tiamba, Fury is still sat on the back side of it over towards Yas Lake. Tiamba, though, currently just rotating around trying to spot out all that they can because this is an area where you can hide a lot of players in. But for Tiamba, being able to pick up the garage, essentially, this is not a bad position to play whatsoever for them. It is a little bit lacking in terms of that high ground presence, so they will have to be careful. And it's also a compound that is susceptible to crashes. I've seen a fair few times in the past, people just absolutely mess up the hold on this position, allowing teams to get shots from underneath the little gaps that are on the walls. So I'm hoping this doesn't happen for Tiamba here.
Furia trying to keep the heads down there. But the spray downs from Getso Roy from Tiamba across the way, but Tiamba find one, nearly getting the knock, but up the hill it's a little bit more successful over towards Kayovsky.
Yeah, shot coming through from Nigma Galaxy, actually. Takes down Kayovsky. And Navallo will get the flush on that as well, so it won't be picked up by anyone from Tiamba there. But Fury is backed off because of that. Back down towards this compound on the east side, so they don't find too much success of finding some kind of breakout point to find into the circle. Nigma Galaxy, though, return fire onto QZZ and will flush him as well. So Tiamba now down to 3 players. Getting a very aggressive hold from Tiamba, one that I don't particularly think is super necessary. I think as soon as you start fighting 2 separate teams, this is where you fold back into one another, maybe try and play that roadside. And with how far QZZ was out on that western edge, this was just not a split that I expected from them.
I mean, the hill that sits in that curve of the river just to the east of Rozhok, up north side of that river. Right now, the overlook for Enigma Galaxy on the north side of that hill is really, really powerful. You've also got Getso Roy in their big plateau area out to the west a little bit further, who are able to do a lot of damage control and rotational control as well to the southwest. So in general, this south side, I think, is looking fairly safe to try and pressure out these teams on that edge, and that's what Tiamba felt just then. Taking those shots from Enigma Galaxy, who have had such an influence over the teams to their east, it's going to make it really hard to move away from that position for them. I question what they're going to do when they have the next circle pop, but it looks like they can just stay stuck to the ground here. Enigma Galaxy may be on for a good game. Same story for Getso Roy.
Enigma Galaxy suffered a lot with this reshuffle of the roster. Weren't quite able to make it work for a while, and I think they're slowly finding their way now throughout the year, which is nice to see in terms of the teamwork that's coming through. Alter Ego trying to wrap over towards Team K, so the off angle is not working out at all. And with that, it is two players from Alter Ego going down, and there's a pretty lukewarm amount of help coming through from Rosemary up on high.
Ego. I mean, he's trying to cut out that approach, but the nades can come through and sort of force this flush to happen. There's no way that Rosemary can crash into this one. The last player alive for Alter Ego, you don't want to risk going out here. 6 limbs, though, still. You noted that. A successful game. Ralph into Furia, and the backup to come through from Redox now is turning the corner. Furia try and get one. It'll be successful for the first, but through the window, there is a response. Immediately going for the flush. Worried about the wraparound, and immediately Redox shots over the bonnet, but in come Tiamba, scouting this one out, turning around, not going to crush fully. This is a brilliant approach for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, again, it's that initial hold that was so important to allow the rest of Enigma Galaxy to come in for the assist. If that wasn't the case, that would have been a very different story. Cilio finding Zed Wolf. They had spent a lot of time down towards the south side and Rozhok looting, only for them to head over towards the northern edge and already lose out Zed Wolf. And now down to 3 players, and one of those players is extremely low on their side. Virtus Pro looking to crunch out Falcon's Force, who are playing on that northern edge. They do have the high ground right now, and are looking for some kind of opening versus Virtus Pro.
Cilio, a ground floor approach towards the dropout shot from Kine. The backup from the top rope, but in comes Enigma Galaxy, moving down south. They flexed out towards the north side, took down Furia, and now it's the turn of IWNRX to feel the brunt of the force from Enigma Galaxy's descent from that north side. We'll see if they're able to flush that one out, because Falcons are fighting to hold out Virtus Pro on this northwestern edge. The nades come in from Enigma Galaxy, frozen on the top side of the tower here, but there are so many threats. And out the window for a second drop shot? I don't think so. 7 elims now for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, great cleanup from Enigma Galaxy around the map. They are very aware of what is going on so far. Frozen probably throws the nade of the day there, though, out the window, getting the double knock, or essentially hits the other player for basically 10% life. Very, very well placed there, and kind of saves the day. That is it up until Enigma Galaxy come in to ruin it. Falcons Force, though, finding Malloy. 3 eliminations for them and doing a great job as 60 has to send away.
Some third-party shots as well coming through from IHC on the south side of that fight. That's a pretty big nade as well coming through from IQ there. For ASI8, they've been down on their luck for a while now, but one more player to hold, and it works. A 3-person hold, and TJB cannot get rid of him.
IQ has always been, true to his name, really. He's a very smart player. And he knows what needs to be done in those moments. Versus TJB, a 1v3 essentially. That's light work for him. It's light work.
Nice and easy done. The south circle pop as well keeps Enigma Galaxy's position inside the circle. Getso Roy, again, happy about this position on the south side, this plateau that they have control over right now. Looking pretty healthy and looking pretty good to maybe take this one down. Enigma Galaxy, I think... That's true. They didn't do well on Sanhok, but this is a different map, and they are slap bang in the middle. These are so many good points you're making, Blank, but consider the alternative. Big game.
Yeah, it depends. They've only got a little bit more time to do it. I mean, they've been pretty happy with 10 points on the chicken dinner. But I think to get to Royce, the question for me is, what's the utility looking like? What's the weaponry looking like? How's the ammo? They've been very hesitant to really find any kind of success around the map so far in terms of influence. Enigma Galaxy basically hired out as a security squad for them on this southeast side and is raking home the hourly pay.
Definitely. 7 Eland.
There it is. There's one.
Oh. IQ trying to get across here, but there's one player from Team Queso in the way. They will be aware of each other's presence now. The vehicles making that noise, and IQ actually looks like he wants the fight. Both of them hopping out. A little bit of a call out. The ridgeline. This is Enigma Galaxy's oversight, and it has been for a long, long time. IQ falling a little bit short of the circle. That's a very difficult approach he's got to make there. Elodius for Team Queso. Looking for those shots as well. Both Melodious and IQ gonna have to make their way on in at some point, but they're out in the blue. It's not looking good. Falcons on the west side, trying to hold out the west edge as well against IHC, and Getso Roy have oversight on it, but there's a knock already.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy found IQ pretty shortly after he made its way over towards that position. It's a smart move from IQ. I think he knows he has to get out of the vehicle so he can make a crawl up towards the gas station. Try and find whoever is left in there off the back of it. But Enigma Galaxy's known of these locations for so long, and they've been the arbiters of the eastern edge of the map. Elodius tries to hold his own. It's not meant to be versus Tiamba.
So a lot of shots coming on through, and it's Enigma Galaxy again with a big flex out here. This is a third-party strategy. They're playing on the edge. They're drawing teams into these fights. An aid comes through. That's FaZe. Hang on a minute. How many of those points did they manage to snaffle away there? Because I think 2 of them went to Enigma Galaxy at least, but that is the end of them. There's a nice little wraparound comes through from FaZe. A third-party approach to this map for Enigma Galaxy is working wonders for their points tallies, but FaZe now have open cannons to Ralph, who drops short out of the vehicle.
Ralph a little bit far behind here. I think at this point in time, you have to regroup quite quickly. Snowix all the way down towards that south side, just checking out the shack, what's going on down there. Circle heads back up towards the north. There is maybe a world in which Snowix can pick Ralph up, but Narvalo and Redox got a huge amount of work on their hands, and Mormon's not likely to allow this to go through, but they are behind the tree.
They do have that cover, already preoccupied with the nade. The point of investing these nades is to get that res, to get Ralph back into the mix, because the res can come through. There's a knock on the backlines as well for FaZe, which means there's only 2 players in action on this front. They can't go for the stranglehold on that knock that they might have liked to. But now the res has come through. Vintorez is immediately flexing out. However, it's a little bit too late to stop this. Can they catch them on the rotate back up?
This is desperate from FaZe as well. They're so focused on not allowing Ralph to get back up again. Again, it's a tough rotate that they have to make.
Oh dear.
Back up towards that north side. A bit of an awkward scout out coming through from Redox on that front line. And Mela is able to find him. Mela, who has always been one of my favorite players coming in from FaZe. Just incredible in those close quarters.
Redox flushed, and now the nades from the backline for Enigma Galaxy looking to go up to double digits. I mean, they saw IWNRX do it. They said, anything you can do, we can do better. They're looking for more on this match, but for now, FaZe proving too tough of a challenge, too bitter a pill to swallow.
Narvalo, Snowix, as well as Ralph, still up in action. A slight mistake there, I would say, from Redox on that front line. I think the slow roll up into the smoke. I think the reasoning behind it is just because they've been given so much time to get Prio over towards this front line. Realistically, all Enigma Galaxy had done was have Redox and Narvalo send in a bunch of nades, but with the direction they're coming in, bouncing down the hill, not a lot of success came off the back of them. So again, FaZe just had so much time to get up towards that front line, use those smokes to get into a position where maybe Enigma Galaxy didn't expect. I think that's what you have to respect as Enigma Galaxy, is that you didn't have all the information on that fight because you went for that pickup onto Ralph, in which case I think they should have backed off back down towards that south side. Snowix had already read that information, that it was free, it was clear, and that was an opportunity for them that they just didn't take.
IHC, previous PMGC champions off the back of a heavy elimination-focused performance. to see if they can draw on that past strength. East gets naded out, and that's a great start to demo. And immediately puts the second one down. Danger for Icy, but the nade goes long. And one short as well, leaves him still up and in action. The nades can be responded over towards, but Getso Roy do have massive oversight. Look at the buildings that they control. The damning presence from that north side of this fight is just so difficult to deal with. Icy continues to launch these nades over, but he's not really finding anything to chew on.
Yeah, it's a hard nade to hit. And another one is absolutely on target there as Falcons Force are getting ripped to shreds. It has been a hard game for Falcons Force. I don't think they've had an easy push into this one. The fact they're able to get up towards the top 5 is pretty darn good work from them. Now, AHC with their 4 players continue forward. Currently in 10th place right now. And Getso now set their sights over towards IHC. 2 nades in the pocket of Thunder, which is what I was worried about.
I mean, this position from Getso Roy is kind of what forced Falcons Force to have a little lackluster fight against IHC there. They couldn't step up and try and go on that high ground plateau to get better angles on the nades, to find alternate shots as well, not be prone to those spray downs. But now IHC are going to feel the full brunt of this circle position from Getso Roy. FaZe do have angles over towards the compound, so they do need to be careful, but in general, it's going to be a little bit safer to operate on these hillsides. IHC will have to push through, though, and leaving one player exposed here is very dangerous for Getso Roy.
I think even if I was Getso Roy right now, I'm fairly understanding that the 3 story is going to be out of the next circle. At this point in time, I'm looking to take more control over towards that northern side of the map. This is a horrid position to leave from. It's so exposed to a lot of angles over towards the eastern side as you exit. Around that building, there's just not a lot of cover to be given. Now with Nick Galaxy as well as FaZe still on the season side, I don't think many of them are looking over towards this spot. But if IHC play their cards right, play it slow, there is a chance for them here to dominate this fight versus Getso Roy, at least in stage 8.
I feel like FaZe, with the ridgeline that they have that keeps them covered on that northern side, are in one of the strongest positions. If I was predicting, I would be going with FaZe right now. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that terrain cover. Nick Galaxy currently in the way of IHC as well. There's no options now. It's IHC going for a fight. Which direction do they take is the big question. FaZe managed to clip out Narvalo. They're flexing out. They've been in this fight for a while. This building has been a thorn in their side, and the presence is now felt. Nick Galaxy cut down to 2. Potential insight into this fight as well, coming through from the high ground on IHC. So FaZe do need to be a little bit careful, a little bit worried about this south position, but Getso are handling IHC on the off angle. They're going for a rollout here. Getso looking to leave and play towards the south, not going up towards the north. In go Nick Galaxy for the fight, but it's not looking good. Only Ralph remains. They got him back up. Let's see if that's going to pay out, because FaZe are rampaging through this building.
FaZe are done with this one. Great play from Getso Roy. Honestly, I'm happy with that. I think that they realized it was a little bit late, but honestly, I'm very happy that they decided, look, we have to flex out from this position. We can't stay this 3 story for much longer. It's going to end with us just losing this game, and this could be a great opportunity for us to regain a lot of those points that we missed out on Sanhok. So, yeah, very well played to Getso Roy. They're now tucked into a corner, though. And FaZe finishing that fight with Nick Galaxy very handedly means that they can push all the way up. And now it is a difficult exit for Getso Roy.
I mean, it was pretty tricky, but getting rid of IHC, I mean, it was timely. They waited for the fight on the other side of the circle. They knew that that was going to be isolated, and IHC actually leaving a player over there to have oversight was kind of what drew them to a close on that engagement. Getso Roy, I mean, this is a very successful bid for the top here. 6 points already on the match. They're looking to go up towards 10. Same story for FaZe. FaZe in the better position. Flank, I mean, you were criticizing Getso Roy for being on 0 limbs, 0 points on that last match. I feel like I'm going to make you eat your words here, because they've played this one quite well for me, in my estimation.
Really? They sat in the 3 story all game.
I think that flex out to IHC was very well timed. That's the good play I think they've made here.
Yeah, I think partly it's a problematic play by IHC either way in terms of positioning. The fact that they started that flex out towards FaZe, they weren't really back in time to go against. Getso Roy. Yeah, it's the play you have to make, though. Okay, so let's see how they deal with FaZe. Good smoke so far, though.
Trying to bait out those peaks, get information with the vehicle roll-arounds here. Looking for an off angle, and there's the light up coming through from Vintores, who's able to find the first knock. That's likely unresable here as the circle looks to close, leaving Getso Roy on 3, and the pen keeps shrinking. FaZe Clan now with the numbers advantage, starting to move Mormon up in and closer. Getting into nade range, and this is where it gets a little bit spicy, a little bit dangerous. Looking like they want to try to find the backline with Mormon moving up. Doesn't quite take the damage from that nade. It wasn't quite long enough there, Blank. How many more nades to Getso Roy have here? Doesn't look like it's too many left in the back pocket.
For FaZe, honestly, at this point in time, I don't think it's really even worth it to be sending nades back across. I think that they are just using Mormon to essentially apply pressure. There's only so many locations that Getso Roy can play as they head over towards this plateau, and then you can really isolate them off. But opening up that first knock is pretty problematic. But there, the step up comes up now. One player left for Getso Roy in a 2v1.
Carl looking to try and take the 1 versus 2, moves forwards with the DBS, but out comes FaZe, Mellet and Mormon both looking to put the pressure on, and it is just too much to bear. Getso Roy fall in the face of FaZe, and they will be able to take the chicken dinner. Little bit of a misstep on the high five there, but they'll take the points nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a good game from FaZe. Very, very good game from FaZe. I think it can't be understated.
Hey, whoa.
Hey. Damn. Okay.
Oh, dear.
Flossing and cleaning out the lobby, I suppose. But yeah, it can't be understated that Enigma Galaxy didn't have a fantastic game there. I think that they really took control of the lobby over towards the eastern side, and it was just a fantastic game from them overall. Let's see what the boys on the desk have to say about this game.
And I get it. It's either my dentist telling me or FaZe Clan telling me that I need to floss more. Damn.
Oh,
FaZe Clan coming out with a big win here, and a very difficult win as well, considering they're matched up against Enigma Galaxy towards that north side for such a long time. And even that nade coming through onto Ventores didn't amount to much, as they're able to lock that one down and get themselves a chicken dinner. Max, you should be happy. You had FaZe Clan as one of the teams in your top 3.
I was happy until the flossing, Jason. This game, like, we have to take the points away. But realistically, this is a very solid game from them. Jukes, we were talking about their rotations, right? They were super silent on the northern side of the map. They didn't want to take unnecessary fights. But the moment they knew they had to get involved with your Enigma Galaxy in particular, the way they were taking angles on those fights was so clean. And the usage of smokes to kind of create a little bit of blanket of mystery, but also get solid angles while staying relatively safe was so well executed by FaZe. But at the end here, I mean, you talked about Getso Roy's position Jukes being good, but FaZe, their angles were just too on point.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? You know, not seeing enough movement for them. I need to see more movement.
No.
That's right. That's right. I will say that position is one of my favorite in all of the northern side of Erangel. But Getso Roy, and with the blue zone to their backs, there's just not much they could do from that situation. But I mean, we were talking about this fight earlier on, right? I mean, we see what is that, 10 eliminations from FaZe. Once they got that position locked down in the north, it was just too easy for them.
Yeah, they had all of the terrain under control pretty much. Enigma Galaxy was going to be the main threat to them this match. Remember, they cleared Enigma Galaxy. They also have those dirt piles, Jukes, that are really good around that compound, that if you know you cleared your backside, which is what FaZe did pretty much a big majority of this game, you can play those dirt piles, and it's going to be such a strong linchpin position to try and make sure you can lock down that match. So very happy with that. But as we go through the replays, we did see, unfortunately, Jukes, I8 trying to stretch the drop, and then insane shots from Z-Wolf with the M16. That was crazy, man. What?
Disgusting. I mean, it's just a bad drop in general from I8. I mean, they just was running down the bridge. It was a terrible strategy, because even if they did make it on over to military, they would have been so far behind when it comes to just looting and rotations in general. So, I mean, the fact that we see, you know, Zwolf just go ahead and just straight dominate them with that M16, it was just the icing on the cake for them.
I will say this though, Max. I feel like we've seen so many plays from Demorte having to play from Severny down to military. So I wouldn't say it is possible, but not when you have, of course, the shots coming in from IWNRX to eliminate 2 players right off the bat. But I did kind of want to focus on, as we talked about the skirmish towards the north with FaZe Enigma, I was surprised to see Getsuroy get out of the fight between them, Falcons, and IHC with all 4 players left alive. Like that was a heavy hitter match.
They had a better position as a whole. They had the circle priority. Falcons and IHC did not have that kind of advantage, unfortunately. But one thing that made it easier for Getsuroy, Jason, to hold down the fort is that they had this constant 2-2 split. 2 players in the compound and 2 players playing the ridge south of the road. And that kind of made it so that if a team was trying to get close to them, they would get the information relatively quickly, and if they would get breached on one of those 2 positions, the other 2 players across the road could assist them directly. So they had this good little setup for them, and it made it definitely a lot easier for them to hold down the fort. But then, as we see on this replay, they tried to leave that spot, and it's just not quite successful because the angles, man, that FaZe had, and Mel in particular, being absolutely amazing. Putting on a clinic at the end of this match just made it impossible for Getsuroy to get that game-winning scenario.
Well, there we go. FaZe cut 20 points on the board. And of course, since it is early on in the group, 20 points can be more than enough to get you into top 3 or even first place. But it got to credit to Sigma Galaxy. They've had a very strong start now. 2 back-to-back matches with really good play. I think they should be almost one of the #1 teams on top of that. But also, if we're talking about IHC, 4th place, 8 points. Our reigning PMGC world champion. Did not look good this year past that. But maybe, just maybe, Hot Jukes, PMGC is where they decide to start playing.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Honestly, yeah, if you're gonna perform well, might as well be in PMGC, right? But I kind of want to go back to what you're talking about Nigma Galaxy. You know, Nigma Galaxy, I love the fact that they were able to rotate so quickly from Pachinki. They went up to that north side, they secured it. They didn't want to get stuck on any kind of bridges or anything like that. And man, it's great to see them, you know, outside of their comfort zone, still be able to put up some sick eliminations, man, especially on Sanhok. And now here, they're going to be just absolutely prepared, ready for the rest of the day. Look at this performance from Norman here.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Mela actually being the MVP of this game. That's very interesting. But there you go. We got a FaZe player. My prediction's working out so far. I'm really surprised myself. But talking about Nigma, real quick to take it back to there. I mean, Jason, this is the most aggressive Nigma Galaxy has looked, in my opinion, like ever. And this is the change of idling I was talking about, Jason. We didn't quite see it work out that way on the Sanhok match, but here they third party. Who was it? IWNRX versus Incilio in the Harry Potter Tower southeast of the circle, and that really just clears your backside instantaneously to allow you to then scout from that high ground position on the hilltop. And thanks to that, they're currently our first place team with 24 points. No chicken dinner, but with how they're playing, one could definitely be just around the corner for them.
Oh, for sure. I would be surprised to not see Nigma Galaxy get a chicken dinner at the end of the day with how they've been playing. But just to remind you guys at home, once again, top 3 at the end of Group Red will be going through into PMGC Grand Finals, where 4th through 11th will have to play in the survival stage. And then eventually, if they get through that, into the last chance qualifier. As we look down the list, we do have, of course, I8 going to be falling down a little bit, considering they lost 2 players extremely early on. But what about IWNRX, man? 17 eliminations, the leader at the moment in this lobby.
They just start sweeping on the edge, Jukes. It's just they love fighting, but unfortunately they did get third party by Nigma Galaxy. But IWNRX, I think, take fights to make a lot of sense in terms of what it opens up for you late game. But unfortunately, the main issue with that is if you're fighting on the edge and you take too long to wrap up the fights, Jukes, which I think is what was happening between them and Incilio, third parties are going to come your way every single time. So you need to be quick on the pivot there.
Yeah, I'm not worried about them at all. I think they're performing just the way they're supposed to for these first 2 matches. We still got plenty left. So, like, yeah, I think once they get a good, solid, like, central position, we're going to see some insane double-digit eliminations. Look at this here. I mean, we already got one of their players on top when it comes to damage, you know? So, if they get, one of those blessed circles, they're going to definitely dominate. But you know what? They're showing that even when it comes to the edge-style play, they're going to put up those numbers no matter what.
It's not even necessarily the player I expected to be leading the charge for IWNRX. I was looking more towards Frozen and, of course, towards Z-Wolf as well, though we know Kane can be an extremely strong player, especially when you look back to EMEA. Are you surprised at all, Max?
Blue Kane?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, okay, Blue Kane. No, I just, as you said, I expected Z-Wolf to be the #1 player, typically Frozen too. But, I mean, the thing is, we knew, especially back in PMSL, that the entire squad is able to put up the numbers, so I'm not too surprised. But yeah, it's great to see another name getting the numbers here out on PMGC. I think that when it comes to fighting, they're definitely one of the best top 5 teams in this group when it comes to fighting potential. And yeah, you don't want to fight them because they're just such a big threat in this lobby.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, the fact that we see also 2 players in the Big Galaxy here in our top 4. And the thing is, I don't want to go too heavily into this because it's only been 2 matches, right? So if you have a good match, you're probably going to be on the top of the stats, not to mention the leaderboard. But maybe the surprising one is actually going to be top here, where we talked about previously being MVPs in multiple tournaments. Falcon's not doing amazing so far, but it is a good sign for me, Max, to see top be up there, considering we know the impact he has on that roster.
Yeah, we just need to wait, Jason, until he has a DBS and he's in a 1v4 situation in boot camp on Sanhok. Then you know it's going to work great. He did that.
Well, what if he's in a 1v4 against Alter Ego?
Not sure how that would go. I mean, he's drumming right now.
I don't know how like Max is gonna handle that, Hot Jukes.
I don't know either, but I'll tell you one thing, man. I think we're gonna already start seeing a little bit of rivalries because I don't know if you noticed there, but we saw some little trash talk from Alter Ego whenever they beat Navi, right? We saw one of the players just pop off and get it done. I think it was Alva who had that beautiful angle, right, Max? Oh my gosh, he was right there on that tree, and Navi didn't really stand a chance from that.
It was a good idea too from Navi. Oh, we're going to send it over the road. We got an initial knock and we're going to be able to play that ridge and be relatively safe. But they didn't check that one tree. And that one tree had Alva, and that just completely destroyed the entire game plan.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I actually wanted to get a chance to talk about ASIA because they started off strong. They got a chicken dinner right away, and they did tell me that Sanhok is their favorite map. Today, their goal is to end between 70 and 80 points. We'll see if they can do it. Let us know in the comments below how many points ASIA will end up with. Back to you guys.
Well, I think that was probably recorded before that last match started. I'm gonna say, look at how things went. But 70 points. I mean, that's a pretty big ask, to be honest. That's a lot of points here if you look back to Group Yellow.
That's insane. That's more than 10 a match.
It's interesting too because Seven also talked to them earlier, saying their best map is Sanhok. That's only 1 game per day, so you need to do good on maps that are not your big maps, which is kind of surprising. And it's possible, but the main issue, and we saw this already this game, right, Jukes? They always drop military. You need to have a second. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. We need to see a secondary drop location for them. Sticking to 1 drop the entire match, especially when the bridges are focused by Tiamba and IWNRX, is not going to work out. So unless I see that change, 70, 80 points for me, it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, because that was a desperation drop, 100%. I mean, they didn't even, try to find some vehicles, rotate away. No, they were just like, nah, let's just, float on over to the bridge and just run right down the center of it. Yeah, that's not going to work. You got to have that backup secondary location. There's definitely some spots that are still available, Max. So I'm surprised that they're so hard stuck on that, because if they get a northern plane path in Erangel, it's like they're toast. So it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, I can tell you one option right now. It's not the best, but you can do a Kameshki drop. We've seen some teams do it. We've seen teams be successful in doing that. And it's on the opposite. Yeah. It's the opposite side of military. So if you have a northern plane path, like we had this previous match, Kameshki is a viable option for you. So I would say sticking to have a single drop location for an entire tournament, especially at the caliber of a PMGC event, is just not going to cut it. So that would be one change I would absolutely love to see.
I mean, looking at these matches, I think we talked a little bit about it in Group Yellow. Like, when do you make big changes? It's very difficult to do in the middle of a day of matches. Obviously, got to see Twisted Mind sub out Robs and bring in Freak. That didn't really work out too well when it came to the Miramars in particular. And I always love to ask this question of well, how do you go into these games? And Hot Juice, I'll throw this one to you. Are you willing to make these big adaptations in your gameplay if you see the day isn't going well for you? Or do you commit to the plan you had at the start of the day and then revamp it coming into the next?
I think you got to look at what happened when it comes to the past group, right? When we looked at how they started off, right? We saw MSJ start off so strong, it was working well, but then towards the end, right? That's their strategy of just leaving so early fell off. So I think even if you're doing well, you have to tweak your strategies just a little bit, Max, just to mix things up so you're not just predictable. And because these teams, I'll tell you what, they got their coaches, they got their analysts watching. I know Axter's watching for Navi. So if you notice that somebody's going to be doing the same thing over and over and over, they're going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow the tips and tricks of your boy Kitsune of Team Spirit that won Group Yellow, I mean, he said, yeah, we're just going to stick to the game plan. And we doubted it a little bit at the start, but I think they just got more comfortable in the lobby and the way they were playing those games in particular. And then they just completely destroyed the lobby in the second half and got the first place. So yeah, maybe stick to a game plan, but a new drop location, Jason, is it that big a change? I don't think
not
so.
That big.
I need to see it because it's going to be rough if they don't get another spot under control.
Well, we'll find out if adaptations will be made here as we're going to head back into Erangel for the second time of the day, our third match overall. It's going to be our halfway point here. So head back to our casters of Blank and John Allen.
Plane path going in from the south side as we go from Novo up towards the gap between Severny and Stalber for our second lap around the grassy pastures. The teams will be dropping out towards the east side of the map, Blank, which means that maybe some adjustments around Ferry Pier could come into effect. It's a little bit far afield.
Yeah, especially over towards Primorsk, difficult area to get to on the map. But for IWNRX as well as ASI8, slightly more rough, and it's definitely going to cause problems for both these teams. It really depends how quickly you can get over towards that location. Will require vehicles from the north side of Sosnovka, so maybe some infighting for those positions as well. But yeah, always definitely an interesting playing path over towards the eastern side of the map because it causes more problems for some of our southern teams more than a lot of our northern squads because there are much more vehicles to pick up. But as you can already see, ASI8 are not bottling it, but they're just they head over towards C block instead and just give up vehicles to IWNRX to head over towards Ferry Pit with.
Yeah, ASI8 generally, they're just going to draw short there, so a little bit more civil on the south side for this time around as teams breaking out over towards the north side as well. TJB going to head over towards Severny, IHC moving along that north coast. But Blank, we've got a south circle. Is it Milta Peninsula or military? Well, we'll find out one way or another, but it's going to be a scramble towards the south.
Yeah, likely to be more of a south circle, I would say. Maybe military base. It's curious because I think this would be the first time in a while if we do get a military base ending that we'll be sitting ourselves over towards the eastern side of the map. A lot of times we do find ourselves on the western edge of Sosnovka. So I'll be very curious. Equally, this could head over towards Milton Power. So there's going to be a lot of people heading over towards Lumberyard to try and take control of that high ground, even over towards the compounds that sit around the dead forest over on the western edge of Milton Power. I am definitely interested to see how this one plays out because a lot of teams are already quite close to where the circle should be ending on this eastern side of the map. I think you got to make a tough choice right now of whether to go for some more trash loot positions to keep you closer in contest for the next rotate, or to kind of just go for more loot, more nades, and a better hold over the future game by heading further out inside the map. Interesting. Okay.
That is pretty nasty. A little rundown. IWNRX trying to get involved again this time around. Not so hot to start things off for the Turkish team that was terminating in the first game. Seems like they're going to have their game terminated by one player, for at least one player on their roster this time around. So, vengeance on the cards for ASI8.
It's a greedy maneuver from IWNRX. They do lose a player for it, but they'll head down towards the south side of Sosnovka. I think this is purely because they went for that quick rotate. ASI8 definitely go for something quite interesting here in terms of they immediately, as soon as they see that circle, try and go for the bridge camp over towards that western side, which is smart because they assume IWNRX is going to be coming back off the back of Ferry Pier. I don't think they quite expected the speed at which IWNRX made that wrap back around towards that south side, but they quickly picked themselves up an elimination off the back of it and can take up residence over towards that bridge side crossing. So good play from ASI8, honestly. I like that from them.
Definitely. It's going to net them a point, so that's pretty good. A big factor that we saw come into effect on military circles in Group Yellow last week, Blank, was the addition of the hovercraft, right? Not only that, but also the kind of crazy rotate that Team Spirit were able to pull off, which they landed a vehicle on top of a boat and were able to get off the start very quickly, moving south towards that military island position. So potential for that to come into effect. But the hovercrafts and actually an aerial approach to the map, most notably from Alpha 7, potentially using those gliders to get across that military island, seeming like a potential option. When you pair it with a boat rotate as well, there is something that can be said for it. And it seems like teams may have to make those choices now as well.
Yeah, overall, just tons of more options to get towards the South Island. We're not quite confirmed over there yet, but I think that's a nice thing because it does even up the playing field for a lot of teams in terms of having the hovercrafts available as well as the gliders. Just in terms of even having more availability of those rotations, because before it was a case of either you send it across the bridge or you're able to find one of the few boats on the map to make that rotation. But now you have, I think, even 2 extra spawns of the hovercraft on the map to work with, so everyone is going to be able to have a good go at it. I'm curious to see in the future how many teams start opting for rotating in far more vehicles than they actually need, just in terms to cut out other squads from taking those from them later on.
Hop out there, and it looks like Tiamba are going to be fending off against Team Queso. This is going quite well right now, and only the one knock, a little bit too long in the tooth on that, but swap over to the shotgun, and it's going to be handled either way. 2 players from Tiamba take a tumble, and Team Queso will pick up the points for it. However, there's still threat from the off angles that Tiamba have established across the way. That's further out to the west. However, the headland will keep them safe for now.
Yeah, it's a question for Tiamba whether they assist on this or they just give it up. And I think that personally, giving up the ghost on this one is probably the best idea for them going forward. But they aren't going to be able to hold this encampment anymore. I think that realistically for Bond as well as Shan, send it across. You just send it across the water and he's in play already. I think they hold a little bit far up. And I think it might just have been a case that they were looking to regroup, just didn't have quite time to do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to lose to your players. Really get anything in response either. Go. Looking for a little rotate here. Hovercraft across the... See if they can find value. Getting ahead of it. Because potential they can pick up some points from some bridge camp positions and try and control this rotation from Team Queso later on. Being able to get up here. A little bit slow in the hovercraft. Is he going to make it? I don't know, man. That seemed like he had the full run up, but didn't quite manage to get that momentum going.
Yeah, with the hovercraft, there's just doesn't have a lot of forward drive uphill. So it does make it a little bit of an awkward thing to maneuver with. I think that's the beauty of it, is that it was balanced in such a way that it can go on land and get you to the next position, but a lot of times it is just that tool that you use to get across water and then rotate into a compound, pick up some vehicles along the way, but ultimately you will leave it behind. It is nice in those end games just to hold on to if you can get it towards those locations in a central spot, because it does provide a ton of cover, because that thing is huge.
Yeah, it's a pretty beefy blockade. Can make it work. Getso Roy with a wide south wrap will approach to the docks and not have any contest there, so an early approach. Everybody clumping up around that eastern side blank of the military island right now. Nobody over towards the airstrip, nobody in that C block area either, with ASI-8 moving out to that west bridge. They're still maintaining that bridge camp. I mean, they've managed to get 2 elims off it already. Let's see if they can do more.
Yeah, Team Queso, quick send round. I mean, fair play to them. They start things off strong. They get some more loot on board as well, so they have more nades, more smokes to work with. I think for them, it actually is a great time to be trying to pressure over towards this bridge side, because they know that in terms of utility, it should be stronger than some of these other squads who are going to be making their way in. Hard eastern shift over towards Sosnovka. Very interesting circle to play with. Huge amount of water still in this one, so very limited area to play in those next circles. Tiamba send Farah over towards that eastern side in Novorevnoye. And IWRX actually off the back of that rotate, looking fairly good for themselves, even with just the 3.
Yeah, losing a player on the crossing. As you say, they will get through with 3. A massive feature of this circle blank is of course, the radio tower. The top of that massive mountain that sits over Novo is going to be such a difficult position to deal with. Right now, Falcons sit atop it quite thematically, right? The Falcons fall on their high up, but their BDIs taking shots down when anyone tries to move in their vicinity, but sometimes a little bit difficult to hold, a little bit difficult to leave, into the later circles if you are going to be isolated to it. But for now, it's fairly central on the landmass of the circle, and it's very likely to see at least 2 more, if not 3 more circles.
Yeah, which is nice. especially for Falcons Force, who currently hold some of those 3 stories over towards that front side. Haven't quite made their way up towards the top area of the map just yet, but I imagine that's going to be a rotate they want to go for in the future. Ghetto Roy, kind of unsure how they made this rotate happen down towards the south side, but they were able to make their way in and get past ASI8, which is phenomenal for them. And I think ASI8 might get caught off guard by them being so far in front of them this early on. You got Vengeance as well playing along the same cliffside as IWNRX, but they have the safety of the buildings. IWNRX weren't confident to take that with just 3 players they had. Understand that there's likely going to be teams crashing over towards that location, and there was. So a heads up call from them.
I feel like the rotation that hasn't happened until just about now, Blank, that I'm most surprised about is what Furia is doing, right? Moving from that farm, going for the crossing across the center block of water that sits between the mainland and Sosnovka military base. I mean, it's the team spirit rotate from last week that they always went for on a military circle. You just jump into the water fairly early on and just get across, play that north strip of the military island, and it generally plays quite well. The fact that we're waiting until minute 11, really, to see a team rotate on that path, given how the circle falls, is a little bit surprising to me, and no one really trying to blockade it either. It's a little bit of an interesting one. This circle as well, Blank, is a counterpoint to what we saw on Sanhok, very edge style over there. This one, we are so much more center focused.
Yeah, I think if you look at Furia, it makes sense that they make this rotate now, because there actually was quite a big possibility that this headed over towards Milton Power, so they didn't want to make that rotate too early. And again, there was quite a lot of teams still positioning themselves over towards that western side, that eastern side, not quite sure whether they want to make that rotate just yet. And I think for Furia, they'd rather have that possibility with vehicles to get over towards Milton Power, play that one out. So as soon as you see this circle actually head down towards the south side, they're going to make that rotate through now. And they have a lot of possibility to play on the northwest edge of this circle, ensuring that there isn't a lot of teams still coming across the bridge. But yeah, they're definitely centering up over towards the tower. Very central of this map. Getting a lot of that high ground under control early would have been nice. But now with so many teams in here, making those rotates is somewhat worrying. Especially for Falcon Force, maybe they assume that someone who dropped over in Novorep Noya is already in this position, so they're being a little bit cautious.
See the high ground perch of the Falcons Force. It just pervades so much of the zone. It's kind of incredible how much control they have from that position. But again, a dangerous and isolated high ground. Spray downs from Na'Vi. And an attempted docking of the boats for Alter Ego up into the coastline. It's not going to go super well for them. The cannons opened up. Isolated players for Na'Vi, but they're getting the knocks, they're getting the value, and there's really not too much to do here. It's just a question of when Alter Ego go down now.
Yeah, you're trapped here. This is always one of the last areas that people are able to break into, and it's becoming more and more often now that you will see teams, especially on an eastern shift like this, where they'll just hold over towards the eastern side and over at Noya. They know teams like to head over towards this position. It's one of the few spots that you can actually play in as a squad and have a little bit of cover to work with and step up. You see that flip is so ready for the step up coming through from Alter Ego. Now just down to Alva. And a nade over the top, fairly close to its target, but goes slightly far.
For that subaquatic resurrection here for Alter Ego. Get your players back up, get them healed. The Piranha's out in the water with Incilio as well, waiting for their turn. Trying to figure it all out. I wonder if Na'Vi are going to spot them soon. A lot of teams still on that western road. I mean, ASIA now controlling a lot of that approach as well. Going to force some fights to pop off as we hop over to IHC and and Furia. This is on the northwest side of the circle with IHC on the back foot, trying to move through Furia's territory. A big nade-in comes through from Demo, and a lovely light up on the swing around, navigating those off angles well. IHC playing this one nice and strong, nice and powerful. Coming on through from the previous defending champions. The spray down, that's not going to connect there for Demo. Felt like he was on broadside, but either way, gets it on the second go around. And now they're looking for the last player. on Furia. He's going to give them a little bit of jip, though, because there's a one player getting knocked, a second player as well, a third for the strafe. What on earth just happened, Furia? Kayovsky goes for a 1v4 against IHC on the northwest side. Blank. That is disaster.
I don't know how that just happened, but Kayovsky puts the team on his back in those final moments where IHC thought everything was done and dusted. The amount of smokes, the amount of trees in that area made his life a little bit easier, especially having that DBS in the hand. But that's not to say that wasn't likely the most difficult play to make you'll see all day, and that is very typical of Kayovsky. Massively experienced player over on the side of Furia with a huge amount of games in his back pocket, but the amount of time he's been playing PUBG Mobile has definitely not dulled the blade on this guy as he sweeps through IHC.
ASIA, my goodness me. I mean, Kayovsky. Yeah, that's incredible. Definitely going to need a replay on that at some point in the highlights package, but what a way to take down IHC. They thought they had it all done and dusted. Oh, goodness me. Just shows you can never take your eye off the ball here at PMGC, even if you're defending champions. That is just disastrous for them. On the south side, these teams have been trying to make their way in for a long time. They'll have been harried by the blue for a long time as well. ASA have forced this to be the case as well. Teams have started to make their way in ahead of them, but they've been very controlling. They're up to 5 elims now. Getso Roy over towards Tiamba. Tiamba down to 2 players. Remember, they lost some players over on the north side earlier on Blank, and they lose both of the rest of them to Getso Roy. Carr as a solo, I think, making it work.
Yeah, it kind of helped out by the fact that Tiamba nades their own teammate. So Bond goes down, sadly. I think for Getso Roy still have Porsche up remaining to play alongside with them. Just a 2-man there for Getso Roy. ASIA still playing very much out on the edge in the out portions, but getting a lot of work done for it as Vengeance loses more and more players. This has been a great run from ISIA so far. 7 eliminations, great read over towards IWNRX early on, and UZM is popping off this game. 5 elims now, up to 10 in a blink of an eye.
ASIA really laying down the law here in Group Red to open things up. 10 elims. They've already got a chicken dinner today. A little bit more passive on that chicken dinner, granted, but still a great result for them. Nice rotates coming through. Nigma Galaxy with 2 players. They've got Virtus Pro in their sights right now. A lot of experience against this roster, both coming from EMEA, but there's only so far experience can take you, especially when there's off angles from Na'Vi over towards Novo. They have been very controlling from this area. We've seen them take down teams trying to make landfall there repeatedly, and they're up to 5 elims. All 4 players alive from Na'Vi. Regroup and move out of Novo. That is their next challenge, though. So Na'Vi continue the pressure over towards this cliffside.
Yeah, Virtus Pro struggling to make their way up. It's not an easy location to be playing in. And Big Galaxy around here as well, still pumping damage in. Narvalo having a little bit of influence, but not a huge amount. Redox basically being kept alive by the lads from Na'Vi, having these off angles on the side and hitting some damn nasty shots. Falcons Force do break away from their high ground position as the circle moves even further off towards that eastern side, really blessing Na'Vi in this position, with Team Queso playing a little bit more of a shadowed role over towards that northern side.
Na'Vi lining the south now of Novo. Take a knock over towards Puncher from Ketso Roy, who are playing on the buildings across the road from Novo, those positions that are split away from the main dockland of Novo. Taking a knock there will be actually a little bit of an alleviation towards the south side. Maybe allow that fight to go a little bit further. IWNRX, ASI8. Ooh, this is a feud that's been brewing for a while. Taking down one of the players from IWNRX early. It looks like they want some vengeance here, but with 10 elims up, ASI8 are fresh from the fight, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, IWNRX is down to 3, so it's a difficult play to make here. But there is contenders coming over from that western side to play in on this one. You've got Falcons Force with Icy as well as Top sitting on this area. Taking shots down. IQ just about gets away here. You can see Icy swinging with the gyro on his camera.
Falcons starting to branch out north. Narvalo, last player for Nick the Galaxy, a little bit ahead, so not much control over that. With the high ground now not that much of a danger, or in fact not a danger at all, as the Falcons descended from it themselves. They can have a little bit more freedom on this western side than a lot of other teams may have been afforded, which is a really nice boon to them. The plateau that sits on the roadside on the west right now does still overlook the majority of the lobby. So if they can take control there, they have a chance to crash down. But it's a little bit of an open approach from this west side. You can see before them a sloping, long hillside, which is so open to Novo.
I think for Na'Vi, they just have this really strong spot. And again, if they just play further up towards the roadside, I mean, there is some really good compounds to play here. The pure reasoning behind Na'Vi having a bit more of a split right now is just so they have still control down towards that southern edge and clear teams out coming over towards that roadside. IWNRX now look towards Falcon Force, who are up the hill. Second place for IWNRX. They've not done too badly so far. A rough game from him last time.
Shots down towards IWNRX are so difficult to deal with. This block that Falcons have had on the western side for so long is just crunching this fight in time and time again. And IWNRX going to struggle to move. The next circle going to pop in 5 seconds blank. We're going to figure out if we're going up to the high ground or if we're going over to Novo for a little bit of an urban environment, but it just splits the difference. Goes slap bang in the middle, keeps Getzo Roy in, keeps IQ from ASI8 in 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think IQ as well as UZM quite happy with this one. Likely they'll fly on over and try and regroup one another. Getzo Roy just holding that position that UZM has makes the push a little bit more scary than he would quite like. Falcons Force desperate to take as much control over this high ground as possible. This could easily move over towards the western side and give Falcon Force a bit of an opening here. Good nade, honestly, from Getzo Roy. It's kind of sad that that didn't pop and do as much damage as they might have liked. I think if the cook was a little bit longer, that might have been a knock and pretty much a free elimination essentially, because IQ's never getting over towards UZM.
There he goes. I was going to say, Tixie is actually maybe the major threat from that angle. He's got his back to the blue. He's going to have to crest the ridge. If you could pick up a point, that's brilliant. I don't think First Pro actually got that point. I think that might have been stolen by IWNRX, but they're taking knocks still. Falcons trying to make their way on in. They've taken a knock. They're looking to move out for that res. That was Action who got taken down on that high ground. So moving in, the blue zone's crunching, so they're going to have to move forwards to get that res. It's stage 6. You cannot res in this blue zone, so you need some safety and a little bit further forwards of a position. Na'Vi still holding on this side of Novo is such a danger to everybody else moving around, but Team Queso still on that high ground as well, up to the north side, nice and safe, tucked away.
Yeah, Na'Vi's done a good job here. And again, this is what you want to see from a team who has a dominant position in the circle. It's just to have influence over the sidelines, right, over towards the edge of the circle here. Good pick from top there. Great spot onto Na'Vi, not going to lie. But yeah, for Na'Vi to be up to 10 eliminations this stage of the game, I think that this is a success no matter how you call it. But for ISIA, 10 eliminations still with one player with an innings on this one could easily be a top 3. Yeah, great game from them. Some really cool decisions coming through.
Falcons have managed to find another plateau. This slow descent towards Novo seems to be interminable, but they are finding small zones of safety along their path. 10 elims from Na'Vi. This is exactly the sort of value that you want from a team in Novo. As the shots from Getzo Roy going to make Falcons descent even harder as well, should they need to go for it. But you're right, this is really... I feel like Team Queso actually kind of have a really good shot into this one, Blank. No matter where it goes, they've got options to rotate in, whereas it's a coin toss for the other two teams.
Yeah, I think for Getzo Roy, I mean, great spot for them to hold. It all depends on this next circle. Where it goes, they head down towards that south side. For IQ, he's just going to sit this one out for as long as he can. Falcons Force, though, exposed to all the angles in the circle, pretty much. Equally, they just have to keep showing that they're not to be trifled with. Directly on the edge of this circle as well. That's actually very nice for Falcons. They can set up towards this north side and rather have Team Queso fight off against Na'Vi. I think at this point, Falcons Force realize, we've only hit up towards 3 eliminations, but realistically, if we want to go further in this game, we need to wait until stage 7.
Team Queso just slowly marshalling from the northern side. Falcons, they are right now but tasty morsels for the teams in Novo. A crash on their horizon, but they're trying to hold this hilltop for as long as possible. Nobody else is going to move an inch. Team Queso are going to shimmy their way down the roadside. It's not really going to alleviate too much. It's not going to change much of the dynamics. Potential nade range, actually, for Papi Potro on Team Queso over towards Na'Vi. So maybe that could be a little opener for Falcons to try and crash onto one of them. But as it stands, it's looking like Falcons have to make the next move.
Yeah, Falcons Force struggling slightly now, like you say. I think that the really only move they can make is to send into Getso Roy's position. Even then, that's on the edge of the circle right now. So it is tough, but you essentially have to use that as a landing point to then swing round and try and backstab over towards Na'Vi.
I mean, you could potentially also rotate up to the north, maybe, and crash on Team Queso.
I don't know, I feel like the sidelines from Team Queso are the big problem for Falcons at the moment. But we'll see what happens. I don't really think there's an easy choice either way for the Falcons.
Na'Vi trying to hold their nerve on the coast towards Novo. Team Queso looking to branch out, but get humbled a little bit. And the Falcons now with the back to the blue. This next shift, the circle shift all the way out west. Does this keep the Falcons in? Are they not going to have to descend after all? Because this changes a lot. Na'Vi going to have to cross the road. Team Queso going to have to crunch in and fight for it. Falcons may have just got the shift of a lifetime here, Blank.
Yeah, it's funny. It's real funny. This case of Falcons have literally just sat up here for the longest time. It's just a case of the circle's like, I guess we'll keep you in for another one. One more round.
No, you guys are cool. You could stay. It's cool, man.
You can stay. Well, honestly, the funny thing about this is that their position is so unbelievably precarious. It's like fine china right now. Any kind of bump or jostle will break the Falcons roster. So they're going to be real careful going forward. Damn.
The thing is, once these teams move into the hills below them, they get more and more freedom, right? As soon as Na'Vi get closer, the angles work out such that they can move around a little bit more on the hillside. On the long side, Na'Vi have to move first. They've taken a knock already, and they're going to have to make their move now with the blue zone pushing in. Team Queso are making that shift up. Look they sent one out. They sent a player all the way up to the top of the hill, and maybe it's their only chance. I think it's a good rotate. A spray down from Porsche as he lights up Na'Vi on their exit. One knock, looking for two as well as Flip tries to cross through the smoke train. Puncher tries to break out, but it's really tough going for Na'Vi. They've got 10 eliminations already on this match, but Getso Roy looking to change that tune, and the Falcons chime on in finally. A nade over towards the player from Team Queso, moving up to their domain, and the Falcons, with this shift, get more mobility on the hilltop, and now they can start to stretch their wings.
It's absolutely disgusting what has been able to happen here for the Falcons, but they could not be more pleased by this. Team Queso couldn't quite get their way over towards them, but a nice shot from Papi Potro will at least shut down action. But Pam's fiance Roy, honestly, doing some great work this game. This is a game I actually impressed with. Getso Roy right now. As Na'Vi attempt to make their leave.
A big nade as well coming through from Papi Potro, who's doing so much work for Team Queso, all on his lonesome on this other side of the road, trying to combat on the crossing. Nades from Getso Roy, not going to find it. The spray down from Falcons on the high ground as turns the corner and Lemon is able to do it. 180 and the rest of Team Queso to the rescue. Over the top, they left Papi Potro alone for a while, but they thought, you know what? Let's give them a little bit of a hand. Gets Roy out of it, but it's all on the Falcons. All eyes on them as they are racking up the elims now. 6 elims and they're looking for more. A spray down on the sidelines, and Na'Vi actually find Team Queso in a 1-for-1 joust, but it's all to the Falcons on the high ground. That shift out to the west, there was only one way they win it, and the Falcons take it home. What a way to close it out.
Yeah, just kept going west and west and west. The fact they were able to hold on for that long was pretty marvelous, to say the least. But that is a great start in the innings here for the Falcons, for them to maybe make a play for another second place at PMGC, John.
That's exactly what they want. Of course, they only want that second place, but let's head over to the desk to discuss that one further.
Man, that game had everything going on for Hot Chicks and Max Band. We had botations. We had, I was supposed to say glitations, but it wasn't really gliding. It was more gliding over the water. We had swimming. We had fights in Novo. And we had bridge camping. We had teams camping positions that eventually paid off in the end. Like Falcons, I think that zone almost single-handedly kind of gave them that game, Jukes.
Dude, the Falcons were just on top. Didn't have to move a muscle for the whole game. And it was so crazy because for the longest time, we saw Na'Vi, we saw Team Castle. Everybody was just staring right at the top of the hill. Yeah. And we figured that that zone would either set her up, go even just a little bit off, and then Falcons would be pushed out and done for. But no. Now, Papa Blue was like, hey, we're going to stick with the Falcons on this one. And, yeah, it really worked. Falcons on top.
Literally, you said it, like there were so many angles that we're going to be shooting in the direction of them. The Falcons pull a, reverse card say, but what if we don't have to leave? Did you think about that?
Yeah. What about if you have to come to us?
What if we get 3 Western circles in a row and our, what was that, like 10 square meter area is still in circle consistently and they can just play the ridge the entire time? I think Team Kessa had a good position to play from, but the fact that the high ground advantage was still going the way of Falcons that entire match is absolute madness. And the thing is, when you are looking like a team like Falcons here, you know they're going to make full use of that small advantage. Well, small. It was a big advantage. The big advantage that was given to them by the circle. And this game, this is the Falcons that we know that when they have a good spot, they will just go absolutely swinging in that game.
It was just crazy how that ended up working out for them too, because I mean they were in what I would say the worst position, but the fact that Team Cancel was on one side of the south side and we had Na'Vi on the other, it hindered both those teams from being able to kind of push up at all, because if any one of those teams had any room to breathe, they could have easily moved up, just threw a little bit of utility, and Falcons would have been done for. But no, it was literally the perfect scenario for Falcons to win that one, Jason.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're seeing here, we got to talk about Na'Vi if we're talking about Falcons, because them having to swim across, being the first team to do so, getting there in Novo, but then defending Novo against multiple teams is insanely hard to do. As we did see Alter Ego, right? 6 on the high ground on top of one of those cranes, was able to get initial knock and some damage done, then the follow-up nades. But the split they had and the confidence they had to lock it down and get 10 eliminations on top, I think that was a phenomenal game out of them.
Holding down Novo as one team, Jukes, is an insane statement to make. Of course, teams that were coming your way were swim-tating, which is a weird word, but patent pending. But doing that is always going to be really tough to hold it down. But Na'Vi, the angle of 6 in particular, Jason, on the crane, that high ground spot was so important and gave all the information they needed over to your squad, because when you're swimming, you're going to have to get up for some air eventually, and that little period of time where you can spot you, 6 is going to feed the info to his teammate. Flip in particular was playing southeast of Novo, so he was really making sure that even wide rotates would not really function against Na'Vi. So that is not an easy hold, but Na'Vi were just absolutely clinical, and I gotta say the communication for them to hold down that spot was clean from start to finish. Really impressed.
Dude, I mean, they held such a large split over Novo for so long. That was something that you and I were watching and were just so impressed by, because Novo is ridiculously large. I mean, there's so many different angles. Any team could have full sent it in that direction while Na'Vi split and took advantage of it, but nobody even wanted to touch Novo at all. And Na'Vi took full advantage of that. 17 points in this game, 12 eliminations. But at the end of the day, we also got to talk about I8. They won that Sanhok game, really rough start on that first Erangel, but they come back pretty strong here, Jason.
I mean, if you're talking about Novo being so big and so difficult to hold as 4-man squad, IQ took advantage of that, sneaking himself through into there to get them some extra placement points on board, get some 3 points to add to their tally. Very, very difficult to do, but he was able to survive long enough to make that happen.
And
honestly, there was so many great like individual plays across the board here.
Yeah, so many good players. And actually, I want to highlight one player, Jukes, that we didn't even have time to talk about too much on the pre-show, but we need to highlight. It's Holgo. Yeah, it's Holgo from Team Kesso. He was, because of his fight versus Chamba, he clutches it up at the end. Impressive stuff with the S12K in particular. If he doesn't win that fight versus Chamba, they can't do the rotation into their northern spot and make it into a top 3 scenario. So really, Holgo allowed Team Kesso to make it as far as they actually did this game. So really good stuff from that player.
Yeah, I didn't really get to talk about it, at the top of the show when you were talking about Jason, like, hey, which teams I thought that really could have had like a good chance of just being like an underdog story. And Team Kessel was on my mind purely because of Cole Goat and the rest of his squad. I mean, Cole Goat in particular during PMSL, man, he had an absolute shining star of a performance there. I mean, he was practically in the MVP run for a long time there. So, I mean, coming into PMGC, starting off strong, I think is something that Team Kessel definitely needed to do, so I'm happy to see him perform early in such a way.
He's got the name GOAT in his name, or he's got the word GOAT in his name, so he's got to be good here. So take a quick look at our overalls, and Falcons with that victory able to propel themselves up to second place now into that top 3 position. But I8, again, off the back of these eliminations, able to get themselves into first. And those 3 points IQ got, well, it puts them in first place here.
I don't even have to be watching the stream right now, Jason. I know what the chat is looking like. It's just Pakistan domination all day.
Crypto was the problem.
Well, I don't think that's what they're saying, but that's what you're saying, Jason, for sure. But I'm definitely happy with this current standings on the first half of the page. We've got some really good stuff coming in from some squads, but it is, again, just like Group Yellow, you got some surprises, and some big names are struggling a bit at the start.
I mean, we've been asked, Max, about like I8, like in some of the videos we've done over at Pandemonium_News. You can find them over on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Like what we think I8's going to be able to do in PMGC, and we didn't really rate them too high because, I mean, yeah, they've had some experience in PMGC in the past, but like Phallic, can he kind of still put that kind of form on we saw in CSA in PMGC? I'm going to say so far, I'm pleasantly surprised. However, I want to see them be able to continue to do this, not just in Sanhok. I want to see them be able to do it again, like on an Erangel with a decent result, especially when we get to Miramar. And if we see that, I think, Jukes, we're in a real world where I could potentially qualify in top 3.
I mean, for sure. I mean, if they keep performing the way they did right now, I mean, we heard from none other than Seven himself. He got a chance to talk to them. They said that Sanhok was their strongest map, but they were looking to get, 70 points right here? And at least in their Sanhok match and this one, it's a good start to that trend, So hopefully they kind of just use that first Erangel match. It's kind of like just a little bit of a wash. And they bounced back already. So they got plenty of matches left to go. Hopefully they're able to repeat one of those performances here.
I was a little bit scared going into PMGC for I8 because I thought they might try and play more passive going into this lobby. But man, you just saw that fight versus IW and RX when they dropped. They're like, saw a player trying to run away and they got in that buggy and they were chasing him down for that point. It's 1 point, but we're going to fight like tooth and nail for that elimination if we can get it. So I got to say the mindset from I8 is not what I expected going into this, but aggressive is the meta.
It's not even I8, Max. It's like Major Pride, one of the most passive teams we saw in CSA. They got aggressive. It seems like aggressivity is the way to go when it comes to playing here in PMGC. I have to make it weird. Passive play style, I just don't think it's been rewarded. And we saw the aggressive style of Navi there, like taking area around Novo, Falcons, taking peaks over the hill. I know you guys are both saying like they're using their smokes way too early. They don't really need to invest them just yet because they're not going to transition just yet, but using the smokes just to get peaks as well. It seems to be the way the lobby's going.
I think that we're using a lot of the smokes, Jukes, just to preemptively rotate. But like, wait, we got circle again? Oh, wait, guess we don't have to move. And then the next phase, well, we still don't have to move. But how many smokes did they have, man? Like 30? Like
dude,
that's an insane amount. What?
You got to stack them up, dude. And I love hearing you, Jason. You've been spending too much time in Italy, dude, with that aggressivity. I could like to see that there. But you know what? When it comes down to it, oh my gosh, you know what? Falcons,
I like how
they
you
didn't
think
need
just
to have
doing
it.
This makes it Italian,
It sure does.
It kind of does, though, to be fair. I'll be perfectly honest. That stereotype is pretty damn true when it comes to this. But what about some other teams? I mean, we did have so many teams rotate, swim, etc. But that's something we're going to look forward to when we come back from a break here, where we get things ready to go for our second half of matches. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Take a quick break. And we'll see you all soon for the continuation of Group Red.
Welcome back to PMGC Group Stage Red. This is Group Red, baby, and I'm talking to one of the strongest teams, by the way, a coach from IWNRX. You guys have started off strong, but I kind of want to talk about PMWC a little bit. You guys didn't have one of the best performances. What have you guys changed since then, since the roster is still the same?
Valla şimdi bu hafta bayağı iyi başladınız. Geçen PMGC'ye göre ne değişiklikler oldu? Çünkü kadınız hala aynı.
Geçen PMGC'ye göre çok büyük bir değişikliğimiz yok. Asıl değişikliğimiz mental olarak değişikliğimiz. Son günlerde turnuvalara iyi başlamada bir sıkıntımız olmuyor. Ama son günlere doğru turnuvalarda bir sallantıya girdiğimiz olabiliyordu. Özellikle kötü başladığımız turnuvalarda sonunu iyi bitiremiyorduk. Bunu hallettik. Umarım bu turnuvada son günde dahil olmak üzere bunu belli ederiz.
Well, when the starting of the tournament, there's no problem. We can start very greatly, but when the end of the tournaments it's become really hard, our mentality is shaky. So we improve our mentality most of that. So mostly of that, the mentality.
Right on. Hey, well, there's only so much, especially that you can change when you still have the same roster. So it's good to see that you guys are wanting to change that mentality. Now, going back to this past two Erangels that I've seen out of you guys have had 2-2 splits. Frozen has been the main scout, and it seems like you guys end up switching players of who goes along with Frozen. Is this something that you guys have determined beforehand, or is it just something that happens throughout the match of who goes with Frozen to scout?
Şimdi bu ilk maçı Erangel'den beri Frozen ana scoutunuz olarak hep iki kişiler çıkmışsınız. Bu ikinci oyuncunun önceden belirlenmiş mi olarak mı yoksa oyun arasında randıman mı olarak?
Asıl IGL'imiz ve scoutumuz Frozen tabii ki. O yüzden bu scoutlama işini o yaparken ona yakın birisi duruyor ki böylece takım çok kopukluk yaşamasın. 3+1 daha çok oluyor çünkü eğer yardıma gitmezsek. Bunu 2'ye 2 ile destekleyip böylece sıkıntı çıkmamasını, takımın kopukluğunu, sorun olmamasını sağlıyoruz. Bu spesifik birisi yok. İlla Frozen'ın yanında Kane, Zwolf ya da işte Swain'den birisi oynamak zorunda değil. Ama o pozisyonda en yakın kimse o oynuyor.
Well, it's true. Our main scout is Frozen, but is actually randomly based off the game. Mostly, we don't want to split the teams 2-4, but by 3-1. If anything happens, there's a support behind him that can help the team to survive the true tournament.
All right, right on. Well, hey, you were talking about the mentality change. You were talking about how you guys start off strong. You guys have definitely started off strong. You're currently in third place with 26 points. 21 out of those points coming for elimination. So let's see how you guys can end the day. Back to you guys.
My goal for you, 7, learn a new instrument before this entire show does finish off. You still have a couple weeks left to go. We can only strum that guitar so many times. Maybe you can learn some drums. But yes, you can hear from IWNRX talking about their mental game, really focused on that. And honestly, that's a pretty solid answer considering how important it is to stay focused, especially when you get into that high pressure situation like those last days of play.
Yeah, he said the pressure at the end of PMWC got them, but at the start of PMWC in survival stage, Jason, I think we all remember how they were just completely destroying all of that lobby at that part of the tournament. But unfortunately, these big tournaments, PMWCs, PMGCs, the longer it goes, the more pressure can get to you and it can really make you falter. But yeah, I think that when it comes to fragging potential, they're up there, but if they can make it a little bit later in these games, Hot Jukes, that would be a big positive for them that could help them remain in top 3.
I definitely think it could. That's for sure. You know, when it comes to IWNRX, I like the fact that we heard from the coach and he was talking about how he doesn't want to see his teams split up too much. And he goes according to the game. You know, like these guys have that flexibility to make adjustments on the fly. And I like how he said, like, you know what, we try to stay more in like a kind of 3-1 position. But we've definitely seen just how like these grouped up play styles are so advantageous. So that's why I think it was so awesome to see Navi like split and hold that spot in Novo for so long. It's really impressive for sure.
Definitely something that's not easy to do, but to be honest, it's only going to be the first day of play here as we still have, we still have 3 more matches to come, and then we still have 3 more days of play after that. So obviously we're going to expect some adaptations out of some of these teams, just like we saw MSJ really get punished when it came to the final day of play. But for you guys at home, like, it's up to you. What do you think is going to be happening? Obviously, let us know what your thoughts are in the chat. It's a shame we can't really interact with them this time, though, Max. But we'd love to hear what you guys are talking about and who you're really supporting. I can kind of already guess what's being said in chat. It's probably going to be all about Go Pakistan.
Yeah, like I can make chat go wild right now, Jason. No, say you're supporting I8. Okay, if you're from Pakistan, there you go. Look, the stats are going to go wild. Jason's happy.
Great. I can't see anything in chat now, but one thing I can see on my sweet new phone is Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS. I can read all your comments in chat in the best FPS possible with my 144 Hz AMOLED screen. You guys need to pick Max. Okay, I challenge you, Max, to do this sponsor segment without showing the phone for once.
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop showing it.
Yeah, you look so sad. I'm sorry. You know, you can keep doing it because it's also phone. You guys can pick one up and play like the pros as well. As we've seen in some of these videos, Max, that is actually how you play. You do nod your head like this while you're playing. Yeah, you have to spin in your chair.
Oh, yeah. No, that's just him peeking in game. You know, that's it. He's got that immersion, baby, with that Infinix.
Well, when there's like a flashbang, right? You gotta turn your eyes away so you don't get blind. That of course. I don't know, Max. To be fair, I think Max might play like that, but he still carries my behind when it comes to games.
Yeah. When there's a flashbang, I just go like that. I can't get a flashbang that way. It's easy.
Well, the problem is when you play with Max in person, you're just always flashbanged unless you have the lights off in the room.
Oh boy.
Predictions. Moving on.
Dude, it was so funny on our teams to focus because like I had originally had picked IWNRX Enigma Galaxy and I had picked Tiamba, but then I saw the circle go all the way down to military and I went, I and it ended up working out for that match.
Yeah, big swap.
I put my teams to focus before that match finished, and that's why you're seeing my Navi in there. Because I was like looking towards the bottom of the leaderboard, like we haven't really seen any good plays out of these teams. Obviously TJB, a big one of them as well, as they're at the bottom of the table with I think only 3 points. Alter Ego on top of that have also been extremely quiet. But I don't want to be too judgmental just yet, considering it is still very early on right now. In this event.
Yeah. I was saying it at the top of the show too. TJB, when it came to PEL, going into the final day, they were in 9th place. And they went from 9th all the way to becoming PEL champions, winning over $700,000 in that one show right there. So, these guys could definitely clutch it up towards the end. So I'm not too worried about it, but I do want to see them put something on the board this game for sure, Max.
Yeah, having that comeback potential is very important for these short stunt tournaments, right? Your PMWCs, your PMGCs is very important to know that even if you're maybe a little bit behind some of the squads at the top, you can bring it back. You can get a really big point day that is going to push you realistically in the grand finals if you can have that big pop-off day. So yeah, TJB has been a bit unlucky on this previous game, but you can't really say it's just because of that, right, Jukes? Because if you go back on the first Erangel, guess what? Circle was literally just south of Severny, and yet they were just not quite able to weather the storm this time around because they got wide wrapped also by Team Falcons at one point. So yeah, we need to see them do a little bit better here because Erangel, even though they had one really good circle, it did not quite go their way.
But Max, what about your boys? Roseberry, Alter Ego, man. They have also had a pretty decent struggle so far. I mean, they're currently sitting in actually, I don't have the overalls up right now.
They stole this, like Navi stole their strat, Jason.
They are.
There's only one team that does the swimtation, and they took it away. I blame Navi for that.
Navi did it without dying in the blue. If we think back to last year at PMGC for them.
Don't try and find like arguments to counter me, Jay. You can't do that. You can't do that.
It's just too easy.
It's not allowed. Dude, the last game was crazy when it comes to rotations, Max, right? I don't think there was a vote available.
Yeah, how many? 4 or 5 teams did the botation or hovercraftation, if we call it that, and then we had 3 teams doing the just swimming across from the south of Milta Power into Novo. Yeah, I've changed it up. You had Navi, you had Insidious, and you had Alter Ego, which means that because Navi was the first team to do so, they were going to be holding off the coastal line of Novo, which means Insidio and of course Alter Ego can't do much that game. But that was a tough circle as a whole, Jukes. Like, there was so much water on, I think, phase 2, phase 3, that teams were just hugging the coastal line. And if you were a late rotating team, guess what? You're not getting past the absolute, defensive fort set up on those areas.
Yeah, TJB went in so late, all the way from Prim, and we're just not able to get it done there towards the end. But you know what? 3 more matches left to go. Anything could happen.
Well, you know what, Jukes? You know who always gets it done?
Who?
Our commentators. John and Blink gonna dive us into our last Erangel of the day before we make our way into Miramar.
I'm getting it done right now. We're going into the game. Stalbert down towards the southwest side. Looks like we'll be dropping off in Primorsk at the end of this plane path for our last attempt at Erangel. Are we going to see the ferry pier return to brutality for ASI8, for IWNRX at the end of that drop? We're going to see any adjustments coming on through as well as we head on into match number 4.
Which is going to be a banger here, our last Erangel here, so the last chance for some of our teams to really step up the heat. I mean, that last game was sort of a throwaway, I would say, for some squads, purely because of the circle. I think Na'Vi had played that game out very, very well. They set themselves up in a position of the map which usually wins in that position, but the circle wasn't having any of it, giving the Falcons the space to fly free from the top of the hill there and pick themselves up a nice, juicy chicken dinner. But yeah, we are heading down towards Primorsk with this one, so a bit more orientated over the rest of the map as well, so plenty of spaces that teams can head towards.
Should be fairly open. Those early drops for ASI8 can grab some vehicles potentially. I say early, I mean you can fall and hit the ground early, or might actually be able to stretch out and just drop all the way over to that military base. We know they want to be heading down there eventually, extricate themselves from IWNRX, because we've seen now both times around they have come into contact with them. Last time it was ASI8 who were able to win it out. We also have IWNRX who were able to take 2 elims in the first time around on Erangel, but it looks like for now they will settle their differences, play either side of the water as ASI8 take the parachutes over to the military island, and the circle is not going to force them to fight on this location either.
Yeah, which is fair enough. This is the scenario that I think they wanted on the previous map but wasn't available purely because of the plane path itself. So this does make life a little bit easier here for IWNRX as well as ASI8. But we are heading over towards that northeast side of the map around Yasnaya. We do actually have a split drop in Yasnaya. We haven't really brought it up yet as it's not come into contention. But we do have Na'Vi as well as Furia both occupying Yasnaya currently, vying out for control of this one. Though, to be honest with you, you can have 2 teams in Yasnaya quite comfortably. It's not a huge deal, though it looks like Na'Vi are taking their chance to move down towards the southeast rather early.
Yeah, they've already started to break out towards those Yaz fields, trying to get themselves a route down to the south edge of it, Blank, because it seems like it's going to be a potential quarrel over that northeast side of Pachinki, between Pachinki and Yasnaya. See if they can get a little foothold there to give themselves some leverage into later circles. You can see the oversight on that fight here to pan across Yaz. Tiamba taking shots out towards, I think that's Vengeance, on a rotate out to their west. Yeah, they have managed to spot Noise, but not managed to take him down. Just about, though, pretty close to the wire on that knock. But the rest of Vengeance looking to push up a little bit further north as well, potentially allow themselves some operational routes into these next circles. In the 3-wheeler as well for Noise. That is not the ideal vehicle to go for a rollout when Tiamba have oversight on you.
Yeah, it's not what you want to be, particularly. But towards the eastern side, Alter Ego are able to pick up Lipovka. Yeah, definitely some infighting going on at the moment, just purely because of this circle itself. Most teams wanting to cover the southeast edge of this circle, around Milta, Mansion, Pachinki, that kind of split. A lot of available areas to play in this position of the map. I don't typically really want to be making that rotate over towards Severny too early here, John.
Yeah, it's not going to be too early for them, hopefully.
Welcome back to the PMGC Group Red. I'm here, joined by the coach from ISI8, Traindan. You guys have started off strong, man. You were telling me about how your best map is usually Sanhok. Well, guess what? You guys were able to back it up in Erangel. Something that we have noticed, though, is that you guys are going to have to be fighting IWNRX. Is this something that you guys were training for already?
In PMSL, CSA, we played very good in Sanhok map. The worst map was Erangel, so we had to practice a lot to play good in Erangel. We, as our drop is military, so we are not gonna take fights in ferry pier against NRX. But yeah, only if the plane path is far, then maybe we're gonna have clashes. Yeah.
And I know it's something that the analysts are wondering too. Shout out to Max. Is that what other spot do you guys have planned to land in Erangel if it's not going to be military base? Do you guys have a backup plan?
We'll go military. Either it's near or far. Yeah, we'll go military base.
Oh, baby. I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
you know what?
no,
Stick to your plan. Hopefully you guys don't have to change it. Now, I was talking to the players earlier. They told me that the goal for today is 70 to 80 points. After the first 3 matches, how comfortable are you guys feeling still with that projection?
Like we got 30 plus points in 3 games, pretty good for us. We had a very unlucky game, the second game, because the drop was very far and unlucky knocks. But yeah, we're gonna make it, inshallah.
All right, right on. Inshallah. Thank you so much for your time, Trained Up. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that catch up there. That's nice and insightful. They're really sticking to their guns and heading to military base. They're pretty stalwart in that. And we'll see that coming on through. Ooh, we're not going to flush over to Furia. And they lose a player. But in the meantime, yeah, ASIA, I mean, definitely going to be bolstering their confidence. The fact that they did take those knocks, I think, is just sort of a symptom of the circle, kind of what you were alluding to earlier, Blank.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well. It's nice to hear it from ASIA as well, in terms of like they don't particularly want to have to take that fight with IDVNRX, but purely because of that playing path, there wasn't really much choice in the matter. I think that they held themselves very well in that situation. 70 to 80 points is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I think that was quite bold.
A bit bold. But I guess, 60 points on the day is actually a very, very good margin to hit here. So you don't want to shoot for 60 points. You want to shoot for the stars. And then if you only reach orbit, that's absolutely fine. That's still an achievement in and of itself.
Absolutely. Flower going down, TJB. Ooh, will get flushed away. FaZe winning out the first end of that trade, but losing a player in response. They have already taken a knock and a flush as well, which actually puts them at a 3-2 disadvantage, as TJB still maintain the high ground. FaZe on the north side of the river right now by Yasnaya, the only teams really in this location, so no third party's going to flex out, but the knocks over towards TJB do come on through in the meantime. Plenty of other players fighting across the map as well, as FaZe look to try and sneak their way in. It seems like they've got the ground floor unlocked. TJB struggling to keep them at bay.
FaZe underneath right now, down 2 players. TJB is doing okay here, but equally in a similar situation. So a 2v2 currently for both of these squads. Momentum Vengeance taking a fight with Incilio.
It's a lot more central on the picture-in-picture there. You can see at the moment, Vengeance just not able to win it out, unfortunately. ASIA have spotted Virtus Pro. Everybody's popping off. We are cramming the center of this circle, Blank, and maybe it was just that single circle on Sanhok that saw everyone towards the edges, sequestered to the side. And this time around, as with the previous few, it's going back towards this big central style. FaZe still trying to make their way in. Vintorius is down, so it's all on Onzen, as he goes for the spray with the PP by zone. Going to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, I guess he is. I mean, for FaZe here, there is a possibility of getting that res off, but we're now IHC joining in with this mess as a kill. This side actually where
whoa!
I know that's a crazy shift. This is where we saw FaZe take their win earlier on, but this is actually their doom as well here on the match 4.
FaZe going down, the big northwest shift popping up to the north, touching the edge of the circle up towards shooting range and pushing all our teams north. Everyone was centered up around Yaz, and this is only going to exacerbate the problems of a center circle. TJB, they've only got the 1 player left. I would be surprised this may be able to get a point against IHC. That would be good news for TJB to grab a couple more for it, but I feel like it's only going to be a matter of time before someone else rocks up into this one, because both Nick Galaxy, Falcons making their way on over. You can see Falcons in the distance, but they're preoccupied for the time being. Finally found the shot as Demo able to put that one to bed. IHC up to 3 eliminations, seemingly stealing quite a few of those points away from both the teams in this compound already, and does afford them a massive oversight on the bridge crossings. They get a lot of strength here.
It is a wild circle. I mean, we do have to double back to it really quickly, because this is so out of the way for a lot of teams. This is the quintessential definition of a hard shift, right? It's directly up to the border of the blue here. And it's horrid as well, having to pass through Yasnaya over the top of Stalber, potentially over box compound here for Virtus Pro. Super interesting. You know what I am really enjoying though, John?
What are you really enjoying?
that VP is Virtus Pro and not Vampires.
Oh my goodness, it's so refreshing, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
being able to just be like, oh, that's Virtus Pro. Oh no, it's
Actually,
they're
this
not from
time-
Thailand.
Yeah. Let me drop like a little A in the name, something like that. I don't know. VAM.
Yeah.
VAM.
Yeah, VAM. That's much better.
I mean, it's tough. I am
Let's-
requesting a whole org change there.
Yeah, let's get
abbreviation.
Satani on the buzzer. We'll get that sorted. Don't worry, guys.
Vamp would be a really cool abbreviation, to be fair.
Yeah, that is true.
Let's vamp it up. It's like phase up, but vamp up.
I mean, yeah, it's same country, same orgs.
Yeah, no, that's
same
still
style.
another tagline.
Hell yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they're able to do it. It's like Team Spirit and Team Secret. That's the one that always gets me. The TS abbreviation.
I know.
It's
Well, I mean,
it's rough.
I was struggling with the Virtus Pro. You were struggling with the Team Secret. It's fair enough. It happens.
Yeah, well, fortunately, it's only Team Spirit here. No Team Secret.
Oh, fortunately.
Well, Group Yellow,
no,
anyway.
can't say that.
Splitting the groups.
Yeah. We have Tiamba heading over towards that northern side. Nice wrap from them underneath Stalbert. Stayed right on the edge of the blue as well. So a very nice rotation from them, where they were able to kind of get through here without taking any much damage at all. This does shift even further over towards that northwest side. So teams heading over towards shooting range in the forest that encapsulates that area. Become one with the trees.
And Vampire get an amazing shift there, Blank, out on the west side, right?
Ah, yes. Vampire, otherwise known as Virtus Pro in Group Red.
With this big
great
shift, though. It's pretty huge.
It's a great shift for them. They're one of the, I think they're the only team that sent over towards that western side. In the meantime, Furia, Kayovsky burning away.
Three teams.
I'm not even sure if he hit the first aid in time. This is a wild fight.
There's players across the road as well. Team Queso have rocked up into the opposing compound. Na'Vi have taken heavy casualties, but a big nade for the backline for 6 to keep Furia at bay. They're not out of it just yet, but they are split, and Team Queso still looking to try and handle it. 2 players for Team Queso across the way. You can see they're dealing with Kayovsky off and into the distance. That's potentially going to allow Na'Vi to get back up to 4 players alive once they get these reses. And this is big on the north side. The south point of Severny might just be safe for the time being for Na'Vi.
Dude, that was the wildest amount of time it takes to confirm an elimination. All that while, you could just let him bleed out and grab themselves the res there. They knew he was the final player. I guess they're worried about it getting stolen from the other side of things. Flips back up now. Good to go. This is not a bad position, actually, for both these teams. Team Queso actually would have had a slight advantage if it wasn't for the fact that they are a little bit lacking in members towards this location. Only 2 players on side at the moment. But good reset on all the utility here from Na'Vi. Despite that, still rocking with the level 1 vest, which is not ideal.
Something to work with, though. It's better than nothing. And that's what they're banking on. Incilio moving in on the south side, just a little bit beneath Virtus Pro, next door to IHC as well. Na'Vi and Team Queso holding the standoff. 2 players for Team Queso. Falcons, they are playing as 2 as well. A lot of duos after this move up towards the north. This is all a symptom, Blank, of that crunch that we saw to the south side of Yaz Fields. Because a lot of teams were investing there, we're in stage 3 and we're down to 12 teams. Because of the fact that everybody had to move so close to one another, get across those rivers all at the same time.
SI8 on this south side. They dropped down to 3. Again, if they want to stay on a nice projected trajectory over towards that 60 points at the end of the day, it's only 7 points this game. Any more than they can get than that is really nice. Money in the bank. System going forward, because obviously those 3 points that they were able to put up over that 30 will help them here. Just to even out that point scoring. Next circle about to pop here for us, though. And you can see it's very limited when it comes to those compounds. And even more so now, there is only the one. And Virtus Pro are the only ones to take control of it. You have the one over towards that eastern side that potential teams can head over towards. And those really will be the 2 princes in the lobby vying for the throne.
I mean, you still got a little quarter of the gun range in this one as well. But that hillside that is next to gun range is very, very treacherous. It's so difficult to marshal, especially given the number of ragtag teams in its vicinity. I think it's going to be a very dangerous place to try and make that bet. Enigma Galaxy, they're sending, looking like they might want to take that east side compound, the Prince positions, as you put it, but yeah, they'll make their way in fairly safe. They extricate from near IHC, from near Alter Ego as well, and they make that fast rotate, that fast call. It plays well for them.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot to play either. It has some decent sidelines, at least down the hill, preventing teams from getting in from that south side. They won't worry too much what's going on the north because they know that's going to be pretty much a bloodbath over towards the northern side of the map. A lot of fighting will be going on in that location. But for Enigma Galaxy, having the walls on this compound as well is super nice. Just prevent some of these crashes from coming through too fast. It's pro that they just control so much more area and have a lot of options to take when they head on forward. Tiamba trying to pull themselves apart from Getso Roy, who are consistently hounding them on that northern side, but finally can make their way over towards the west.
Team Queso evicted by Na'Vi, a little roll across the road for Lemon. There's not too much they could do about it there. It's pretty rough, and Na'Vi did know that they had to handle that position in order to get out of this location, because they have to shift now given the circle. IHC were able to third party, get a lot of value from the move in on this one, but the way out, a little bit more treacherous. Is blocked by open ground and ASI-8 behind them. Also, Alter Ego going to be dragging down this position. A nice low ground rotate, actually, for ASI-8. Trying to just get away from this, get ahead of it, reposition this fight, reorient it, recontextualize things, and get themselves on the better end of this deal. They've got the hard cover of the buildings. IHC going to have to move first, and Alter Ego also going to make this difficult.
Absolutely. I think for Alter Ego, down towards that south side, they actually have a good amount of control down towards IHC as well as ISI-8. I think for ISI-8, they would like to just get themselves out of this scenario as quickly as possible so they can continue playing forward. Na'Vi makes a roll-up over towards that northwest side, but they can have a lot of influence over Getso Roy as well as IDO and RX, who are currently battling off against one another. And this is actually a very nice rollout from Na'Vi to start their run here on day one.
Getso Roy getting the res, getting things a little bit more healthy, but Na'Vi, they want this one. Nades over. This is that shooting range hill I was talking about. Treachery is abound in this location. Lemon up to the wall. Getso Roy. Ooh, what a broadside to 6. Danger. Is he going to be able to find any response? A lot of damage to Lemon, but the flush should come through fairly swiftly. Not really too much to be backed up there on Getso Roy, but Flip has to move off of this high ground as well. They have to rotate a little bit out into the blue. That's going to do a little bit of damage to the health bar, and Getso Roy trying to hold off Na'Vi and push through IWNRX in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a horrendous position to be in. I think a lot of times when you play the fences in shooting range, you know it's not likely you'll be pushing out from this position. A lot of times it's more of a survival spot, but with Na'Vi taking this flank and IWNRX being in front, yeah, life becomes very difficult. Tiamba actually makes a wrap back round towards that north side as soon as they hear a lot of this fighting, and will try and have some influence, get some nice shots over towards Na'Vi. I don't know if they're able to pick up too much from this one. His nades just keep a popping, and IHC will be going down after that.
A sweeper from the Falcons able to take down 1 or 2 with the bumper. And all of that position for IHC was dictated by the rotate from ASI-8, so credit to them there. But they are now trapped and having a really rough time against Incilio, who have moved into position to guard them out as once they held out IHC. Enigma Galaxy going to be the main threat on the southeast side to Alter Ego, to Falcons, and Virtus Pro continuing to just hold dominance over the southwest.
Virtus Pro honestly just have a great spot to play in. Just hoping they don't get too caught off guard by Tiamba, as Circle does move further over towards that north side. It doesn't really centralize those two locations for Enigma Galaxy as well as Virtus Pro. I think Tiamba actually has the most control out in this lobby at the moment, because they can quickly sweep over towards Na'Vi, and they've already done a good job of basically caging in Virtus Pro. They've took some shots down that way before. Here's Na'Vi on our screens though, 7 eliminations, making up for what really should have been a chicken dinner that last match, which was foiled by the Circle, just not going their way time and time again, despite good decision making.
Navi doing a lot of damage to Swain, but not quite finding the knock just yet. Finally getting something, and that's over to Frozen this time around. IWNRX playing as 3. That's 1 knock that they've seen. I think those flushes are starting to come through now. And IWNRX having a real tough time. There are 2 players still alive. I know that health bar looked empty, but the knock didn't quite come through over towards that high ground. Na'Vi flexing out. Alter Ego may be able to have quite a big impact, actually, onto this fight. If they can find a pick onto Na'Vi whilst they're rezzing on the back line, they could swarm over this hillside, take control of the north edge. IWNRX on the back foot of it would make that easier, but Na'Vi stabilized somewhat. Lemon takes a lick, though.
Yeah, there's tons of damage going through from Tiamba. IWNRX, I think, even had one of their elims go over towards Tiamba earlier on. Nice rotate through from Flip. This guy is an unbelievable fragger. Lemon does a lot of damage, but there should be the cleanup coming through from Flip. But if it's not for Flip, it will be Puncher flying through the vehicle from the sidelines. Lemon is down, though, and Tiamba's going to take this opportunity to try and push in off the back of that.
Alter Ego, Tiamba, even Enigma Galaxy starting to flex out. We saw their third-party proclivities in the previous game. See if they can reenact that into this one as well. Try and push into the top 3, because Na'Vi's still alive, and they're a little bit ahead with the elim count that they've got. However, they are on their last breath, it seems, because that northern side is really getting spicy for them.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, I think it was a good run, but getting sandwiched like this is a terrible scenario to be in. Tiamba continues to hold good control around the map. I mean, they're doing this with 3 players right now. Shan at the moment is just keeping tabs over towards that western side of the map. And now they're continuing to push on through. With Alter Ego being on 3 players, only 3 elims, hasn't been able to pick up too many of the death crates either, as Tiamba has been sending them further and further away from this fight on this side. You can imagine the Alter Ego utility-wise, maybe even on the damage of the vests and the helmets, aren't looking too great.
Trying to find those openings now on Tiamba. 7 elims, 7 for Incilio on the south side. I think they took one of Virtus Pro down on the hillside. A little opening for them, potentially, as well. Right now, Enigma Galaxy probably in the safest spot, the lowest probability of conflict to come in this next set, which puts them, in my estimation, top 3 guaranteed for Enigma Galaxy here. Get back up into that top 3, chase down ASI8 potentially.
I think for ASI8, only getting the 1 elimination on this match was pretty dastardly for them. Falcons pulling ahead with 5 eliminations there, and Na'Vi being able to push themselves up into a 3rd place is really nice for them. Enigma Galaxy, though, I think that they've stayed strong over towards the southeast edge. I mean, there was a lot of fighting around that area. They had some impact over towards it, but what they have done is solidify this position over towards the eastern side, which is most important for them.
Seems to be very slow into this circle here. Finally, some forays being attempted from the north side. Alter Ego, Tiamba, trying to move around their players. A potential step forwards as well to the Alter Ego position. Tiamba are gearing up for a fight here. They still have they still have Shan out on that west side. Going for that scout and potentially looking to try and fold that back in when they get the information. As soon as this fight pops up on the west, expect Tiamba to go for the roll down onto Alter Ego.
Yeah, they're shooting that right now. That's the main thing. They're gearing up to go, like I say, versus Alter Ego. With QZZ getting dangerously close, rubbing shoulders with Alter Ego. They're uncomfortable with that kind of presence. Yeah, Tiamba is more on the controlling side of things, but a wonderful shot from Rosemary. Long range as well towards Tiamba. That opens the gates now for Alter Ego. Quickly Bond makes an immediate decision to send back, but likely they'll lose these vehicles. No time to get a smoke down.
Nade over to try and put the suppression down. Not confirming on this, and actually a really reckless rollout there. For Alter Ego, they didn't know there were players too close by, and that is really, really dangerous stuff. Losing a player in this scenario when you only had 3, that is far too bold. The shift goes up to the north and actually onto Tiamba. The res came through, and that is really mishandled on the advantage that they were able to open up for Alter Ego.
Alva's just holding this angle. I don't know how long Shan can stay out on this western side. Luckily for him, the blue's not moving just yet, but Tiamba has to create space, and they know they do because they need to be ready for both Virtus Pro and Enigma Galaxy in the future, because they understand that both the teams inside those compounds likely going to be at 4 players, going to start to make their flex out soon. Incilio looking to take nades over towards Virtus Pro, but hope is not looking too good here for Incilio as they sit down towards that southward side.
I mean, they've already got 7 elims on this game, though, Blank. So if they can extract 1 or 2 more, a top 5 position, definitely a good result for them. Shan goes down, and that is that off angle you were talking about to Alva, who was just posted up there. Tiamba unlikely to be able to get this res. Virtus Pro actually flexing out, trying to get some scouting done. You see them rolling straight into Tiamba's position, and that's not what you want to see from Tixi. Unfortunately, gets a little bit too close to the fire. Gets burned for it. Enigma Galaxy still yet to leave their compound. Tiamba launching themselves up the tables in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy finally having an impact here. Virtus Pro going to contribute as well. And Incilio, yeah, they're going to fall down. Couldn't make that move.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy able to pick up a couple of those eliminations over towards Incilio at the end there. Good nade, and actually on target over towards Virtus Pro. The fact that Tiamba's had so much control towards his south side at the same time is very impressive. And Rosemary attempts to get away from the beast that is Tiamba, only to find himself in the jaws of Enigma Galaxy.
Rosemary has their brains rearranged there with a lovely shot and a rundown from SnowX. Splats the guts on the tree. Not going to be good news, and leaves Alva alone. Last player to stand for Alter Ego. So it's really a 3-horse race right now. Virtus Pro only on 2. Tiamba trimmed down to size on 2 as well. And Enigma Galaxy out by a length.
For Enigma Galaxy, they have a real good chance in this game to fit themselves up a chicken dinner. They've isolated all the fights over towards that western side, having this just incredible presence right now for Enigma Galaxy is a case of just not getting caught off by these off angles. That is a beautiful nade by Bond.
Can they seal the deal?
Malai reeling.
A second nade over the top, a lot of damage sent on in, and it's going to be confirmed by QZ. Although he's spotted Narvalo as Enigma Galaxy press the ridgeline. They've pushed this fight back and back and back, and now they've got the open sightlines to handle it. Alva is still going for Alter Ego as Bond goes for the 180s, but Icy is too quick with the UMP. Top 3 for Virtus Pro. 10 elims for Tiamba, and a 4th place is a good point score for them. But we're up into the top 3 now. Alva, nearly takes Ralph down with him, but missed by 2 vehicles by a hair's breadth. It's not going to happen, though. And now Virtus Pro with just Icy. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him stay out in the blue zone. They know he's there. In comes the roll-up, and down goes Icy. It's Enigma Galaxy to move up and away with the game.
The best thing about this for Enigma Galaxy is that looking back at PMSL EMEA, it was a long time. We had 3 grueling weeks of gameplay where Enigma Galaxy was just nowhere near close to picking themselves up a chicken dinner. The fact that they could do it on day 1 at PMGC Group Red is very impressive and just shows the lengths of improvement that this squad has made. I mean, Redog's got to be one of my favorite characters from PMSL EMEA. That guy is hilarious, but I'm glad they're able to pick themselves up a chicken dinner.
Man, Enigma Galaxy, where did this team come from? Massively surprising me, at least. I don't know about you two, Hodrix and Maxman, but this has been a fantastic performance on the day, getting themselves a chicken dinner here and most likely propelling themselves in the top 3.
Oh man, another great game from Enigma Galaxy. And you see them, they land Pachinki. As soon as that zone goes up to that north side, they loot very, very quickly, take off, and they get across onto that northern island. And I mean, the zone just slowly starts heading into their direction, and they take full advantage of it, except towards the end. I mean, the circle did leave them, but they were able to get it done, Max.
I mean, it left them, but they had the cars, they had the resources. No one got knocked in that game, really, until the very end, so they were just able to send it forward into Tiamba, into the solos, also a VP, and get himself an absolute dominant win. And to be honest, I feel like Enigma Galaxy played a good version of what VP tried to do. VP would just wait. Enigma Galaxy here, Jukes, understood if we want to win this game, we just got to send it mega aggressively in this late game scenario to just sweep up the solo players, not get really overwhelmed by possible off angles of players we haven't scouted yet, and we're going to get the win. So again, Nigma, the aggressive playstyle of Nigma Galaxy this event and even in PMSL EMEA Fall is fantastic. So again, big props to Raul for changing the IGLing style to just look for more limbs.
I love it. I love it. You know, one team in particular that I don't think really didn't show up the way that they could have was Virtus Pro, man. They got super blessed, right, with a circle shift on over to the west hand side. So they had a good dominant position in that zone, but they were just playing it way too passive, Max. Like they were just sitting, waiting till the late game. But you know, as you and I both know, if you don't hurry up and get those eliminations and you have the opportunity, you're going to be behind on the leaderboards big time.
Yeah, the fact you leave Incilio for so long south of your compound for VP, you're just making yourself a late threat that you could have taken care of way earlier into that match. But unfortunately, they don't take that fight early on, so they tried to push it towards Tiamba, and as they push it towards Tiamba, happens what we expected, right, Jukes, which is they were going to get backstabbed and you get pincered between the teams. Sure, you do get a second place because IC is able to survive, but from a spot like that, it could have been a Virtus Pro win, but unfortunately, they got a little bit too complacent in their spot and were unwilling to take the fights that could really result in a big win. So I hope they can look back on this game for their future matches and say, you know what, should have been more aggressive. Let's start pumping the numbers on the next 2 matches of today.
I mean, speaking of Tiamba, I feel like we have to kind of talk about them and the control they had over the zone. And Max, you were saying during the match, this is very reminiscent of what they like to do when it comes to the to their PEL matches.
Yeah, so like there are 3 key aspects to how Tiamba were playing back in PL, which is playing edge, really wide splits to gather information, and then third partying every single fight on their side of the circle, which is what they were doing. We had, I think it was Na'Vi versus IW and RX, Jason, Northeast. They just feel the blood, they smell the blood in the water, like, oh, there's a fight happening over there, and if we win that fight, we are the complete kings of this high ground position south of shooting range, and they instantly send it, sweep those 2 teams, and claim at that point I think about 50% of the circle. So yeah, their third party is definitely to be feared in this lobby for Group Red, and they're going to keep doing it for the rest of this tournament, I am sure.
You know, who would have guessed for Raouf what would be the ideal combo for him on a team? And I never thought it would be a Romanian and 2 French people on the roster to really make it complete, but it's working out for them, looking fantastic. 17 points in the last match. They take themselves the chicken dinner. Down below, getting the 10 eliminations, put themselves at 14. Virtus Pro, who desperately needed points because they were pretty low on the leaderboards, able to get themselves 11, but so do Ultra Ego in 6th place here in this match.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't see, and it's another team that definitely needs some points. And I even said it right before this match.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm gonna say it. TJB, dude, where are they? What is going on here? I mean, this is 4 matches in, Max, and these guys haven't put anything on the board yet.
We don't see them really reach the late game, and if they did, like on the previous Erangel, not this one, the one before that, then they don't even have a full squad making it to the late game. So I think it is down to rotation timing and lack of scouting that is really hurting them so much, Hot Jukes. And yeah, lack of scouting is going to make you, unfortunately, rotate straight into teams. You're going to be unprepared, and then you have matches like this where you get 0 placement points and 2 eliminations for your trouble. So yeah, rotation-wise, you can pull the same rotate just a little bit faster, send a player forward to gather intel, and you might just have an easier time getting in circle. But as of right now, that has not really been the case.
Well, yeah, so sometimes it takes some teams a little longer to get used to the lobby, and TJB are not even close to even having anything at all. But oh yeah, look at this.
He's French, so I'm just happy. Keep on going.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I was okay. I thought you had something to say that. You know, but you know what? Another team in particular that we kind of see off and on, Jason, is I8, right? I mean, we see them do pop-off matches and then nothing. I want to see a little bit more consistency from them, at least like 5 to 6 points if they can get it.
You know what? Can I switch topics here? Because
yeah, go ahead.
Hot Jukes, I know you're a big fan of Americas and the teams.
Of course.
Bro, Furia have been uncharacteristically quiet so far at the moment. They're currently sitting in 14th place, and I had a lot higher expectations on this team.
Brazil, where are you at? Where are you at? All right, they're not here right now, unfortunately. Yeah, and when it comes to Furia, they've been really getting put in some really bad spots. Looking back at this game in particular, you know, I'm looking at their drop location. Where did these guys decide to go this map? They went towards none other than Yasnaya. Yeah, so they landed in Yasnaya, which should have been a good game for them considering where the circle was. But, you know, they tried to move on a little bit too late, and they just got picked apart. So you saw them head all the way up into that northern side of Severny, and they wanted to go to that dominant compound, but then they had to deal, of course, with Team Gessel and all those different squads and just got picked apart. So maybe when it comes to Furia, maybe they should try to take a step back in this upcoming match, you know, just instead of just trying to send it towards that central position, maybe just kind of scout it out, you know, get some points on the board, get one good late game in, and then go from there.
I mean, currently they're on the cusp, right, of the bottom 5, which is where you don't want to be. Of course, it's day 1, so they still have a lot of time to make a little bit of a step up to get away from these bottom 5 positions, but it is going to be a bit risky, and those wide rotates, it is always going to be an issue, Jukes, that these wide rotates, unfortunately, just like for TJB, are not great when it comes to gathering information and knowing if teams are going to be up there, and that is something they have encountered. But they got Chaoski on the team, right? So like that is an absolutely experienced player when it comes to global tournaments, so hobefully can get the team in good shape and initiate a bit of a comeback when they come in later for these matches, because they have really so much potential. But I mean, these lobbies are tough, right? You are not going to have every single team make it survival grand finals, and some big names like Furia might just struggle at the start.
You've got Ultra Ego with one of the best players in the world and one of the strongest teams in SCA. You have IHC, the previous PMGC winner. You have Furia, one of the best teams in Brazil and in Americas. And you have TJB as well, one of the best teams in China. I'm not going to count Avengers just yet because we don't know how they're going to really match up. But like 4 out of the 5 teams have such high caliber results in the past. And yet they're in our bottom 5, and the potential of being eliminated just kind of blows my mind. But as you're saying, Max, kind of is a testament to how strong these groups are, and how really there's a lot of new and up-and-coming teams that can completely catch you off guard if you're not prepared.
I think after Group Yellow, I don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah,
all expectations thrown out the window. But it's day 1. I think we have seen quite a bit of adaptations coming through for the teams of Group Yellow after the first day, especially. It is hard to make those changes on a 4-day tournament, right? I think looking back again into Kitsune for Team Spirit, they have a game plan. They stuck to it until the very end, and that allowed them to get first place. But if you're at the bottom, there's something that maybe is not working out. So some minor adjustments could be really the difference between you going home early or you at least making it to survival stage. So right now, if you're at the bottom and your playstyle is not working, think what you can do going into day 2 to really try and get those points on board.
Man, poor Rob's at home, just sitting here watching the success of his previous teammates, saying, "No, it should have been me, not you.
It should have been me."
But honestly, it is great to see like French players towards the top. I feel like we haven't really seen a strong, obviously they're not a full French team, right? But strong French team in quite a long time, thinking like way back in the day. So it's good to see this at least going towards their way. But again, they have to be able to maintain this over the course of not just today, but 3 more days on top of that. And anything can really happen, especially when you see Tiamba starting to warm up into this, not to mention some other teams really get a feel of the lobby. Because I feel like that's what day 1 is kind of about. How many points can you put down? But more importantly, what kind of feel do you get for the lobby and what kind of read do you get on it?
That's why I'm so excited when it comes to Miramar, right? I'm excited to see just like, hey, how are these teams going to perform here? We got 2 matches left to go on the day. This is a good opportunity to bounce back for some of the squads here that underperformed. And you mentioned it. I mean, it's so crazy to see the bottom of the leaderboards, the success, and just how much money those teams have won, you know? Be at the bottom, it's got to hurt. But, you know, there's still plenty of days left. It may take a little bit longer from some teams other than others to kind of get warmed up. But I am still shocked to see TJB so far down, right, Max?
Yeah. It's a really big surprise here, but the thing is about TJB is they had a little bit of a, I think, slow start eventually, but towards the end, I think you said it earlier, Drukes, right? They were 9th place, right? Before going in towards the end. And so they initiated a big comeback. That clutch factor is so damn important in a stage like a PMGC tournament, where we know this team can put big, and I mean massive, elimination matches, right? Just suffice for them to get a really solid position in a late game situation. And I'm telling you, this guy are going to bring 10, 15 eliminations on the board. So sure, the start is not quite what they expected, but also don't forget, this is a PL team. They need to take a little bit more time to adjust to the global version. And I think that we are going to get a pop-off from TJB eventually.
I don't know if I find that like completely fair, saying that like they have to get used to it because they're a PL team. Because they did play at PMWC and they had a really good result at PMWC. But at the same time, I will give you that little bit of leeway of like, okay, you went back to PEL and you had to focus on PL. Now you're coming back to global stage. You have to get used to the version of the game as well. But I feel like macro-wise, they should have a generally good understanding of how the global teams are playing. But then again, we also probably have seen some massive changes in ways some of these teams have played since the last time they met. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, for instance, I didn't have them on my radar to even be challenging. I mean, I don't want to say it out loud, but like challenging top 10, and yet here they go. They're sitting in first place.
I think it's just that adaptation period when it comes to PL teams, like I always give it for day one. I think that's just giving them a little bit of leeway, a little bit of an excuse, but it doesn't work anymore. But then you have teams like Nigma Galaxy that since fall season, I feel like they're just not playing the blue zone anymore, Jason. They've become the blue zone. Like if you're around them, you're going to take that tick damage over time. So yeah, it's really good to see the change of mentality in the second half of this year when teams are just building more synergy. And it's been really successful for, again, Nigma Galaxy as an example, Jukes, that have been looking so far like the best iteration of Nigma Galaxy I personally have ever seen. I love to see this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are looking night and day difference from before. And yeah, I love to see that. And you know what? I will say, I'll give a little extra excuse stamp for when it comes to TJB, because let's be real. If I had won PEL, I'm partying all the way up until pretty much the day before PMGC, you know? So maybe they just need a little bit of time to kind of, you know, get ready here today.
Now we know why you're not a pro player anymore, Hot Jukes.
Dang right.
showing up late to the...
I'm retiring, bro. If I won, I'm out.
Bro, I just won like 700 grand. I don't need to be here, but let's see what's going to happen as we do finally head into our Miramar. Last two matches of the day of the first day of Group Red. Take it away.
Once more into the desert. Match 5 on the day. And we're coming in from the south side. Just Ona heading up towards Torre Ahumada with the plane path. Let's take a look at how our teams deal with the undulating dunes here on Miramar. Of course, a lot of rotational play in the early game. Let's take a look at where these drop spots fall. A lot to uncover in these first few minutes.
We're like archaeologists dusting off the dust. To see what
favorite archaeologist?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Bro, you heard this guy called, I don't know, you might not know him. It's like he's Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's
That's
great.
fair. Not Rich O'Connell from The Mummy.
Who is he?
The main guy. He's Brendan Fraser's character in The Mummy.
He plays another guy.
What?
He plays Brendan Fraser.
What? I'm so confused what you're trying to say right now. His character is Rich O'Connell.
Rich O'Connell plays Brendan Fraser.
No, you're just wrong on this one, I'm afraid.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
He's two guys in one. Indiana Jones has only ever been one guy, so that's cool that he like has an alter ego.
No,
as
because
well.
Indiana Jones is also Han Solo. So.
No.
Yeah.
He's an archaeologist.
What is going on? I don't like it. Blank, I'm panicking.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Oh dear. Well, you stick with your Indiana Jones. I'll stick with my guy who's got all the horses.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got all my horses in the race. It's just one horse, actually. It's Indiana Jones.
That is true. And speaking of horses in the race, a lot of us had TJB predicted, right? For this
Yeah, you
one.
were wrong.
And as the desk were highlighting, so far, we're just flat out so bad at this and wrong. You're right.
So,
Tiamba doing way better.
Wrong? Who was wrong about it?
Maxman?
So let's look at this. John, TJB Falcons, Tiamba, Jason, Tiamba, TJB Falcons. Oh, it's me and Max. Me and Max are going crazy. Falcons, Tiamba, FaZe, and me, Tiamba, Falcons, Na'Vi. And even head of production went for TJB as well. That's wild.
Okay, all right. Look, it's all I'm saying is I still got back as a Tiamba, so I'm okay. I'm doing all right still.
We didn't do too bad. Yeah. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think this is the end of TJB. Again, this is exactly what I was talking about at the start of the day, is that Tiamba is just way more suited to international tournaments. And it's always difficult for other teams from PEL to perform that way. I don't know what it is about Tiamba, but the way that they adapt and the way that they play in these tournaments is much more how you would expect a team from PMSL SEA to play or PMSL EMEA to play. Whereas TJB, it might take them a day to get back into the groove of things. So I don't think it's the end of TJB at all, because they are all incredibly talented players. I think they just need to get into the groove a bit.
Hopefully they can warm up a little bit, and here's the place to do it on Miramar. Get some strong rotations going. The circle, very chill. The playing path, very chill. This is the arena where you can really start to flex those muscles and get the blood pumping. That's what we want from TJB, as well as from Furia and IHC, down towards the low end of these tables right now, and still a little bit of leg room. in terms of the matches, but that will go quickly. I mean, we saw how quickly week 1 went with Group Yellow. It does get away from you, so you can't afford to spend too long down on your luck, but it is still comebackable for these teams towards the bottom.
Yeah, they can definitely make a comeback in the coming matches, I think. I reckon. Yeah.
Do you think? Okay.
I'm going to actually ban you from ever using the word comebackable ever again, if that's okay.
I think that ban, for me, is comebackable.
I would more call it a justified ban.
You know, it's winnable, comebackable. It's the same thing.
All right, you keep using that word.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going. You can't stop me.
Yeah. I'm going to pull out the old Three Musketeers meme in a second. But yeah, we're heading up towards the northern side of the map at the moment. Graveyard currently held by Getso Roy. Not a great position on the map, but it'll do. It'll do for now. And they haven't done too badly at all. 25 points. Not where I would have placed this team at all in 7th place. So I'm pretty happy. And I mean, some of the plays that they've made have been fairly damn good. I still think some of the team fights are lacking from this squad. I mean, if I'm looking down towards the bottom of the table, IHC being in 13th place, I maybe would have put them down there at the start of the day. I'm worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming off the PMWC performance and having a little bit more attention sent their way has made it a lot trickier for IHC in general. They had such a breakout performance in PMGC last year, high elimination focus. That was really their entire game plan, and it did work out for them there, but so far it seems like teams have adapted to that. They've just incorporated that, and it's just not working in this current format.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that. I'd go even as far to say that the reason they won PMGC, and it's the reason I will always say they won PMGC, is they had little to no pressure on them going into those final days. There was teams at the top during that tournament, like Stalwart, as well as Alpha 7, who had been both desperate for a PMGC win for the longest of times, that they stopped making aggressive plays towards the end of PMGC, whereas IHG, they had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose, really. So they kept making risky plays, and time again, those risky plays worked out. It's not to say they're a bad team. They're very, very skillful. But I think that pressure is now placed back on them. And they're suffering from the same curse that Stalwart, now Falcons, as well as Alpha 7 have suffered from a long time, which is that case of we should be the best in these lobbies, and they can't quite make the same plays that they had before, because sometimes you question some of those decisions you make. It's a very mental game. It's a very mental game, as PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of focus required to keep yourself in that winning mindset, right? Especially when you have a couple of rough games coming off of the first 4, needing to pick yourself back up. But Furia are looking to do just that.
Nice.
14th place. That was very cool. I liked it. I think everyone did as well. So style points, but unfortunately, that doesn't translate into actual points. If it did, they'd be quids in right now, top of the tables.
They'd be doing well for themselves if that did give points. You know, you do a quick nollie on the vehicle. I'd like that. Seen a couple of those happening. Yeah. SI8 on our screens. Obviously, they're not getting 70 to 80 points today. But I will say, for ASI8, they have come out and had a fantastic performance. And I think a lot of people expected this kind of breakout coming through from ASI8 this early on in Group Red. But congratulations to them. They have done phenomenally well to sit here in 2nd place. Enigma Galaxy, though, this is something that I did expect coming into Group Red, because their tide is on the rise right now. They have only seen improvements as they've gone on. It's very hard to analyze communications and team, and a lot of times, even if you hear the communications, still hard to analyze, because a bad comm to me might be a great comm to them. But again, it did definitely feel like they were disconnected in terms of players, and that's as far as I can say on the matter towards the beginning. But they're looking much more like a well-oiled team now, where that teamwork, where they play hand in hand, playing off separate angles, is much more there. I think in the past, they were a lot of times forced to play as just a full 4-man death ball, and it's very obvious that they were kind of playing off the back of instincts alone as players, with a lot of experience under their belt. But now you're seeing a lot more splits, a lot more situations that are tactically set up, and that's how you know this team has flowered a lot more as a team.
TJB, we're on board with them right now, and they are themselves looking to flower. This is the circle to do it, right? They are slap bang in the middle. All of the teams are going to have to push in from that eastern side, fighting off against each other. How many points can TJB get from this lobby? This is probably prime real estate for them. A little latent nade there, and Tiamba seemed to read that. Nicely spotted there. If that was me, I'd be both feet on top of that nade. Not a clue. Immediately taken down, but they're too smart for that. Tiamba, ooh, unfortunately not smart enough to counter the push around the door frame there, and it's working well right now for FaZe, trying to leave on this north side of Picardo.
Yeah, I still think there's a possibility for Tiamba to get their players resituated. Unfortunately, Top's able to catch a stray on the outside there. And East will find Mela.
Oh, yeah.
Great high ground position here for the Falcons. They're looking down on their opposition, as they usually do in these matches today as well. Up to 37 points, so very quick rollout from them. I think everyone sort of put this team in their teams to watch coming into day one, and for the right reason as well, is that even though they're under a different banner, this squad has been undeniable in the past. And I joke that they are looking for another second place at PMGC, and it is a little bit funny at times to say that, but they are one of the most consistent teams in the entire world. I think that getting second place multiple times at internationals is not an easy feat to do. The fact they have been able to reach those heights so many times is crazy. But yeah, they're a very, very strong team. And again, they are a team that, yes, I joke about, but at the same time, I 100% wish them all the best in their games in the future, just because they have been a squad that has stayed together for so long and has been seeking success and gaining success for so long.
Yeah, Falcons Force previously, of course, playing under the banner of Stalwart, and like you highlighted, having great success, but just pipped to the post. And I think last year, something that was really demonstrated was the presence of Mongolia in PUBG Mobile is undeniable across the board. So something that we'll be continuing to look out for from Falcons Force. They are flying that banner.
Yeah,
even
it's funny. We almost had a three slaughter for Mongolia in the top 3 for PMGC.
Yeah, it was really close. What was it? Stalwart, was it IHC, and who's the other team?
I can't quite remember the last, but yeah, it was quite amusing, because that really, it would have been like, what do we do? They're so strong. But yeah, so it was nice to see that. Yeah, 4-V. So it was good to see at least like one other team breach into that top 3 and make it not a full clean sweep for Mongolia, but they still took the prize and the title with IHC, which they should be absolutely happy with, because even if you don't have any pressure on you, it's still ridiculous to win a PMGC in the fashion that they did. They looked unstoppable towards the end of it, but I think it has swung in roundabouts now to the point where IHC maybe getting in their own heads a little bit.
Might be a little too tall of an order. Be able to pull this one back out. Falcons, I mean, they've held this high ground on the north side of Picardo for a while now, but Na'Vi move in a little bit further and are really troublesome to it. Na'Vi themselves don't have a lot of pressure, but the fact that they're keeping Falcons here exerts pressure to the south side. Naturally, by stopping Falcons from leaving, they're going to be taking shots and looking out towards that south edge. It's going to slow things around. Na'Vi can control a little bit better to the north side, but they back Falcons into a corner and utilize their pressure across this map. But TJB still in the middle of this one, and all eyes should be on them for a performance this map.
Yeah, again, they have a ridiculously strong position over towards that western side. Great high ground control, as well as a compound to anchor towards on that north, so a good 2-2 split to start things off. But it has been a few times where TJP's been in a strong position in these circles, unable to get too much done off the back of it. Gets a Roy. Don't know how long they'll live out in this area with Rosemary peppering shots down towards him.
Yeah, it's gone. Out they go. Alter Ego on the south side. already a little bit to the west of Picardo, so have routes through. But Incilio, ASI8, Vengeance as well, all sit ahead of this. So difficult rotate potentially for Alter Ego. If they can get through, though, play towards the east side of Montenuevo, there's some open buildings there. If they can crunch in underneath TJB and get that rotation going. But Enigma Galaxy going to contest them for that area, and it's the same rotation that probably a lot of the teams on the south are looking for.
Yeah, I think if you can settle yourself around the southwest compounds, it's actually quite good for you. But it really is a question of how this next circle pops. Does it head towards that northeast, in which case a lot of rotations become so much more difficult because you'd be challenging for a lot of high ground that you don't already possess. IHC is going to make a wild gambit over towards Alter Ego as they already find one from the team, and Godless goes down, as does Rogue, and it will just be one last player remaining for IHC.
Alva rolling it down, the off angle for Alter Ego, over towards Ziol, behind the knoll, and he will fall.
That's correct. There's no grass here, though.
Does it have to be grassy to be a knoll?
Yeah, grassy knoll.
Does it? Oh, rubbish.
It's okay. Don't worry. I got your meaning. Got your meaning.
I will counter you with that. A knoll is a small hill or mound. There you go. No mention of grass.
All right, okay. Okay. Respect.
According to Google, anyway.
Respect to Google.
Yeah.
The all-seeing eye. Yeah, so... But interesting project. Again, for Ziol, it just looks like he's had the wind knocked out of the poor guy. He was one of the greats in the past. It's a shame. It's a shame to see him in this group red looking the way he is. Again, it's only day one. You can only say so much from what you're seeing here. Also for Juke to stay alive and just consistently be here. He's like, I'm not done yet. I ain't done yet. Still going. Finally put him down.
Still some bite in the old dog, but
yeah.
Will be gone to seed now. That's an unresed player in the back of the buggy. Just holding on. Clutching his belly. Oh, I feel poorly. Might be a little bit more poorly when you crash into the next team on the menu. And yeah, just not stopping for that res to me is a little bit funky.
Yeah, I think with the way that the blue is coming in, it's stage 4, right? You can't really stop anyway to grab it. And you just want to push in, try and get behind cover. I think it was the safest thing they probably could have done for him, whilst also keeping Tanj safe at the same time. It's a tough one. Here's Nigma Galaxy up against Vengeance. Good nades over the top already here for Nigma Galaxy. Still at 4 players as well. That should be a knock on the nade. Again, this is what I'm talking about. The double nades as well, it's like they're coordinated very decently. The point where even if one nade doesn't do all the damage, the second should get the knock just off the splash.
Just getting some cover down. Nigma Galaxy not going too quickly into this one. No nades for Redox left. The res can come through for Vengeance. And on the northwest side, difficult approach uphill sits ahead of them. The smokes are there. They've bloomed. Vengeance allowed up to the ridge, but an immediate put down for Redox onto Noise. Not going to be too noisy anymore. He looks for more as well. Over towards Lily, going for the challenge. Takes a little damage, doesn't go down, but in comes the rest of them. The rear axle on the buggy displayed there as Narvalo launches on over the top, goes for the side swipe, the spray down. It's dastardly, but Narvalo falls for it. Enigma Galaxy actually not looking super strong onto this engagement. I'm not convinced just yet, Blank, but they're still doing pretty well on this lobby. And it should be just Lily to remain. Up through the smoke, neath the challenge, but in the buggy. Not going to find the rotate there. Snowex with the pump action. Trapped in the shack, but can step out into the blue after he gets this heal.
Yeah, for Redox, it's such a shame because he makes such a good play there to open things up for himself and the rest of the squad. And then out of nowhere, you see one of the most insane maneuvers from Narvalo. And he's completely lost in the source. Fumbling around in the smoke there as well to try and find his target with the UMP and actually falls because of it. And I think Nigma Galaxy could have easily been on a full 4-man here. I think that it was a maneuver that they made because they expected Redox to be in danger, but you have to trust him in that situation. As soon as he gets the first knock, it's like now Valo had that high ground. Should not have been one of the first ones flying in outside the blue. Not by one shot. You got to trust in your teammates. You hold that high ground. That's your job, and you're the backstop. So yeah, I did not like that play from Navalo whatsoever. For Nick Galaxy, that might hurt them in the long run, but still, in first place, 4 eliminations off the back of it, 3 players to work with. It's not the end of the world, but certainly another game where they could have increased their reputation within Group Red.
Now is an inflection point in the lobby. We're into stage 5 blank. We're transitioning out of the middle game. We're going to be looking towards the late game. It's at this point that TJB need to stand up and start racking in those points. They desperately need them at this juncture, and with the ground that they hold right now on their split, it's looking like they could have a good impact to it as well. They have so much control. A big wide split for TJB. They're holding a lot of face. A lot of teams are respecting that as well, so we'll see if there's some disrespect waiting in the wings. But right now they've only got 1 elim. They'll need to start to stay a little bit stronger into it. A nade over towards Virtus Pro's duo, but another of ASI8 falls. 6 elims for them though. And the players from Pakistan going to be pretty happy with this game again.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, again, it's not where they wanted to end up, but they are putting up points every single game at least, which is good to see. Which keeps them in the running over towards that top side. That kind of consistency, though, it is a little bit topsy-turvy today because there is a ton of teams all still vying for that control over how the lobby develops in terms of what rotations can we mark down, what can we challenge on, how can we fix things going tomorrow, which is why you will see some of those points being a little bit skewed all over the place. We're not really pulling too far ahead today. Now, Icy potentially looking to challenge out versus ASI8, but the size better of it heads back towards his teammate Malloy.
Only Falak left for ASI8. They made a dash for the middle, and it's allowed them to survive a moment or two longer. Nades over to Na'Vi, traded back between them and IWNRX right now on the northeast side of the circle. Swain with another, Lemon cooking one of his own. Nades going long, but it lands straight onto 6. I feel like that may have been not intentional, but they'll take it nonetheless. It is traded, however. Both teams finding a knock, and that will slow both of them down. Neither in the blue zone right now, but Na'Vi closer to the edge, also under more pressure from the terrain that sits around them. Another knock comes through. That's TJB starting to chime in, a third party on the fight, and this is the impact I've wanted them to have. They need to pick up this point if they want to have a chance to break towards the top of these tables in this match, because now's their chance.
Lemon has always had killer nades, honestly, and these are no less. The fact that he's able to bounce them over that top side and get consistent damage over to IWNRX just shows the capability of Lemon, because those are not nades that are ever going to knock, but he is ensuring that ever a revive goes through, he's going to get the re-knock off the back of it, just allowing his team to slowly pressure and walk up. But you're right, TJB needs some more off the back of that. They do pick up 2 eliminations on the case, but not much more than that. I think that they're happy to just try and pick themselves up at least a top 3. Chicken dinner would be ideal for them. But with this position, it should be the case of a chicken dinner you're looking for in this game. A lot of control they're holding right now over towards that central side. At this point in time, this is where you want to see some of those characteristics of the aggression coming through from TJB on the high ground.
Hoping for it, Malloy. Backed off the top there by Team Queso. Playing from the compound on the south. Icy, low, Lemon. Still launching those nades. Overarm, looking for the bounce, but not quite connecting there. Takes a bit of damage. That nade looks like it could be dangerous to Virtus Pro. Not quite going to find it, unfortunately. Just falls short of that ridgeline, but has another one to put towards the back lines for Virtus Pro. Puts it forwards. That looks quite good, but again, just short. They're playing one crag back of where they're expecting right now. That might see it. No, again, the bounce is just not working. The vehicle keeps Malloy safe, and they might think that they've cleared this. If they get too far forwards, he could get a side swipe. 3 players are there. TJB are now up on the high ground. They've moved into position on this one. There's a third party. Could potentially be a factor. Furia on the north side in the meantime against, I think that's Big Galaxy over there as well. Could be in danger, but still yet to conclude. A nade over towards Malloy there from Na'Vi as they continue to fight around this hillside. Nick the Galaxy giving a good fight to Furia on the north edge in the meantime, but there's not too many of them left.
TJB wildly split off right now. I think at any moment be a turnaround, but this was a fight that they desperately needed, and a great job from 676. Able to take down a lot of Furia there. Just 2 players. For Na'Vi, this is just a gross misunderstanding of the terrain, sadly. You don't always know every little minute detail of the map. But the fact that they don't know that there's that sharp inlay on the rock, they waste about 6 or 7 grenades off the back of that one. I think at some point someone should have scouted forward and been like, there is a rock there. I cannot throw the grenades around. We have to reapproach this one. So yeah, it's just unfortunate for Na'Vi that they don't have full insight onto that location. It was made more difficult by the smoke being popped up, but again, that's just well played to Virtus Pro. To deny that sightline keeps them alive for a whole lot longer, and Na'Vi's cut down to size with 2. But another high elimination game for them, with 8 elims sitting them sat pretty happily in 3rd place.
They're looking pretty good, but TJB have managed to sweep away quite a lot of these eliminations over towards Furia. I think they may have been able to get all 4 and picking up a couple over on the flip side as well. As Icy for Virtus Pro, Na'Vi still going. Icy into the smoke. The Molotov there will stop his retreat, but I don't think he's read that. That will be a burn down, and Flip picks up the point. So Na'Vi up to 9 now off the back of that elimination. And nade downhill. Ooh, just not quite going to connect.
I think this is almost an impossible game for TJB to lose at this point. It depends if anyone has vehicles. Good job from Flower as well as 676. That will be Nick the Galaxy out on this western side. But yeah, with the high ground they hold, it's very hard to challenge TJB on this position, especially because they've got a kill squad on the northern side as well, just roaming throughout the map. Incilio's doing their best to sit down towards this western side, but oversight is being held by TJB, and they've been happy to leave Na'Vi to fend for themselves versus Team Queso.
Ooh, dangerous high ground there from Longs. Not quite going to finish the spray, but it's going to slow them down, and it's going to give Triple S an opportunity to drop those nades. The Molotov to burn this one away. TJB defending this high ground area, forcing this fight to come in, and in comes the kill squad. A nade over the top to try and slow them down, but they're already putting the pedal down on the metal. There's that spray into the crag, and Flower gets the last strafe across the forward position for Incilio. 2 of their players cut away, getting trimmed down to size. Can Team Queso use this opportunity to get into this one, Blank? Can they find a way up and challenge TJB on this high ground?
Again, for TJB, this is not the end of TJB down towards 16th place. They're a very good team. You can see here that Flower and 676 play perfectly off the back of one another with the help of Longs as well as Triple S. They have this high ground to work with. It's wonderful. It just locks Incilio into this just really awkward fight. So fantastic stuff. And I think for TJB, there's still quite a lot of elims left in the lobby. If we look at it from this angle, there's still 8 elims remaining, and 9 so far. Make that 10 as they pick up 6. You know, this is a potential 17 elim game.
That's a confusing sentence. Make that 10 as they pick up 6. It's always a fun one. But they are on that 10 elimination mark, and this is what I was looking for from this team, to be able to come back. And that's what is a championship mentality, right? To be able to have a bit of a naff day, only 5 points over the 3 games that they've played already. Sorry, the 4 games that they've played already. And come into the 5th with that mindset. We can take this big, bold split on the high ground. We know we've got the power to do it. And now they just need to hold people out. Team Queso, I mean, you can see, I said, is there a chance that they can move around? The time has really gone for them to maybe mount an ascension up towards the top here, but the cliff is just so deadly. There's so little ways to get up here. It's impossible, you're right.
Yeah, it's just the type of game that TJB really needed, because it absolutely secures you with chicken dinner playing on this high ground. It's very, very hard to knock a team that has held this position for so long. The circle center's up on it, and it's actually very rare you get a circle center up over towards the position as well, because a lot of it would be considered unplayable space by this point in time, because you have to get up here super early on. But good job to Team Queso and Incilio, you know, taking this opportunity to take the fight between them. If I was Team Queso, there really does become a question of like, do we just deny this now at this point? Maybe we can get some nades over towards the top side. That could be a possibility.
Flower's quite low here.
Well,
does get the heel
nade.
off. Lands it right on the ledge, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect as the shots over towards Team Queso continue to land, and it's just going to be a slow bleed out here. Flip is up on the high ground with TJB. If there's a knock sent their way, if a nade finds its mark, if Flower accidentally slips off the edge there, could be dangerous. Has to dip back into the blue, so taken low, but that was to confirm that flush. Flip does spot one, and this is what I was talking about. His position now is known. Does have high ground advantage over a lot of TJB here, though. Nade with a little funny bounce there. Doesn't quite go the direction he wanted. Danger still as he forces this healing. A nade up high, but 676 so fast on that first aid and immediately up and ready for the fight. He's chomping at the bit. The nade is there. Does not quite find the knock, and Flip does fall. That leaves TJB up on the high ground. 12 elims. Let's see if they can make it 15 and get a 25-point game.
That's where they circle centers, really. I think for TJB, do they have to move down? Do they have to move down the cliff? The real
I
question.
think Team Queso are right on the edge, right? Like, I don't think Team Queso can move at all. So
No, yeah.
this is just going to be the drop down. Flower going to take the knock. The play zone denial for at least one. The nade drops down for Longs, trying to pick up those points. And down goes 676. What? Okay. Oh, okay. I thought that could have been Team Queso for just a moment. But TJB do take it down, trying to rack up a couple of those points. That gave me a little bit of a shiver towards the end there, but TJB survive, and they will take it all the way. That is how you mount a comeback.
I enjoyed the, let's say, just nade in hand martyrdom play as they flew down the cliffside. I mean, honestly, it's a good play to make, because even if you don't pick up the elimination as you drop down, at least it's going to come through afterwards as they get knocked by the play zone. But a fantastic game from TJB, one that they desperately needed in match 5.
Man, my heart was beating faster at the very end. I mean, with Flip up against 676 and that 1v1, that nade, if it just did a little bit more damage, maybe Flip could have survived and then punished TJB from the backside. But then to see them all like basically falling off the high ground, looking for those last eliminations, man, I was with John. I was like, I wasn't 100% sure they won that game.
Right? They gave it all they got. You know what I'm saying? Right there towards the end was getting definitely a little squirrely, especially seeing them flying TJB players. But you know what? They got that chicken dinner. I was like watching it. Max and I were just like, okay, yeah, so TJB wins. Who's coming up second, right?
Pretty much.
And Team Queso were able to clutch that up. But yeah, you mentioned it, Jason, that, oh my gosh, Na'Vi could have snuck it out there for a second. That nade would have been so close. But regardless, a good game overall for these teams. And it's good to finally see TJB come back.
I think Flip understood, well, not just Flip, the entirety of Na'Vi understood very early on this game, okay, was almost an impossible game to win. We're just going to start gunning for first place very quickly. And he found a little somewhat cavernous area, like hidden spot that you couldn't really get info on him. Yeah, I was looking for the word.
Just like, where are you going? He was in the dark cavernous
He was in the dark alley on the mountain, just trying to survive as long as he could, and luckily enough, he did make it into the top 3 scenario. But look at this replay. I said it as a joke. Imagine they all fall off and they start falling off one by one, like, not.
Just imagine the miscommunication that potentially happens there. Okay, you stay. No, you stay. You don't stay. Okay, we're jumping, and then everyone jumps, and they're like, wait, who stayed?
Team Queso stayed.
But I think what's kind of important with this win is on a couple different fronts here. So let's start things off by taking a look. Obviously, a ton of eliminations, right? They ended up picking up 12, if I can do my math correctly. Thinking back to the split they had on top of this little mountain, having 2 players towards the north-hand side with Flower and I believe that was SSS, they were in a 2-on-2 up against Nigma Galaxy that if they lost that 2-on-2, you potentially could have seen Nigma come in, take the high ground away from TJB.
It was actually Flower and 676, but yeah, they were fighting Nigma Galaxy. Close enough. I was a little bit scared because Longs was checking out Incilio, and then you had SSS who was looking at Virtus Pro and also Team Queso. So that means that really Flower and 676, if the fight does not instantly start going their way versus Nigma Galaxy, they don't have the assistance of those 2 players on top of the mountain. And that was a really big threat for them this game, Jukes, that if they lose those 2 players, do they end up winning the game? Losing the game, sorry, because then you have Flip that maybe can take the 1v2, you're not too sure. So it was a bit risky, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, so many different possibilities, but you got to take those risks. And I think TJV was one of those points where they definitely had to, especially with their performance earlier on. You know, they were in last place with only, what was it? 5 points? Yeah, 5 points prior to this match here. This is the second last of the day. After this win with this many eliminations, Jason, how far up do you think they moved up the leaderboards?
Do you want me to cheat? Because I already know
No,
where
don't
they
cheat.
are.
Don't cheat. Just guess.
Wait, you read the script?
Very far. Very far.
Very far.
I mean, considering there was only a couple point difference like across the entire leaderboards, I'm just going to give like a random guess. So 16th place, I'm going to guess they moved up to 7th or 6th.
Okay.
Off that one game.
That's
Well, no, that's a
crazy.
little bit high. That's a little bit high. I'll go like around 8th place.
I was going to say
8th
8th,
place?
yeah. Yeah, middle of the table.
Okay.
Has to be.
Get out of my head, Max. But what's also, I think, really important for us to mention is that TJB, and you brought this up while we we're watching, Max, is like, how much ammo do they have left? Because they were on top of the mountain. Yeah, they would be able to get
gosh, look at the big
eliminations, but they couldn't loot the eliminations. They couldn't loot any of those crates that they were getting. And we did see a couple of points here where they did start to run dangerously low on ammo. So I feel like that's also something we have to commend them on, of being able to be very mindful and demure, of course, about how much ammo they're spending.
They were out of ammo, so they became the ammo when they fell off the cliff trying to nade people on Team Kesso. But yeah, they were really struggling. They got lucky. They found themselves a P90 also, which did help them a lot in the end to especially get that 1 versus 1 against Flip. But it worked out great. I think that they just held on to their resources at the end to make sure they had enough to take those final fights. And it resulted in 22 points here this time around, Hot Chicks. We know from PEL, right, that they can initiate a comeback. It's a day 1 comeback, so it's very early for them to pull it off.
Yeah, very early.
I'm glad to see it that they made a big game happen so early on when they had a rough start of the day.
I mean, yeah, a rough start is an understatement. Yeah, 5 points in that many matches is crazy, but that was a huge comeback for them, and they definitely have, I think, plenty of time here in this tournament to definitely bounce back. And they did it at the right time. They did it at the right time. Earlier, the better, you know? Another team I want to give a little bit of love to that was on the first page was I8. You know, I8, they didn't win the game, but they put some points on the board after a rough rotation. That's something I wanted to see from them, Jason. I didn't want to see another, 0 elimination game, but they were able to go and do it. I like the fact that they did send it to center. They did get taken out early because of that. But regardless, I'd love to see them making those bold decisions.
Yeah, and it's something you guys talk about quite often, right? It's about how the teams measure up when they have bad games. And this was a good bad game, I think is exactly what you said, Max, right?
Yeah.
A very good bad game for them because they still get like the 6 points coming through. They're still continuing to build up a lead against some teams and maintain their position on the leaderboards, whereas other teams, unfortunately, finishing with 0, 1, or maybe even luckily 2.
Yeah, it's not even just them. It's Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy, I8. They are just getting early eliminations in these matches, and it just keeps them relevant at the top. I mean, look at that. First, second, third for those 3 teams. And wait, where are they?
8th place, TJB.
Yeah,
that's what we predicted.
Yep. Good stuff.
Crazy. One more game like this, and they could be in like 3rd place. Isn't that wild?
In 2 matches, imagine? What?
That'd be what I want to see it, honestly, because that would be the most badass comeback I've seen in a hot minute.
Oh, we can see here Na'Vi, the elim leader at the moment with 33 eliminations. The only team in top 3 without a chicken dinner as well, having the 12 placement points. But then you look at some other teams like I8, 1 placement point outside of their chicken dinner on Sanhok earlier on, but they obviously have a lot of eliminations behind this. I wanted to actually ask if you guys had any surprises in the leaderboards over towards the top of the table, if it's gone the way you've expected.
As of right now, I would have to say I'm happy with Team Kesso. I wasn't sure what to expect from them going into this game. Sure, they don't have a chicken dinner yet. I think there's a chance it could be happening. But I gotta say, they're playing very demure, Jason, to use your words.
Very cutesy.
Yeah, very cutesy, very demure. They've had some really solid rotations, especially on the last Erangel earlier. But this match, they knew very early on, Hodrix, I think it's fair to say, that we're not winning this game. All we have to do is outlive your Incilios, your Virtus Pros, your Na'Vis if we have the chance of doing so. And that's going to result in at least some placement point coming our way because they were rotating from this far southern side. So they knew this is not a win. So they just got the second best thing, which is a 2nd place.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I'm going to say that my big surprise, honestly, is going to be Enigma Galaxy, right? They're on top with 50 points. Going into this, I didn't think they were going to have such a strong start. A lot of things have been changing for them. Obviously, no more Coops on the roster, right? They're on top, though, with 50 points right now. They're looking like an entirely different squad. They've definitely put in that homework and are looking to take this away from everybody else. So it's good to see them on top. Another good one for me is Na'Vi. Honestly, though, with them in 45 points in 2nd place, I think we're going to see Axer coach for a little bit longer.
Is coaching well?
I mean,
What do you think, Jason?
I mean, if it's working, why change it?
You can't change it, dude. Right?
Like if your team's in top 3 and is going to get to grand finals, hell, I'll sit, I'll bench. I don't care, man, as long as my team's doing well here. But one thing I do want to mention and point out is that we're having a very different play style between Group Yellow and Group Red. Group Yellow, we saw a lot of center play where teams will full send it in. That's where we saw Mir and Sejong become so successful. But we're seeing so much edge play here out of all these teams. Obviously, the zones maybe not favoring the ability to full send it center, but there's just so much edge play that it's kind of insane that it's like working out like this.
Except for this game is a bit different because of how it finished on top of that mountain for TJB. But even the games before this, Jason, and it is very true, which is a lot of teams are going for that sweeping edge playstyle. We saw it come out from Enigma Galaxy. We saw it come out from Tiamba, also south of shooting range. It is something that is very interesting how this group is different compared to Group Yellow. But what I'm interested to see is how is it going to go heading into survival stage, last chance, or even the grand finals? Because so far, edge, center, it's really different. But the clash of metas that we have in these groups, which is really weird to say, is going to be a very interesting showdown to see happen.
Yeah, the crazy thing, the big difference in my opinion is like we're seeing these edge teams here in this group be so successful, right? We're seeing certain squads be like point sponges, just taking out team after team after team. And in Group Yellow, we didn't see that at all, right? We saw squads that are playing on edge just be forced to just take out each other, and we didn't really see that happen more often than not. But here in day number 1, that's where we're seeing a lot of these teams get majority of their points from, except for now, we saw TJB get like a classical, beautiful center zone, and then they just dominated, but we got one more match left to go. I'm really wondering if TJB is going to make an even bigger bounce back for sure.
Well, I think TJB just proved to the lobby right now, one good game, that's going to bounce you up in the leaderboards and take you out of the bottom of the table. I mean, you've got Alter Ego there looking for some movement. We got IHC looking for some movement as well. Obviously, some other teams like Furia. So I feel like it kind of should ideally put in the minds of all these other teams out there, like, yeah, you might be down right now, but you're not out. It just takes that one good game. You still have 3 days left to go after this as well. Yeah. Just keep that focus and keep on improving, and you can definitely have your chance to move up the leaderboards.
Yeah, especially when you look at some of the bottom teams in the bottom 5, especially, you still got some really big names like Alter Ego, IHC, Furo. Like, we know that these guys can bring some big elimination matches around the corner. So just like we saw with TJB, one game, that is all you need, and you are going to be in a more comfortable position entering into your second day. But one more match is available now before we wrap up the day, and I think that those bottom teams really want to end on a high, especially IHC, right? The current reigning champions of PMGC since last year. And we had some doubts, Jason, right? They've had a really rough year. How is this PMGC going to go? As of right now, this is kind of what I expected, which is they are struggling to get in circles. Teams are holding them off so successfully, and they just can't play their typical play style. They're really having a bad time.
My question, though, is like, this hard time they're having, whose fault is it, right? And I'm thinking it's more of the fault of their own, because I was looking at this last map feed and we saw them land at Al Azhar, right? The circle wasn't too far away from them. It was kind of like more central towards Pecado, but they stayed on that edge for so long. They were just waiting and waiting and waiting so long, as a matter of fact, that they got stuck in the blue zone. I'm not sure if maybe they were kind of hunting down some extra loot or what, but they took forever, and because of that, they ended up going all the way down south and having to face so many different squads. I think it was along the sides of like Tianba or Roy as well. Yeah. And they got punished because of that. So I want to see them just get a little pep in their step in this next one.
I do like it. Initially, they were trying to go for really wide rotate, but then the circle started shifting away from them. At that point, I would have just said, Hotjix, just keep wide rotating into a better spot. But but then they started fighting one team, and then the circle shifted away. They keep fighting another team, and the more fights you take, the less players you're going to be having towards the late game. So yeah, I think it's down to rotation paths. Maybe they can change a few things, but if you're forcing yourself to take 3-4 fights in a row, chances are you are not going to be coming out on top.
Well, we're going to find out what team will be able to come out on top here at the end of the day, and of course lead our leaderboards while we finish off our first day of Group Red here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage for 2024. It's time to head back to our commentators. You know what, Maxman, why don't we change things up? Why don't you throw it to John and Blank?
John and Blank, take it away for our last game of the day. I don't know.
Hey, thank you very much, Max Man. A nice little shake-up there. I was very, very happy to hear it. We will indeed take it right away from Miramar up towards El Azhar on the eastern side of this plane. Difficult to get up to the north side here. La Cooperaria, potentially a tricky rotate.
Well, That was a good throw from Max until he doubted himself.
I liked it.
Right at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back himself.
To back himself a bit more. But yeah, we're heading over towards the south side of the map. A bit more of an awkward playing path than we've seen over on our previous Miramar. But hopefully we won't go to the one place on the map where it's impossible to get up in the end game. So we'll see how all that breaks down as we get our first circle coming in on just shortly after this playing path concludes. But already a lot of teams out here. Navi heading down towards the south side of the map and Venom, as well as Alter Ego pathing out over towards Partona, but likely should stop pretty short down towards the south side of the map.
See if anyone is going to drop on top of one another. Cilio further out than ASI8 right now. So unlikely that they are going to get embroiled in mischief this early on. Up on the north side, yeah, seems like maybe a little bit of a drop on a vehicle there for Tianba. Could be dangerous, and it's a big north shift on the circle as well, Blank. We are going to be heading up to the north side, away from the finishes that we saw over towards Montenuevo. Not going to be seeing that area again, guaranteed for our second Miramar of the day. And everybody going to be on a wide rotate. That west rotate path through La Cobreria now very viable for teams like Nima Galaxy, Navi.
Yeah, it's a very, very long rotate for some of our teams.
Uh-oh.
Machete play in action. Furia, right at the start here. Vengeance being taken down by 1 notch. Only 16th place and not having the greatest of time so far. But yeah, a lot of western rotates are available for a fair few of our teams, at least on that western road up towards El Pozo, and then crossing back in through La Cobreria, so you can cut in that way. Yeah, certainly an interesting circle, this one. I'm not always the biggest of fans playing this one myself, but I think for players it's as much of a difficulty because there is so much dead ground in this area, especially towards the center of the circle as well, where it becomes quite difficult to play. Further we head over towards the east and further we head over towards the west, there's more high ground in play. Silence, quite literally silence. There's more high ground in play over towards the west and east. So it's a very, very difficult circle to play because you have to gamble either west or east here and take control of some of the high ground. And if it does head on the other side of you, you just got to bite that bullet and head on out to the other side.
Furia still just trying to sneak these points away. Let's take a replay of that initial knock and kill. Oh, wow, with the machete against the pump action as well. That's a pretty decent trade, to be honest. You take those. You take those where you can.
Yeah, flying through the air is pretty awesome, honestly. I was very, very happy to see it.
Absolutely. We did have... I was told we were going to have an interview. Not too sure if that one's coming through. It might have been the replay that was coming in either way. But yeah, Furia pretty happy with the start, but unfortunately losing silence to a little spray down from the off angle makes things a little bit sticky for them. I mean, the Brazilians right now, so far in Group Yellow, they did have an impact with Alpha 7, obviously, being the big headline over in their region. But yeah, it was unfortunate that Loops couldn't quite keep up the pace, and now Furia seems to be suffering the same fate. TJB, off the back of that last game, need conversion, right? 27 points, but if you're just going to be an all-or-nothing team, it's not going to be good enough to get up towards the top 3, and I need my predictions to be right. So for me, they need to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. I think 27 points, though, is still an incredible result, coming down right in 16th place at the start of this one. Should see them very, very happy to pick up a massive amount of eliminations in that last game. One of the biggest games we've seen so far during the group stages in PMGC. Sorry, we're just getting updated on some info about that interview. Not happening yet. Potentially later. Onshore.
Might be in a bit. After the scrap between Vengeance and Furia. Japan versus Brazil. I mean, PMGO certainly provided that arena.
Got wrecked.
Yeah. Brazil lost that one. Are they going to be able to win out on this little scrap here in Impala with Virtus Pro potentially third-partying into this? The massive high ground for Furia as well. He's going to have to solo face off on this angle, but he goes for one, looks for a second. Okay, no, they're going to just tuck back away. Lily on the background there. Can't quite find the response. As Vengeance lose another on the forefront. Not going to go for the res just yet. Look at Kayovsky up in the high ground as well. With that scar, can have an impact.
Nade through the backside. Damn, almost grabs him, but straight up into the Molotov. Very well placed there from Vengeance. Fury sat back into a more precarious situation, and Kayovsky, considering whether his decision was the right one to stay up on the high ground, needs to have some sort of impact, but can't quite catch any of these players off guard just yet. M24, though.
Virtus.pro, they're crawling up behind him. They've heard the shots that he launched earlier. The nades are coming through from Fury, sure, but I'm expecting Virtus.pro to be able to find this one. I think he's figured it out now. Danger up on the high ground. A solo, an isolated position, whereas Virtus.pro have a lot of backup to play around. If they can get closer, this is one dead Kayovsky, and all of a sudden, Gusta is all alone. A spray down on the inside and quite out in the yard. Doesn't quite have the backup, doesn't have the time to go for it. Oh, goodness me. Furia in danger, taking down Vengeance, but can they turn things around and keep themselves alive?
Arthur's in with an incredible spray down on the front lines, take down 2. I think that still sits them on 2 players alive, though, and Kayovsky tucks himself into a little corner now. Koa and the rest of Virtus.pro starting to make their way down to catch whoever was left remaining in this area.
Tixie backing off a little bit. Virtus.pro, they may not know that there's only one player, but it's Koa, actually, who spots him clambering around the rock face. And that should be a nice, easy flush. Too difficult a climb. Tianba with Shan there. Actually, Team Queso should be able to find this knock, potentially. Not quite going to go for the sprays. The hop out's just a little slow for Team Queso.
Whole goat here from Team Queso. Looking out, we're trying to take some couple of pot shots. Not finding too much of anything, though. Pogo currently with the highest LM proportion for the team. But a huge amount of central play here. A lot of teams not opting to head either on the east or the west side, but trying to occupy a lot of those compounds that sit around that dead area we talked about earlier in the center of this circle. Just in case stage 2 is a little bit wonky.
Circle yet to fully close, so teams waiting to fully commit. But again, huge and central cluster. Alter Ego pushing in, playing back towards the edge. La Bandita navigating around the east side of things. We'll have to go a little bit closer if they want to be in the middle mix. We are going to take a little stopgap. We do have an interview coming in for you as well, so make sure you pay attention.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to Alter Ego, currently in 13th place. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and he was telling me that right now the morale, the confidence for their team is really not that high. They're hoping they'll be able to reset after today. So hopefully tomorrow Alter Ego will come back strong.
Definitely needing that mental strength to come on through for Alter Ego. And we are hoping that they can pull it out the bag here. Right now, they are down in the doldrums amongst the teams at the bottom that we've been covering so far, Blank.
Yeah, I think for Alter Ego, I don't think it's been a terrible day today. I think it's just been a couple of mishaps here and there for them. Rosemary's definitely been leading the charge for the team, but even he can't keep everything going at the same time. 22 points. If you look at the difference between that and 4th place, it's realistically 15 points total. It's not a ridiculous jump up to find either tomorrow at the end of today. FaZe, though, coming up into the face of the Falcons, who so far are getting the better of them.
Falcons right now trying to push into the top 3, trying to maintain a spot at the top of the tables, but they have a stiff competition in this fight with FaZe as 1-2 knocks sent back their way. They have managed to find a knock into this fight in response, but Falcons are falling here. Icy's the last to go, and FaZe lose 1, but gain 4 points.
Which is surprising. At the start of that fight, it looked incredibly in the favor of the Falcons, but fantastic turnaround there from FaZe. So we know they are a scrappy team, love to get up in the face of their opponents. As soon as they were in that compound, it felt like it spelled doom a little bit for Falcons. Shot over towards Virtus.pro. Insulio will find themselves Malloy. And this is Virtus.pro was trying to extricate themselves out from Impala. It was a good rotate from them up towards that top side, but it feels like they've just stuck around a little bit too long out in the open. Not expecting any more rotates from this eastern side, but realistically, I think you should have been expecting that, considering where the circle has gone up towards Sierra Bronca and Cruz de Valle.
Yeah, big open area to the west of Cruz de Valle is still in. A lot of undulations, though, so it can contain quite a few teams. Getso Roy with a compound position, I believe, over on the west side, and looking for a couple more teams to try and take up occupancy there. On the north side, you've got Na'Vi trying to approach, IHC and TJB out on the west, who probably going to have to fight on the east side of Water Treatment Hill. Meanwhile, on the south, where we are with the cameras, we're with Tianba and Alter Ego trying to make their way on in north. Still 4 players for both of them, but I imagine that's about to change because damage is pouring either way, and Rosemary is the first casualty. Alva is the second, and Tianba definitely leading in this fight.
Yeah, Tianba doing quite well here so far. It's on 4 players in a fantastic couple of shots. Looking over towards Alter Ego. I mean, Tianba want to get further up towards that top side. IHC taking heavy damage.
Dangerous stuff. The spray down for TJB looks good. Alive. Finally manages to stay up in the fight. I mean, both of them going wide with the sprays, but TJB keeping all 4 of themselves alive is really important here. The conversion game needs to come through. The hill on the east side of Water Treatment, really open and dangerous. Repeatedly, we see teams having a tough time getting up there, and so no wonder that there was a squad wipe. I'm just surprised that TJB keep it clean with all 4.
Yeah, I mean, for TJB, it was kind of interesting towards the end of that fight there with IHC just displaying some of that caliber of team fight that they have going on for them. Very difficult to take down that final moment, but TJB do make it happen. A good catch from them. Right now, it's Tianba versus Alter Ego, and Alter Ego, final player in you, not wanting to allow Tianba to leave quietly here. It looks like they will get their player back up on his feet, get gone. QZZ, though, wrapping around to catch him.
XC gets rezzed up by Shan, but this is on stage 3, actually, pretty crucially. So you can actually get that first aid off, meaning that you can be back in action and rotatable. Alter Ego down. That is going to be the last out, which means that now Tianba can try and push in. All 4 of them alive as well. So some really strong conclusions for the Chinese teams right now in our last game of the day, keeping themselves in, getting 4 points and staying as a full squad, which is really important to navigate these Miramars.
Yeah, I think if we're looking over towards Alter Ego, it's an unfortunate end in 22 points, but yeah, Tianba, fantastic job for them, but a huge amount of space to cover in the coming moments leading up to stage 4. They have to get a quick regroup, reset, pick up all the loot from those death crates. Fantastic rotate out from Bond as well down towards that south side to catch off the final player from Alter Ego to make this retrieval of the game a bit easier. Didn't want to get backstabbed as they left from this position.
Very difficult position to hold for Arthurzen. On that south side, Virtus Pro are going to try and move through that area, I imagine, in the coming moments, in the coming minutes. ASI8, again, another team that has started to impress so far in today's games, and 40 points already on the 5 matches that they found is a great result, a great way to start things out. If they can get 10 points on this game, I think a 50-point day is in general pretty huge, right? If you can keep up a 50-point day across all 4 days, you're breaking that 200-point barrier, and in general, that is enough to see you safe into the top 3. So a 10-point game would be lovely for them. However, they are a little bit in the sticks. This shift may help them, however, as it goes out to the west.
Yeah, absolutely. For TJB as well, a little bit of an awkward rotate for them. I mean, a lot of the areas where they want to flow on through are already occupied. I think Getso Roy could potentially be a position where they could take up residence in. I think that at this point in time, your team fight potential between them and TJB would firmly go in the hands of TJB. Like I said before, Tianba making this rollout has taken a while to get towards position. They haven't had a whole lot of time to scout, so they understand more than anyone else that potentially in the future it could be some problematic fights they get themselves into. QZZ stopping early to get first aid kit off to make sure he's healthy as he comes in and out of the blue, just in case they fly into an immediate fight. Arthurzen trying to make his way out over towards VP. The vehicle is smoking. The explosion will not be the thing to take him out. It makes an emergency eject from the vehicle, but the drop is just too much.
can't quite make it any further, but ASI8 chime in. Tixie goes down low on the knock, but not going to get flushed away. Not just yet. You've also got Tianba. Remember, they are sending in from the circle, so ASI8 do need to be careful. However, they've got a lot of sightlines out on this south edge. They don't have to worry about the blue zone too much for now, but they'll have to shift up towards the north side out of this one. Maybe use that roadside for cover. Maybe their only option. There's not too many positions that they can take up further. Maybe a shack or a hay bale or two, but getting out of this situation, not as profitable as sticking around and trying to take down Tiamba. Team Queso now having to fend off against a push from IWNRX, but it's looking like it's starting well for IWNRX. They're already in blank.
Yeah, fully in the building. I mean, IWNRX had a great start to this day, and it fell off a little bit. They were still putting up points, though, which is fantastic. Team Queso playing Potro down, just Cold Goat remaining. He has been a strong contender for the squad, but in the face of 4 players from IWNRX, it is nothing that he can do to keep himself alive in that situation. So IWNRX, they confirm themselves a fairly strong spot within the circle. Tiamba still awkwardly meandering their way through these rotations. ISI8 are next on the chopping block for them.
Should be Resable, though, and it looks like ASI8, goodness me, ASI8 are going to be able to pick that one back up, but in comes the party bus, bringing the party to them, but immediately it's curfew, inactive. Virtus Pro trying to third party. QZ trying to hold off that third party angle. Gets a lot of damage onto Icy. The blue zone may take him down if he doesn't get out fast enough, but he just gets ahead of it. ASI8 take down the remnants of Tiamba, and the crash didn't work out. The third party flex, and it is a confirm onto the position for Virtus Pro. Icy having to get that first aid off allows the cross as well.
Yeah, which is problematic. Very, very well played to Falak, isn't it? Because he's trying to get ahead of the situation already. Immediately picks up that shot over towards Icy. Koa is able to find a nade over towards Falak, and now it is a 2v3 here for Virtus Pro. They're unable to get the confirm over towards Falak either. I wonder if Koa's got any nades. Just about 2, but there's nades pouring over towards his position already, and that nade will take him down from Noki. Only 1 player left remaining now, and a lot of people know his name, but not on the roster of Virtus Pro. It is Tixie.
See if he can find these nades. This response, last player to go for Virtus Pro. Doesn't quite find that knock. Koa is going to get flushed away. That is stolen by IWNRX, which means another point over to the Turkish squad over on the north side. Quite a distance away. Just Tixie remains. ASI8 can continue to trek forwards into this match. They have 2 elims, and they're pushing in from the south side. The circle goes a little bit away from them, further up to the north. Keeps Getso Roy's compound in. Keeps IWNRX in the circle as well. And that south point of Cruz de Valle, where Incelio take up so much ground, is still in also.
It's a curious circle, this one. A really fun ending point over towards the western side of the map, actually, where it's going to be super interesting how teams play this one out, because it's very open ground. Just in terms of the area, no buildings, no nothing, but a fair bit of hard cover to play around with, a lot of bumps and stumbles and little mounds that you can play behind going further into the game. I think it really will just come down to the players rather than the positioning when we get down to stage 6, stage 7.
At the moment, center of the circle occupied by TJB in those bumps and divots that you were talking about, and Getso to overwatch it all from the west side. We'll see if they look to try and flex out for Getso Roy. It feels like we've seen Getso Roy in quite a few late game scenarios, Blank, but they are still in 12th place. 25 points, though, is still a very tight tables from 13th down to 3rd, or well, yeah, I suppose 3rd down to 13th. It's still it's still a single match jump, right? So after day 1, it seems like we're going to be treated to a fairly closely fought set of scores. Certainly pretty tightly packed in the top 3, 50 down to 40, a 10-point drop. So all in all, far from solid. Definitely in flux for these teams at the top.
Yeah, I think that the point scoring is differentiated himself a little bit towards the top side of the lobby, with Nick Viganis being able to pick up 50 points, which is a wonderful result for them. So happy. You can tell that there has been a lot of work been put in behind the scenes for this team. And they are desperate to join their brethren with T-Spirit in the Grand Finals. Alongside with Na'Vi, in fact. That should be a great turnout for PMSL EMEA.
ASIA now. Dangerous on the nade approach there. Spray down and Falak on the off angle. Not going to have the backup needed to suppress FaZe. They can't stop that not going through, nor the flush either. And the high ground for ASIA starting to get crunched in. They do have IQ all the way out towards IWNRX. And he's going to be giving them a little bit of info, a little bit of an opportunity to move back up north, but they have to extract from this situation first.
TJB, very central, but being harassed by Nick the Galaxy right now. Sanhok picks themselves up a shack, but that's all he's got at the moment. With Getso Royu starting to chime in on the conversation, and TJB have sort of allowed them to get over towards this spot, giving ground, headed down towards that south side to hopefully hold out versus FaZe.
Those bumps and divots, they keep you safe until someone sees you, and then you're pretty much done for. Ventores rolling forwards, may come into contact with TJB. In fact, almost seems like he has to at this point. The rollout is there. Getso Roy again with that slight high ground advantage on the long slope ahead of them. We'll be able to see these nades going back and forth, so you cannot poke your head up too high. Ventores in danger, has to wrap back, but he's got the info. They can play off of that. And in the meantime, Getso Roy navigate into a position to take shots.
Yeah, for Getso Roy, you're right. They do get to a lot of late game scenarios. Like I said, it's just some of that team fight potential that they do struggle with at times. Some of their rotates are quite decent, though. They happily keep themselves out of the way a lot of times. FaZe Ventores finding the first shot over towards ASI8. On the other side of the road. Lackluster nade. I think they need to go a little bit further here, but Ventores makes for a play. It's a dangerous one. Mela does hold his angle.
ASA8 trying to rebuff this. Ventores still up and close. The nade there takes him very low. Could be a team nade. Ooh, need to be worried there. Stay away from that. Danger close. It's a spray towards the high ground. Connects onto Nuki. That is going to be a great pickup, but there is a knock back over towards Ventores. The flush is being picked up by Mela. They want this res as well. ASI8 trying to get back up to 2 if they can. But I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen. No, UZM goes down. It's all up to IQ now to keep them in this one. Protect that third place spot, because IWNRX are in a much better position. Can definitely jump on up. IQ picking up that flush. Darting out to the blue. Trying to pick up the buggy. They're going to take a lot of damage for it, but might be able to get a little bit further into this one.
There's Na'Vi that came over from that north side, currently placed in second at the moment with 45 points. Very, very wonderful stuff for them. Played a very difficult game last game over on Miramar. Still were able to pump some points out of that one. Looking to take down Getso Roy. Car in the backline, though. Very nice spot to play in. Good backstop, but he needs to have a little bit more impact here, as already they find Zunder.
Have managed to rebuff one of those close players here. Na'Vi landing the nades when it matters, and the nades not quite going long enough here for Getso Roy. Car still on that off angle, spotting Na'Vi trying to crest the ridgeline. Maybe taking some shots in response. You can see those traces flying overhead, and Car needs to keep it low profile here. FaZe could crash into the back. In the meantime, they try and push up towards TJB, and it goes their way for the first knock anyway. And Triple S will get flushed out, so it's just 6-7-6 left for them. Big damage over towards Getso Roy, and TJB take a tumble. 7th place for them.
Yeah, not ideal. They faced off versus Nick the Galaxy, who showed them what for. Unfortunately, Nick the Galaxy didn't get too much further in the game because they were taken fairly down a couple of notches by Getso Roy. Is that Na'Vi out? I think it was. That's 2 Getso Roy. Now we're just 1 player remaining in car, but chance at a full reset if Incilio doesn't come in too quickly.
Oh dear, this hillside very dangerous. Immediately, all of them crawling back behind the same rock. 1 nade and it's over. Disaster potentially, but they're just not finding it. The length on these nades, mis-targeted. Incilio don't quite have the information that they're looking for. The reses still need to come through though, Blank. That nade is long, it is high, could potentially tag on damage, but the car protects them from the east side. And they still just about weather the storm. Incilio, they pull back, they retreat, where it could all been theirs on the northern edge.
Yeah, this is proper Cilio, to be honest with you, because it should have been a simple push over towards Getso Roy. You know this team is incredibly damaged. I think at that point in time, you just have to send it. I don't know, man. That's frustrating. That really was an easy send, but there's no confidence in the squad right now to make that kind of play. Had a full opportunity to clear out at least the northwest side of the map. And you can see here, it's very isolated from where Nick McGalaxy's playing, so I think Acilio just sort of had to take the chances on that one. Gets a Roy back at 4 players with full HP. It's sort of acceptable, but it has happened.
And IWNRX have taken a knock in the meantime, so questions now need to be asked about Incilio's play there. Can they do something with this? Is this retreat going to be worth it? They took the time to move away from this fight. Now as Redox actually trying to stand up in this one, doing pretty well, connecting with some of the sprays, but will finally get taken down. Nick McGalaxy with just the 1 player left standing, but the nades are coming on over from them. SnowX on the off angle. Let's get to lose a player. SnowX gets that knock, that flush, and FaZe going to look to crunch in from the south side. Another nade over towards Car, and it is dangerous to move past Nick McGalaxy in their current form. The value that needs to happen now, though, Blank, if they're going to make this retreat worth it for Incilio, is taking down IWNRX and getting control of the center of the circle. If that does not happen, it was all a waste of time.
Onzens tries to get a bit more damage done. So far, Getoroy have been quite lucky with the fact that they've been living off the back of quite a few of these nades coming through that have taken them very, very low. Only Onzens is down, but great game from FaZe. Massive testament to their resistance in this match. 9 eliminations so far is awesome news for them.
You'll take that. Absolutely. Getting anywhere close to double digits is always brilliant. And if you can exceed that mark, as FaZe will have done with the placement points that they've earned. Excellent news for them. IWNRX on that south side. Now a little bit under pressure. I mean, this is what Incilio needed to establish. And I think that this is probably their end goal, right? Sure, maybe it felt like they just did not know. They didn't have proper scouting. They weren't paying enough attention to know that Getoroy were so damaged. Were so low with only 1 player active, 3 players down, all in the same place. And now they're going to be able to take those points either way. So, good news. SnowX will fall down as well. That shot goes over to, it goes to Getoroy, but they will be pulled down in the meantime. Potentially 1 or 2 more points that Incilio could have earned by staying there, but they will outlast, and they will get up into 3rd, guaranteed.
Yeah, good stuff. Very, very good stuff. So FaZe last remaining, but I don't think Mela's long for this world now. And nade looks fairly decent over the top and will take down Mela. So Incilio versus IWNRX. 9 eliminations for IWNRX. Starting the day strong, looking to finish the day strong.
Turkey versus Kazakhstan here for our final battle of the day. A flex out comes through from Incilio. Frozen not going to be able to connect, but the buggy takes a lot of damage. Burning down that vehicle. Going to be dangerous to move forwards now, but IWNRX penned in. You can see that central line across the minimap established by Incilio. Stage 9 going to be breathing down their necks, and Incilio have the middle.
Fine. Quick smoke out. This is a nice one of those sight lines coming through from Incilio. Both teams are looking to get this lineup coming through. But with Incilio having more of this hard cover that's centered towards the circle, it's slightly easier for them. Nade that doesn't find too much of anything. Set over the top here. Kane has to move out though. Push back the rest of his squad. He could try and go for an isolate onto one of these positions, potentially. I see them look to push out. Good couple of shots to start things off. Strong nade.
Just pushing them back, and Kane's already taken a lot of damage. Molotov on the vehicle. Swain's already shimmied away. Zedwall takes damage in response. They're not really finding what they're looking for IWNRX. The damage just not there. The healing is coming through nice and quickly, but there's what they were opening with. Frozen over onto Redlick on the sideline. They've isolated that position, the smokes to cover that rotational ability for Incilio. Potential to get that res, but a nade up high as Westron responds over towards Swain. A nade over to the rock. They know they're looking for the res on, but in the meantime, Swain down is really disastrous. Going to leave Kain isolated and alone. Westron finds a second. Big value for Incilio. That move away from Getoroy now starting to pay out. Redlick not Rez, is going to get that heal finally, but in comes Zedwolf with the shots for the Mini 14. Frozen at his back, but he's low. The nade into the backlines might seal it, but Zedwolf goes down, and Incilio choke out the lobby. It will be the rotation away from Getso that pays out in the end. Criticizable, sure, but they make it work, and IWNRX the last to fall to them.
Yeah, IWNRX just didn't have any control over towards the center of that circle. The way it pans out, just with some of those bits of hard cover, yeah, it's a good game from Incilio in the end, and a really good hold over towards IWNRX. The fact they're able to get that res off over towards that backline as well is fantastic, just outside of nade range.
Well, that was an excellent way to close out the last battle of the day. Kazakhstan coming out on top on that one. Let's head back to the desk.
Well, TJB showed it. All you need is that one game to really propel yourself up in the leaderboards. And Silu, who have been extremely quiet throughout this first day, have been able to come up strong. You guys might recognize them as AOR, now rebranded as Incilio. And I mean, this is the team max that we got to cover when it came to the watch parties for CSA. And we know the power this team has. We know the individual strength this team has. But this is going to be a true test to how good of a team they can be here at PMGC.
This is clearly, for me in this group, Jason, a X-Factor team. They could be a big surprise, like they could have horrible results, but this game here was so well executed. Playing the southern western side of Cruz del Valle, and really I would have to say, Hodges, with how they played, so damn respectful of teams around them, not taking unnecessary fights. Really?
Sit your butts back down. They're like, all right, we're ready to go, got your backpacks on, and the guy behind's like, no, you gotta sit down.
We want to go to the gym at the hotel. But no, very respectful in general of teams around them, and especially the fight versus Navi and Getso Roy. They initiate a third party, but then understand, wait, the circle shifted away. We could continue this fight and maybe wrap it up, but we would lose precious time to then play positions in the circle. It's going to leave that fight, go back to the northern eastern edge, and off the back of that, you can see they get these amazing angles to just push IWNRX against the blue zone. So they're respectful when they have to be, but these angles at the end were not making it easy for IWNRX to push forward in the circle.
I love it. I love it. I think that's the perfect word. Respectful. They were just exactly that. I mean, they're playing it very, very calculated, very cautious, making sure that they got that chicken dinner. Now, they did do it with, you know, a good solid 5 eliminations, and they'll take that for sure. So I think for Incilio, you got to be stoked. You got a chicken dinner. You got plenty of more days left to go. Hopefully, they can kind of just take this energy and this feeling and move it on into future days.
I mean, again, it came down to edge play for them. Like, they had a good position. They were ahead of Navi and where they were. Navi instead just rotates around counterclockwise around the zone and run into Roy. And then you saw Incilio just quickly collapse on top of that for the third party edge, you know, fighting. This initial little slash was phenomenal. It was amazing to see. But again, like another match, we're seeing this edge fighting consistently happen, these third parties as well. But I do want to focus on like IWNRX's move they made onto Team K. So they initially catching them out, and the compound they eventually transitioned to, they had a perfect timing on the window of that crash.
I thought Jukes was saying, so I thought he was going to go.
You know what? No, yeah. I mean, it was a beautiful crash indeed. You know, at the end of the day, though, I'm looking at I was actually looking at the leaderboards right now because I wanted to just kind of get a good gist of where everybody was standing before we get into the end of the day here, because IWNRX, man, these guys are really, really doing a solid job today, Max. Any other surprises that you have?
I mean, I kind of want to go into the play of IWNRX, but we have to answer Jason's question here before we go into that a little bit more. But initially, so Team Kesso, I believe, lost 2 players to IWNRX, and then saw, oh, well, we've got 2 more players remaining in that compound. We can crash it. It is going to be a great position for the late game of this match, which it ended up being fantastic on the southern eastern edge of the circle. But the fact that they fight, especially so early, to sweep the entirety of Team Kesso and then take the compound is great because you don't get third party. Teams are too far away from you at that particular point in time to third party that breach. So the timing of that was on point. The execution was on point, and then making the cross. I think you even mentioned at one point, Jason, they kept, I think it was Swain on the back to facilitate that rotation across the road. And then everyone's going to be safely in circle, ready to play out the game. Sure, they don't get the win, but they put the most amount of work in this match to get to that point. So again, that deserves respect when looking at IWNRX.
I mean, it guaranteed them placement points.
Yes.
I think it's also really important to notice, right? Obviously, eliminations they get is big, but like that compound alone guaranteed them into at least 1 placement point, which we can see they eventually picked off with 6, getting themselves 15 points. Tyne and Silly here, who did get the chicken dinner. As we move down the list, FaZe Clan, who after the floss was extremely quiet on the day with only about 5 points until this last match, where they got another 15 added to the tally. So I'm honestly expecting still a lot of movement to happen in this leaderboard.
For sure. I mean, yeah, IWNX prior to this game, they were what, in 7th place with 30 points. So this 15 should net them 45. And Navi actually had 45 in 2nd place. So they're definitely going to move up. How far? We'll find out here in just a few minutes. But man, yeah, overall today was a pretty crazy day. We saw some good consistency from I8. I don't think they hit their quota that they were really looking to hit here, Max, but they got to be happy for sure, right?
What did they want? They said 70, 80 points or something?
70 points. Yeah, that was
crazy. I'm
very
sorry.
hopeful, right? Let's be real.
Come on now. 70, 80 point on the day in PMGC, that would be mental if it did happen. But big surprises across the board as we go into the second half of the teams for this game. Bit of a disappointment when it comes to Ultra Ego, your IHG's Falcons not really able to bring too many points on the board, but again, I gotta say, just like Group Yellow, Jukes, we have some teams that really we didn't know what to expect going into this tournament, and boom, massive surprise going into PMGC group stage. So it's good for them, but man, we have so many big upsets happening at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was good to see TJB put something on the board in that last Miramar, but one team in particular that still hasn't done it is IHC. I mean, they had, what, 17 points prior to this match, and they pulled up a goose egg here. Yeah, they're going to definitely have their work cut out for them for the next couple days if they want to make it to the top 3.
I really feel like we're almost in like a Wild Wild West phase in PUBG Mobile esports, like thinking back to early days of like really anyone could be at the top, where more as now I don't really see a team having that dominant run that we had Megatron do back then, or eventually Nova winning 2 PMGCs back to back. But just to see like the last year PMGC winner, they're at the bottom of the table. Alter Ego, they're down towards the bottom of the table. TJB, we're down towards the bottom of the table, and we're seeing the likes of Enigma Galaxy, who underwent some massive roster changes throughout this year, are currently leading the roster. Navi having some big changes. I8 even having big changes, as we have to talk about as well. Like this is such an exciting period, I think, in PUBG Mobile Esports. And it's so also difficult to be an analyst as well, because if people ask you, oh, who do you think is going to win? You can't give them an answer that you're really confident of, because realistically, you're probably not going to be right.
Yeah, it comes down to who's feeling it. Like, really, who's feeling it? Who's going to be able to make those plays at the right time? I mean, yeah, prior, when it was like the points were really heavy towards like surviving, at that point, it was just like, okay, who got center circles, who would last the longest? But now with the eliminations being, just so imperative, and not to mention just the level of play across the entire across the entire scene in general. I think everybody has a good idea now of what to do, and we're seeing it just execute here, Max.
And you know what? I'm looking at the second page here of the rankings. One team, because it's so edge-focused for Group Red, I really thought Chamba would be doing well. Looking at PL, they were the kings of playing on the edge of these circles. Third-partying teams are in bad engages, and they would just sweep so many good positions, and then have 50-60% of the circle theirs to own at that point in time. But yet, it's not quite working out for Chamba. I think that the volatility of this entire group is making it tough for them to find a sense of consistency. So Chamba, TJB, I mean, the 2 PL teams, I think we are expecting to get a little bit higher, but again, I don't know what to expect anymore. I feel like I'm an analyst and I just don't know what to say, because
Max,
it's all over the place.
So Max, they're at 38 points. Third place is 45 points.
Oh,
it's a 7-point difference. Yeah. Like, it might show 9th, 10th, 11th, whatever, but they're really just one okay game away from breaking through top 3. So I think it's a little bit misleading the placings. It's more about focusing on the points and where the teams are. But we are going to see Z-Wolf, who, I mean, MVPs is in his blood, man. This guy's always an MVP.
MVP Yep, that's what he should change his name to at this point.
Yeah, give this man an M16 and I8's going to be running away in fear. But this guy, I mean, we saw, especially after PMWC, sure, the finals did not quite go the way of his team, but really, the survival stage, he was absolutely cracked. So he's a guy who literally, he is the top contender for Turkey players, in my opinion, to be MVP at this stage. He is the only one I can think of currently that could be taking that title away.
Ooh. I agree.
Jukes, this is your moment. This is your time.
I agree. Oh, is it?
Lemon.
All right, let's do it, baby. You know what, guys? It's time to do the ad read. Let's talk about PUBG Mobile X Venom, the Last Dance collaboration, available now. Experience a unique gameplay adventure. Discover Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote warhorses. Equip the Black Symbiote arm to move rapidly by aiming at fixed targets. Pull in mobile targets like players. Airdrops. Watch yourself with the 360 moves. Gear up and harness Venom's power. PUBG Mobile bomb with the Symbiote. Become the ultimate duo. Play the game. Watch the movie. Let's take it on over to 7.
And just like that, 6 matches for the first day are done for Group Red. And I'm joined by none other than Enigma Galaxy Peko. Coming into this PMGC, I kind of want to go back a little bit more, right? July, you guys had a big roster change. You guys were able to perform really, really well in the PMSL EMEA fall split. Coming into this PMGC, what were the expectations?
First of all, the roster change obviously affected us. We lost like really good players, Freak, Lord and Coops. I mean, it's really, really hard to find someone like players better than them, obviously. But we had to get used to it, get used to the new roster and everything. So for every tournament, whenever we enter, we always aim for the top 1. Even in last PMSL, we did like kind of the same thing. And all of this because of obviously the hard work of the players and the trust and the confidence Nigma gives us all the time. Such like a wonderful org, to be honest.
That's good to hear. And I mean, you were talking about first place. You guys are going to end up finishing off the day there in first place. 56 points, 30 eliminations, 26 placement points. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about the consistency you guys had today, because you guys ended up finishing top 5 out of 6 matches. Yeah. That was completely unexpected, at least, I'm gonna be honest, at least for me.
That's fine.
What went into this strategy today? What was the main thing that you guys were focusing on?
Yeah, we know no one expected us to do top 1, which is a good thing for us. So we had like a play style for us that we knew that like we have to play this deck the way we know in this PMGC lobby in order to perform good. So like we had to play aggressive. We knew that like if we don't play aggressive, we can't really like do anything else like later, like in next zones. So we had 3 months to me and Raouf to do like all these like strategies and everything to make sure everything goes well. Like and all of this came because of the last mistakes like from previous year and the new year as well, the first PMSL. As I told you, like everyone, like or even the new players really understood like the way how it's done through PMSL, and we are trying to like do it now. Hopefully we end up qualifying from top 3. I mean, obviously we're aiming for top 1, but still 3 more days left. Nothing really like over yet, so it's just the beginning.
Hey, I like that. I like, because it is just the first day. Thank you so much for your time, Peko. Back to you guys.
That was a perfect timing for an interview because it gave Hot Jukes the chance to breathe, more importantly. But great to
Dude,
hear
that was all from memory, by the way. 100%.
Cool. I'm biting my tongue here, Max. I'm biting my tongue so hard that it might fall off. But it was great to hear from Enigma Galaxy there, you know, talking about the work they've really put into improving, to getting into PMGC, talking about how no one expects them to be top 3, which is really good for them because the unexpected factor can definitely catch teams off guard. For me, it's about if they can maintain this and all that work, if it can bear fruits and potentially get them that slot directly into the Grand Finals.
It's interesting how he said also, oh, we lost great players like Lord, Freak, Coops. I think it's more like they lost a great team right now. It's like, well, we wish we were Enigma Galaxy in this group. But I like the fact he said we wanted to try and play more aggressive because it sets you up for more possible late game scenarios. And this is the most aggressive we've seen Enigma Galaxy, in my opinion, ever, Jason. And the fact that they are able to get so much space in these late game scenarios, really back in, like, you would go 6 months back and that would not be the case whatsoever. But here, this team is looking great. There's great synergy. And I got to say, the aggressive playstyle is looking great. So keep it up for the rest of the final. Well, not the final. Wait, league stage. Keep it up for the league stage. There you go.
I think they found their device, man. I think that's been the key to their success because they've been able to play like the pros with their Infinix GT20 Pro, which you guys can pick up for yourself as well. The 120 FPS. Not to mention the 104 screen. I allow them to really succeed when they need to and allow you guys to potentially get into Ultimate Round. If you guys remember, top 1 in EU will also be flown out to PMGC in the UK. They don't need to buy their own ticket, but if you guys aren't the #1 position, you can buy your own ticket and actually get there. We still have tickets available between the 6th and 8th of December, where not only does it get you into the venue, also gets you entered into some activities that you can do, potentially get to meet Max, maybe Hot Jukes, maybe myself. Who knows if we're going to be there, but you'll be there once you pick up your tickets. But gentlemen, quickly before we end off the show here, what's your quick little TLDR or TLD TLDW of the day. Hot Chicks, to start with you.
Man, get a secondary drop location, I8. Come on, let's do it, right? I think you need it.
Bro, they're top 3, and you're telling me to get a secondary drop location. What?
I'm telling you, hey, you know what? Get it, because you know what? We're not gonna know what's gonna happen here these next 2 days. I mean, we've seen just in Group Yellow how these changes can happen. So I want to see that from them. I want to see that little bit of a mix-up. And Enigma Galaxy, man, way to go. I mean, so it's a good situation for them. They're in a good position right now. Hopefully they can continue.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I8 fans, you can't blame me because I8 are in top 3. So that's it.
Okay, well, we'll find out what's going to happen tomorrow, Max. That, of course, can always change, but we do have to take the rest of the day off here so teams can get a break, figure out what they can improve on for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be another battle yet again. Day 2 coming up for the PMGC League stage of Group Red, and we'll see you all then.
Bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, more that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, go that fire. We been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark, so busy to play like night, yeah. It's right for the breaks, getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, yeah? More fire, go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, man. We're taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, and we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. We get real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark, so bitch, we the flame ignite, yeah. It's back for the breaks, getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more. change. Chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong.